Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of Cup number 4 of AWC. My name is Aya. I'm here with Super Tees and Venriki and Lithy. Of course, we're going to be joined by Zico just a little bit later. We have got an exciting day of games. Of course, yesterday we were in EU. Today we are in North America. And this is the last chance, the last cup that these players have a chance to make some points to get into the top 3 before heading into the finals, or of course getting into that gauntlet. And of course, we've had a lot of cups, a lot of moments, a lot of great moments over the course of the season. Ven, do you want to give maybe a little bit of an overview for people that may have missed Cup number 3?
Yeah, so I think there's a few big stories for me in Cup number 3. One of them being kind of the newcomers on the scene, the ABJURED. They played a lot of the Affliction Warlock, Shadow Priest, Paladin, and I think they're causing a little bit of an upset here in North America, really contesting some of these top teams, and they're going to be able to be seen here in Cup number 4 again. We have Silk Tigers with their updated roster, bringing on, the infamous Ceralium and Gage for some new Warlock and some new Mage and Shadow Priest gameplay. And we have F tier as kind of a rising contender. They've been really leveling up, getting consistent, top 2, top 3 finishes. They're number 2 in terms of point standing, which has been a bit of a surprise. Sol and Ellie Shaman has been doing such a phenomenal job, and I'm curious to see how far they can take it. And then, of course, welcome to the JUNG, continuing kind of their North American domination, winning cup after cup. We'll see if anyone's going to be able to stop them here in this Cup number 4.
Yeah, we certainly will. And without, going too far ahead of ourselves, of course, we do first have to talk about the open bracket that happened earlier this week on Wednesday. Of course, it was an open bracket, so anyone could sign up, and then they had to battle it out to make it into the top 8, Lithy.
Absolutely. The open bracket was definitely wild. I mean, if you're welcome to the JUNG, then not so much. These guys went all the way through to the top 4 without dropping a single map, but ABJURED beating out Unitas, F tier making it all the way through until they met the move, and of course, the move once again making it to the top 4. They seem to be back in form, they seem to be looking good. Let's see how well they can do this weekend overall, because they got some points to grab for themselves. But of course, that's only the first half of the upper bracket. You got Silk Tigers that made it all the way through to the end. Mentally Damp having some good matches, especially against the Power Toads. And with all these teams getting kicked out of the upper bracket, and haven't even mentioned Team for the Memes beating out Liquid 3-2, sending them down to the lower bracket. This lower bracket seemed pretty stacked by the end of the day, Super Tees.
Yeah, this lower bracket is another Shark Tank. It was in Europe, it is in North America as well. And what I love about this lower bracket is that we have new and upcomers coming into this. We got Team for the Memes that sent Liquid down to lower and then making it into the top 8 with Big Dam as the notable player there. I love that they're just coming off the roster, coming off solo shuffle, making really a lot of these big teams sweat and work with it as underdog compositions. The Power Toads are Cup 1 champions. We see them in the lower bracket as well. How far are they going to be able to manage to make it through? And then, of course, F tier eliminating Liquid. They've been the main rival for Liquid week to week to week, and F tier is starting to snowball out of control against them in terms of series victories. And then the ABJURED, they've been coming up since multiple expansions ago as a team, really grinding and trying to make a name for themselves in the AWC, and that's what you love to see, Aya.
Definitely. Some dreams are going to happen for sure today as we see these games play out. But let's take a look at the standings and our top teams right now. Of course, like we were mentioning in the beginning of the day, they're trying to make it into the top 3 to make it into the finals. If they don't make it into the top 3, their 4th through 8th teams can go to the gauntlet, and one team from there will go to the finals. So it's getting pretty competitive for the moment here at Lithy.
It is indeed, especially if you look at the standings here. Liquid did not make top 8. Liquid is locked in terms of points for the 4 cups before the season final. So Power Toads and the Move, they are on the map. They are ready and available to take that 3rd place, but they need to make it to Championship Sunday to make that happen. If they don't, well, they gotta wait and see if they make it even to the top of the gauntlet, because Silk Tigers, they still got some potential in terms of points. Maybe they can grab that 4th spot for themselves, but of course we also need to look towards the lower end of the top 8, where Mentally Damp, they also need to make it to top 4 this weekend if they want to avoid a tiebreaker for 8th place against Unitas. So there's going to be some exciting stuff in there. Hey, if Team for the Memes even makes the miracle run happen and goes all the way to the grand finals and wins the cup, they can even make top 8. So there's some, maybe not so realistic, but very entertaining scenarios on the line here in NA.
Yep, certainly. And let's take a look at the teams that still could make points. Of course, if they have a star next to their name in the standings, that means that they are on this board right here. These are your top 8 teams that made it from the open bracket to the top 8 and will be competing today. Some of them will be eliminated very soon in these first couple of series, but one thing's for sure, these teams are ready to go because they know exactly what they're up against in the bracket, which we can look at right now. Of course, if you're in the upper bracket, that means you haven't dropped a single game. And it's looking pretty exciting up there. You know, I got Welcome to the Jung, the Move, Silk Tigers, Mentally Dampened.
Yeah, I think out of all these games, I'm looking forward to Welcome to the Jung versus the Move. The Move had a bit of a slow start this season, you know, with some setbacks in Cup number 1, Cup number 2, but it seems like they're really starting to find their footing, you know, 3-0ing F tier, and I think having a really great performance in that offline bracket, Peekaboo playing the Feral Druid, I think makes things really interesting between these two teams, and I'm curious to see if they can beat Welcome to the Jung. Maybe the Move is really going to be the team to beat. Time will tell. And then, of course, we have Silk Tigers going up against Mentally Damp. Silk Tigers, we mentioned it. They brought on Ceralium. They brought on Gage. So they have some new players on their roster, and I think they've been really focused on having a great Cup 4 performance. And then the likes of Mentally Damp as well. They're another one of those teams. The players, they got players like Dopamine, for example. Really, really solid players. And I think they're another one of those teams that want to make a statement in this 4th Cup before any potential gauntlet or finals play.
And then in the lower side, we've got 2 rosters that are now 3-player rosters, Power Toads and Team for the Memes, and they're going to be playing some compositions, I think, that we don't stereotypically see in the competition. Team for the Memes are bringing in the Frost Death Knight. Power Toads have been focusing on a Feral Druid Rogue composition, so a very exciting matchup between Cup 1 champions and now the newcomers coming off the solo shuffle ladder. And finally in that lower side, F tier versus the Abjured, and the Abjured might sound as an unknown name to you, and that's because they showed up in Cup number 3, but they absolutely rocked the stage last week, and I'm very curious to see how much they have leveled up for this week, but they're fighting our current number 2 seed F tier. It's not going to be an easy fight for them, Aya.
Yeah, it's definitely not. We're going to get to that series, of course, a little bit later. But let's first talk about the first series that we have today. It is Power Toads versus Team for the Memes. Like we just saw, they are in the lower bracket. Both of these teams facing off with elimination. If you're in chat right now, let us know your predictions. But Lithy, talk to me about Power Toads. I mean, we saw them in first place in the beginning of the season. Where are they now?
They're at the very bottom of the top 3. I mean, based on the last 2 cups, you kind of expect the Power Toads to look a little bit worse than they actually are, but they've started this season so incredibly strong. They came into Cup 1 with Axton, this multi-rank 1 ladder legend, bringing in the Feral Druid, smack dab the middle of the meta class, and they had the Arcane Dream with Cupsy coming in and actually beating out Welcome to the Jung in a reverse sweep in the grand finals. Dream start. Can't get any better than that, but Cup 2, Cup 3, it went downhill consistently. They barely made it to top 6 in Cup 2. Cup 3, they went out in the first round of the lower bracket, only making it to top 8. Same situation today, once again, and there is so much on the line for them today. As we already mentioned, they can make top 3, but they need to win some games. On the other side, they are up against a team that has literally nothing to lose, that is just coming in for the fun, for the memes, and that's a dangerous opponent.
Yeah, certainly is. Team for the Memes trying to prove their new name here, trying to make a splash. Ben, any standout players from this team?
I think we got to talk about Big Damn. He's definitely become a little bit infamous or nefarious in the North American scene, playing that Enhancement Shaman. Really kind of coming in Dragonflight, playing a ton of solo shuffle. He had 28 Enhancement Shaman ults that were over 2,700 plus rating in the 4th season of Dragonflight. 28 Enhancement Shaman ults.
Why though?
That's not a typo. Why? He just loves Enhancement Shaman. He loves solo shuffle. He loves Enhancement Shaman. I know he's been playing a lot of 3v3. This team he's playing with as well. They're really good. Like, you cannot sleep on this roster. They play Enhancement Shaman, Frost Decay, Preservation Evoker, which is kind of like a Mimi one-shot, kind of composition, but beat a team like Liquid. So the sky really is the limit. And if there's any team that's going to make this kind of composition work, it would be them. So let's see what they can do. I'm excited to see Big Damn play.
Yeah, me too. I feel like this happens every season. We get these new teams, they come either from solo shuffle or they've been playing ladder for so long and they finally decide to, try AWC, and then they become like the new Kawhi basically. So we'll see if Team for the Memes is up for the challenge, but Power Toads, they're kind of they've been around. They've had their first 4 cups. They've kind of practiced a little bit. They're warmed up. So this might be an interesting challenge for them nonetheless. Well, chat, they put in their predictions. Let's take a look at the predictions that we had here on the desk. And I'm curious to see where we end up. Okay, we got Zico and Lithy on the side of Team for the Memes. And then Supatees, you're rooting for Power Toads here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like their Feral Druid composition is likely going to be a little bit favored just based off the track record. Death Knight hasn't seen a huge representation at the moment, so just based on those statistics, that's what I'm kind of leaning into the Power Toads. But of course, Team for the Memes, they beat Liquid, so this is a composition that if you're not ready for their strategies or prepared at any moment, they can absolutely one-shot wonder you. But I think the Power Toads are a veteran team that are likely not going to let that type of strategy slip by them too easily.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So we're going to get the game started in just a moment here. And I wonder, I don't know if we have time or not, but maybe we can take a quick look at the predictions leaderboard, because I want to see where we started or where we ended up yesterday in terms of predictions. I know that myself, I was definitely kind of all over the place, and I'm still at the bottom. Let's go. Lithy, you're at the top. How's that feel?
It's pretty nice, honestly. Feeling pretty good. We'll see. I got some bold predictions for today for the first 4 games. We'll see where I end up at the end of the day. Because NA to me is honestly a coin flip today. There is so much that can happen.
Yeah, I haven't even sent in my predictions for the rest of these series because I am on that side of it being a bit of a toss-up, and they're hard to make these predictions, so I'll have to think about them a little bit. But we don't have to think about this game any longer because it has started. It is Power Toads versus Team for the Memes. We're in the lower bracket. Both of these teams facing elimination. It's game number 1 starting now.
Ooh, let's see. We already know what Team for the Memes are coming out with. Enhancement Shaman, Frost DK, Preservation Evoker, and Power Toads are going to be leading with their Outlaw Rogue, Feral Druid, Holy Paladin, a Melee Cleave Zugfest. Pretty standard way to start off North America, just full smork. Now, Team for the Memes, their strategy is going to focus on death gripping multiple targets together and blasting them down with massive AoE damage. So the Power Toads need to spread out, be ready to deflect these types of attacks.
Yeah, but for the Memes, they've already beaten Liquid, and Liquid to me is kind of one of the premier melee cleave rosters in this AWC. So it's going to be an interesting matchup, and Meadow on the Preservation Evoker immediately bringing in the rescue for the shield on Toxicant, and Big Damn getting focused up here in the Ghost Wolf, trying to maneuver around at least for a moment. They're on Tuna with a big silence, some good damage coming out, but Dazed connects, looking for some CC to shut them down. Astral Shift already invested. And this is a good old Zugfest. All the CDs and all the defensives tossed in the first 30 seconds.
Yep, they're focusing their attention on the Death Knight and the Shaman. They force so many defensive cooldowns. It's a lot of damage coming through. Meadow has to trade another, and they're just trying to stay aggressive, but they just can't get on Tuna. Tuna's positioning is excellent, just behind the pillar, out of line of sight of the Death Knight, wrapping around the corner away from the Shaman, bobbing and weaving left to right, knowing that he's the priority kill target, and he's built his team such a massive lead at this moment. We're really waiting for that next Pillar of Frost window for Toxicant to be able to get some burst damage. It's coming up in a couple of seconds from this point. Can they restabilize? It seems like he's focusing on death strikes at this point with his runic power, trying to stay ahead of the pace and really keep himself stable to get aggressive here. They're targeting the Feral Druid, but another big push. Big Damn has to burrow. Meadow trinkets into a gouge, and it's just cooldown after cooldown that the Power Toads are pulling. They're running out of time. Big Damn is critically low. Meadow swoops in with the deep breath, getting in line of sight, and so out of nowhere with a huge hit, they get Cloak of Shadows from Dazed, they get Barkskin from Axton, and in their final hour are finally starting to put some work in against the Power Toads.
The Bloodlust popped, and every single defensive's out of the spellbook of the Power Toads, and Tuna still dying, taking some solid damage. Finally, the Maim Stun comes through. Toxicant kiting away with the Wraithwalk here for a second. Great rescue on Big Damn. Meadow just really trying to recover his team here for a second. Good lightning lasso, but Big Damn might just go down here nonetheless. Axton pounces and grabs the first win for the Power Toads here.
really good defense from Power Toads. Insane positioning from Tuna. He was not giving them any opportunities. They had really good control of the Death Knight and the Shaman, limiting their uptime and their mobility, and they just forced so many cooldowns really early on. You can see Tuna still has a Divine Shield, still has 2 Blessing of Protection, so they just trade so efficiently. They also don't overlap their medallions. Daze still holds on to that so he can escape the next setup, and they know when the window is lost, and that's when you got to put the gas pedal down. So they just sent their Pillar of Frost. It's over. It's time to get aggressive. We're not focusing defense at all. It's just run down whatever we can, chain CC the healer, and get out as much damage as we can in this window between that Pillar of Frost. And they knew exactly what to do as far as the strategy against the Frost Death Knight. It's a bit more of a predictable composition in that sense. So a lot of the teams with experience in this matchup, as long as they keep a calm demeanor, I think it's going to be really tough for Team for the Memes to really find their opening. Maybe there's some possibility that they could have taken it a bit slower, immediately targeting the Paladin like this instead of trying to maybe Death Grip or Static Field the Paladin towards themselves. Made it really tough for Meadow in order to stay on top of his teammates and keep them stable.
There's certainly some adaptations that need to be made, because on the comp side of things, I don't think either of these two teams is going to swap around too much, if at all, during this match, right? 3-player rosters, obviously, we haven't even talked about it too much, but Cubsy obviously dropping from the Power Toads, so they're on 3 players at the moment, and it's really all going to be about the adjustments, the focus targets, cleaning up the defensive play that you can do, and I'm quite honestly very impressed with Dazed on the Outlaw Rogue in this first match. The amount of damage he was able to do is not even funny anymore.
Yep, he's been a phenomenal melee player for a long time. Definitely a key member of the Power Toads. Axton was also a new pickup. There used to be the Power Frogs, now the Power Toads in previous seasons of the AWC, and they picked up Axton as a feral specialist. And in this meta, it's been really important for them to keep getting their points and try and get an opportunity to get into the top 3, because they are looking to steal Liquid's position in this tournament. And this is a great series for them to start off. They looked really strong in game 1. No openings, no holes, but we are going to hook point. This is a much smaller map, much higher likelihood of error, because it's you can't get behind the pillar like he was on the Grand as easily here on hook point. So Team for the Memes, although it's their first kind of tournament debut here, I think they're setting themselves up for a good game too.
Most definitely. The big target gonna be Tuna, as you already mentioned. His positioning on the Grand, excellent. Getting behind those pillars whenever they were trying, for the Memes was trying to get on him. Saving all his cooldowns till the very end. They won with him having bubble ready still, and I don't think that's going to be as easy on hook point. But at the same time, you also got to look at Daze and Axton, right? Because with the Outlaw Rogue, they bring in so much control potential, and Power Toads is a team, as you mentioned, veterans. These guys know what's up, and they have more than enough coordination on the defensive side to lock down any go attempts that For the Memes might send their way.
Yep, let's see if Axton can keep it up, the damage, the control, the positioning. Are the Power Toads ready to make a deep run in this tournament with only 3 players, Cup 1 champions? Definitely showing a solid Game 1 performance and just getting one step closer to possibly stealing Liquid's position. But of course the Move are also gunning for that, so it's going to depend on the Move's success in this tournament as well as to whether or not they're going to get it. But 1 game down, Game 2 opening, gates are ready. Let's see what they can get done. There's immediately charging in at the Holy Paladin. Once again, they just want to throw caution to the wind, but they get intercepted. Axton gets a double rake stun. Toxident breaks that with an Icebound Fortitude first global. Big Damn is almost dead. He's just dying in the opener. They trade everything to get on top of the Paladin, but oh my goodness, this damage. Tuna immediately, though, responds. Cloak of Shadows, no panic from the side of the Power Toads, but they're still gunning for him. He's having a tough time escaping on hook point. He's trying to get away from the Death Knight's cleave during this empowered rune weapon, and they have survived the opening pressure. And as soon as you've survived this window, I'm worried for how Meadow is going to keep up with the pressure.
This time they've survived the window, but it wasn't about the first, it was about the second window and the first map that was so devastating for the Power Toads. And this time around, the majority of their CDs are on cooldown, but Big Damn is taking so much damage. Tuna down to 20%, Dazed stunned up as well. The Endless Winter just coming in hot for Toxicant here, locking down Axton as well. And they're low on CDs. Tuna has a sack, but no bubble. Maybe the wing's still ready. But overall, they're not looking too good. It's all about that second round of CDs. If For the Memes can survive long enough to get there and get another good go while Daze steps up Meadow, this might get devastating. Here is the blinding sleet and the instant disarm by Dazed.
Oh, the triple deep breath into the strangulate, into the next stun, and Tuna gets clocked. Team for the memes, man. Crazy setup here.
Yeah, baby.
This is a Zug fest right now. Icebound Fortitude, first global. Just send it, bro. I am CC'd, and I've had enough of this. I don't need this for defense. I need to attack the Holy Paladin. Team for the memes, throw caution to the wind in game 2. It pays off. They get a map, tying this up 1-1. You love to see it, but it is a risky line to play all in, especially on broadcast for the AWC. But look how they set up Meadow. He blinks in there with the hovers. He's anti-magic shielded, so he can't be controlled. He flies through the entire team, enabling Big Damn Intoxicant to just absolutely put them through the paper shredder, and Tuna gets totally dominated in that setup. You absolutely cannot disrespect that Pillar of Frost window from a Frost Death Knight, and now the Power Toads, they're going to likely look to set themselves up, I think, on a large map, given that they've seen the potential that can come out from Team for the memes now.
Yeah, the map pick and the swing match especially is going to be super important for both teams. And also the opener. Trading the defensives a lot more efficiently in the opener is going to be key for the Power Toads. We've seen how the game goes if they do it well in the early game on map 1. Map 2, a perfect example of what happens if you don't do it correctly, and from here on out it's really just all about playing that opener correctly. I feel like also the addition of Bloodlust back into PvP for Enhancement and Elemental Shaman has been considerable for the power level of the class.
Yeah, it's definitely really good synergy. Just a lot of stat stacking between the Death Knight and the Shaman during those specific windows. Enhanced the Shaman also playing Doom Winds, so they get a really big burst window that pairs up really nicely. Really good synergy. This composition is just a rush down composition from Team for the memes. It's similar to something like a 6-pool in StarCraft, where you just send your first 6 Zerglings out and try and win the game at the beginning of the match, or maybe like a Face Hunter from Hearthstone, where you're just sending everything on the board and just attacking face and ignoring the rest of the game. So Team for the memes, they're bringing in that type of play style, which is really risky in a tournament. It's not typically the play style that wins. I can't even remember the last time that this play style actually was able to win in a tournament. Usually it's the strategies that focus more on attrition and dragging fights out and surviving for the late game. So Team for the memes are bringing in a play style that a lot of competitors don't really try and fool around with, because it's very high risk. You have to win really quick, and they got one win there on the small map, but we are going to Ashamane's Fall, big map, big pillar in the middle as well for Tuna. It's going to be a lot more difficult for them to execute on that strategy.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. Those pillars serving the Holy Paladin a lot more, but then again, it's really all about Toxicant's grip timings, right? Because Tuna needs to dip out of the pillar to be able to heal his teammates, and if the grips are nicely placed and the positioning is far enough away, that might be enough to set Tuna up for a big round of AoE burst, and we've seen how quick the AoE damage is coming in on that entire team. So all eyes on Tuna, I think, is the name of the game here. And quite honestly, in terms of predictions, I mean, we're kind of split on the desk in general, but rightfully so. It can still go either way.
I mean, I think it's just because Frost Death Knight, this is typically where they excel, is against a melee cleave. But then Power Toads have so much experience that you're kind of thinking, you know, maybe that advantage to the Frost Death Knight is going to be traded off a lot for the Power Toads. So this could be a series that goes 3-2 now, is the way that I'm seeing it, and I don't think anyone predicted that. So there's going to be no perfect predictions here either way, but Power Toads definitely need these big maps, need to be positioning and spacing out. They need to try and limit the Death Knight and Shaman's advance, so it's all about Dazed at the start. He needs to get in there and sap. He has to get a target out of the game so they don't dogpile on Tuna.
Exactly. We do have Nat Pagel fishing, and exactly like him, Toxicant will be fishing for the grips on Tuna. Finds him, double blinding sleet, Pillar of Frost, and they're sending all the damage. Let's see if they can get the CDs they're looking for. So far, though, the damage not quite where they wanted to be at. There's Tuna down to 20, gets silenced. They stunned up, everything thrown at it, and the kitchen sink. But now the return damage is in. Big Damn still sitting on that Astro Shift, holding onto it, greeting those defensives. Only Meadows, time dilation, working for the moment. moment, but they're dropping lower and lower. The counter-strike from the Power Toads is solid, and finally, that Astro Shift as well as the Rewind are tossed into the mix.
Oh, this is a great opener for the Power Toads. They didn't use any medallions. They just had to use Stone Form for Tuna, so this is a great start for dragging out, but here comes another stun lock. What are they going to exchange here? No Divine Protection available. It could be the Divine Shield. He's trying to be greedy with it. They stop the lasso, and they managed to get away with the greed. They're so far ahead if they get away with not using a major CD in this exchange. They've been pulling cooldowns from Toxic Kent slowly but surely, pulling cooldowns from Big Dam slowly but surely. Tuna's getting a hand of Divinity off. He's got big heals lined up. Daze is going to pop Evasion preemptively to stay aggressive here towards the Death Knight. He's getting ready to cleave them. Tuna's got Big Dam on his back, but he'd rather the Shaman than the Death Knight, I think, so he's just line-of-sighting the Death Knight. Daze comes back to peel Big Dam away. Toxic can't get there. Full Maimstone on Meadow. Everyone is rotting. He's forced to trade the Emerald Communion in this position. I will say Meadow is doing a good job as well, rotating through the cooldowns. He still has Medallion, still has a time dilation, so this is likely to go a bit longer than any of the previous games so far.
Yeah, Pillar of Frost is back up. The Dragon in 10 seconds. We're looking for the next big setup here for Toxicant and Big Dam. If they can line up Tuna with 1 or 2 more members, this could be massive, but Toxicant just sitting in a Cyclone for the moment, is swapped over onto Big Dam. Axton doing a great job of controlling the enemy team in this situation, and the Shaman is just taking so much damage. Meadow has to dash back in. Double setup here. Here come the CDs. The Dragon across the map
triple.
finds Tuna on the tail, and big damage on Axton, but he's holding on to the survival instincts. Cloak from Dazed, but Tuna has the sack available. They should not be getting much more out of this. Great attempt from For the Memes, but not good enough.
All right, they walk it off here. Daze now with no trinket could be a target, but Tuna has so many cooldowns. There's no way they should lose this. Massive damage is coming through, and Meadow is panicking. He tries to trinket and rescue to restabilize Toxicant, who's making his way towards the Paladin. They basically have to hope that Tuna chokes at this point, or croaks in this case. Is he going to manage to get the burst damage? He's got freedom. He might be able to escape. It looks like they purged it off. Here comes the stun lock. Is Tuna going to be greedy in this exchange? Axton is peeling them with rake stuns and preventing their assault for now, and he manages to get away with the greed as he's escaping the clutches of the Death Knight. A Cyclone comes through onto Meadow. He has no medallion. They drop the anti-magic zone, but they don't care. It's all physical damage. He has to Icebound Fortitude as well. Time dilation as well. Big Dam is off healing. He gets kicked by the Skull Bash. Maybe that's going to allow Meadow some opportunities to cast here. He gets a Dream Breath. Time dilation. No, he actually got stopped on the Dream Breath. Big Dam's going for the kill, but his team is in shambles. I don't think Toxicant can hold on much longer. He's trying to turn it around. Double Blinding Sleet at 10% health. He's popping the Pillar of Frost. He's popping the Cinder Ghost. So Toxicant's going for the kill despite having nothing left right now at 10%, but Daze just evasions. Dodges all of the attacks, but they're targeting Tuna. Can they finish him? 5% health remains, and they cannot. Power Toads read them like a book and manage to trade so efficiently in Game 3, now moving to match point.
Wonderful, wonderful opener from the Power Toads, and they just capitalize on the momentum that they've built in the first 30-40 seconds. No big CDs burned. Tuna just keeping everyone alive just like that, and I want to say, the big pillars, as you called it, Supertees, coming in clutch. Tuna's positioning on point once again. Team For the Memes just never able to connect as much damage as they would have needed.
This is such a good game from the Power Toads. It's just, they couldn't get to him. Look at this map. It's such a big map. Tuna's always in a great position. Max range to the Death Knight, and that forces the Death Knight to go on the damage dealers, which is not ideal. You really want to be attacking healers as a Frost Death Knight. He gets the triple grip, and it's like, maybe he can do this, but Tuna, he snuck in this Repentance. They got a Repentance into a full blind. They had to stop that Repentance. Whatever they had available there in order to stop that, because that Repentance definitely set up to win the game here. If Meadow wasn't CC'd, he might be able to rescue, and then maybe they get a bit more pressure. But they still had a long list of cooldowns to go through. So I think for them, it's more, they're going to need the small maps, and they've got to figure out what they're going to do with these big ones, because I don't know if it's working just trying to train down the Paladin like this. They might have to take a more conservative approach, but then that doesn't play into the strengths of their comp. So, Game 5 is likely going to be their biggest fight as far as the series is concerned. But I think for this next one, we're probably going like Ruins of Lordaeron, possibly Dalaran Sewers or something of the like.
Yeah, I agree. The close quarter maps is where For the Memes lives and breathes. The other issue I'm seeing, obviously, once we get to something like Game 5, I'm not sure that Power Toads would actually want to go to a super big map like Maldraxxus or Tolveron. And on the other side, you also run out of small maps, right? Fifth map, that's kind of where the map pool starts to get depleted, slowly but surely, and we're going to Dalaran Sewers. So I feel like overall, in terms of the map picks, Team For the Memes has another really, really strong pick in the back pocket. And Power Toads, You could go to something like Nocodon or Enigma Crucible, I guess. But if they play the opener on the small map, just like they did on Ashermains just now, I don't even see us going to a 5th map.
Yeah, it could easily be over right now if they can peel them effectively and protect Tuna. It's looking really good for the Power Toads here. So Team for the Memes, got to keep the memes alive here in game number 4. Can they manage to pull it back, get us to a game 5? Can they just zug down their opponents? Cup 1 champions, veteran roster. With Dazed and Tuna playing together for such a long time at this point. Tuna has been growing so much as a player throughout the years. He was just a resto druid, really struggling, and he's picked up the priest and the paladin and got a lot of wins for his team. So he's playing a phenomenal game here, series here, honestly, against this composition. Not really letting any of the curveballs totally get away on his side. So can he do it again and just get his team one step closer to possibly getting a top 3 immediately into the grand finals? This is kind of bad already, though. They get a sap on Meadow across the map. They get rake stuns on Big Damn. He trinket walls immediately to try and recover through this pressure. Meadow gets his shroud up, so he will avoid crowd control for some time here, and he's trying to get aggressive with his team. Verdant embrace in. He's adding living flames. They're cleaving. They're getting triple stuns. Tuna, is he going to be able to deal with this? Dazed uses Cloak of Shadows. Big Damn is trying to stay aggressive, but he's starting to take a lot of damage in exchange as well to stay aggressive like this. Can Tuna escape? Strangulate. He's being greedy. He's not stone forming the Strangulate. He's used that every time. If he actually gets away without using stone form here, they're so far ahead. Big Damn is just getting crushed. They've already got Astral Shift. They already got Emerald Communion. I don't even know how you win as Team for the Memes at this point. Tuna didn't have to stone for it. He didn't have to do anything. This is devastating.
Pedal to the metal, you gotta keep the pressure up. That's how you win in this scenario, but it's looking dire. Oh, Axton pops in the Survival Instinct. That's a big CD out of the window. Dazed and Axton have nothing left in the tank. So if they make it through the next 45 seconds, they can set up with another big dragon, but Big Damn is taking so much damage right now. Meadow is struggling to keep him alive, and it's really all about staying alive until that next set of cooldowns. 5 seconds until Pillar of Frost. Tuna focused up once again, but he has more than enough CDs to keep himself alive. He shouldn't be in any danger right now. Other than the Shaman, he is looking peachy. And now, once again, down to half HP. The Bloodlust is ready. Here comes the Pillar. Here comes the Dragon. The damage is in. What can For the Memes send here? It's a lot. There's the Trinket. Actually, whatever. Tuna is still alive. It doesn't matter how he's doing. Finally pops in the bubble. That's what Memes were looking for, but it's not quite enough, I think.
Oh, that was an insane exchange. They got the Rogue Trinket, the Cloak, they got the Bubble, they got the Lay on Hands. If Toxicant can manage to stabilize here, they need to focus on stopping crowd control. These Cyclones and Repentances are going to lose them in the game. Axton fakes a kick. He gets another clone out here. No, Big Damn grounds it. They need to keep stopping the Cyclones and the Reps. They can actually win here. They have an opening possibly to cleave the Feral Druid as well as Dazed with no Trinket on both of these players. Toxin's setting up a stun, though, and they didn't actually stack anyone, so it's a little unfortunate. Big Dam's trying to reposition towards the Pound. There's a Repentance. They have to stop this. Big Dam's pressuring him. He can't go for it. Toxicant's behind the Pillar. Death striking off the Feral Druid, but he just might die. It's so much damage. Meadow has snuck in a heal. They gapped the CC a little bit, and Meadow actually saves Toxicant, giving him this last chance. One more miracle opportunity, but Axton and Dazed are spread out. Toxicant gets stunned behind the Pillar. He immediately trinkets it. He's trying to get on the Paladin. Tuna is so slippery. He gets rooted by Meadow. Toxicant is there. They have to drop the Power Toads, but Dazed pre-cloaks the setup. He immunes all of the damage in the initial exchange. They have to kill Tuna at this point. Can they drop him in the Strangulate? Maybe they can cleave Axton. They're kind of getting close, but no, Toxicant gets knocked to the side by Axton. Tuna fully recovers, and as soon as they get CC on Meadow, I think this game is going to unravel for Team for the Memes.
Yeah, Big Damn trying to get the Hex in, getting kicked. The lockdown on the CC has been so good from both sides. Another clone doesn't get grounded this time around. Meadow CC'd up. This might be the end for Toxicant. Gets bashed up. The clone is still in. Finally, the time dilation comes in. It might be enough to save the DK. Meadow doing all the work he can, and it seems to be enough for another moment. 20 seconds on the Pillar, on the next big burst for the Memes, but by that point, it seems like Power Toads has CDs back on their own. Toxicant still trying to stay alive. He's dropping so fast. Meadow gets the Spirit Bloom through, but gets gouged on the follow-up. Big kidney shot. Dazed just sending it. Second Emerald Communion comes back off cooldown, but Toxicant is still just dying through it. Meadow needs all the heals he can get, but here comes the next setup. The big go with the deep breath. So much damage on Tuna. For the Memes might actually be doing it. They're trying to take down the Paladin, but he pops in the stone form. It could just be enough. The follow-up stun. Tuna still staying alive. Big heals coming through, and he saves the game for the Toads.
Oh, did he get that Tears Deliverance off? If he got it off, his team should be pretty healthy. Axton's kind of out of his his line of sight right now. He needs to get back over there. Sleepwalks onto the Rogue. Team for the Memes aren't giving up. Icebound Fortitude comes up in 10 more seconds. They might actually get another attempt at the Power Toads and possibly take this to a Game 5, which nobody predicted. Nobody expected that. Tuna's trying to cross across the map here, and I think it's a good idea. Kite away from the Enhancement Shaman. He can't get there. He's so snared at the moment. They're just stunning DPS, trying to restabilize before making their next big push, but Tuna has a lot of cooldowns in his bank for options to trade on this next exchange. Big Damn knocks him off the side out into the open for Toxicant and Meadow to get there, but now he's back onto the pillar. Chains of Ice, does he have a freedom? Can he escape around the corner? They grip him again. Here comes the triple blinding sleet. Can they get the kill on this setup? Can they do it? There's the triple. Everybody's trinketed at this point. It's insane pressure. Triangulate for follow-up, and Team for the Memes do it. They take it to game number 5.
Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful match. The lockdown on the ZC was so much better. Good grounding totems on the Cyclones. They prevent Tuna from bringing in these all-important repentances. Just a solid, solid performance here overall. Staying alive for that long and making those setups count, really well done.
Oh my god, this is a... You know, it's sometimes going to be a little messy when you zug, but as long as you get the work done, who cares how messy it is? You know, it doesn't matter at that point. Win is a win, even if it's done dirty. Team for the Memes held it together long enough for this opportunity. They just hit a triple, smack dab, catching everybody on the corner of the box, and man, his bubble's up in 12 seconds. He's so sad. He's so sad because, like, it's pretty much over. The other team's out of mana. Like, Meadows used every cooldown. Like, oh my god, they're in a position where they're going to be able to win that, I think, for sure. So, Big Damn setting up the team, staying aggressive, knocking him in line of sight so they get Chains of Ice in order to prevent Tuna from escaping in this position. Really clean. I love that Meadow, even though like his team's kind of dying and he's been on the back foot, he still knows when he needs to be aggressive. Like during this setup, he has to be doing damage. He has to be pressuring the Paladin. He's disintegrating. It's like, I know they might turn this around, but I got to keep sending damage for my team in this moment. They pull it away to a game 5. Can they actually take out Cup 1 champions, the Power Toads here? Because I think more than likely we're going to be going to Tolvaron or Maldraxxus, something with a large map where Tuna can get to that big pillar, just run circles around it, and make it so tough for Toxicant to get to his target.
I mean, the potential I feel like is definitely there. They knocked out a team as legendary as Liquid, so taking down the Power Toads is just the next step in the journey, I feel like. But of course, the map pick, that's the big deal now, right? Power Toads gets to pick once again. It's gonna be a larger map, we're sure about that. I would actually expect something like Enigma Crucible or, oh wow, I was gonna say Maldraxxus, but we're actually going to Tolvaron. Very interesting pick. Well, the pillars are big enough for Tuna to maneuver and kite. Very curious how that's gonna work out for the Memes on the follow-up, but that is exactly what it's all about, I feel like. Get in the CC on the side of the Power Toads, make sure that Tuna doesn't throw in the all-important repentances, stop the Cyclones. Generally, I feel like that's something that could work. And little fun fact, thanks production, Tolvaron Arena is actually the large map that For the Memes won against Liquid.
Okay, well, Liquid, I feel like they're just having a rough ride at the moment, honestly, as a roster. And then fighting a Frost DK on top of that is probably, you know, it's going to be a mixed bag of emotions to deal with. It's the type of composition that if you're on tilt at all, on edge, the vibes aren't good, like they're going to catch you off guard. But for the Power Toads, I think large pillars are super important for the Paladin. It's all just about line of sighting the Death Knight. And on the smaller maps with the smaller pillars, you can't avoid them. Like, you got clipped by that Chains of Ice. Although Big Damn playing the Thunderstorm is interesting. So he could definitely be a playmaker if he can knock Tuna off the pillar in line of sight of the Death Knight. Basically pass it to him like a volleyball. Just knock Tuna up with the layup, and then Toxicant can send him in with a Death Grip. That could be a way for them to navigate around the large pillar, as they were able to do on Dalaran. So Big Damn needs to be the setup for his team here. Meadow is also getting a lot better. I feel like they're rotating their cooldowns a lot more effectively. They're extending the game a lot longer on their part. So as long as their defense in that regard stays solid and Big Damn can set up Toxicant to get to his target, it's not an impossibility for Team for the Memes to take this. But I think the Power Toads are making the correct decision as far as the strategy, and they've just got to be aware that is a threat, the Thunderstorm. So positioning in a way that if you are going to get knocked, you're knocked in a direction that's away from the Death Knight is going to be very important for them.
Yeah, I think so as well. The other thing you got to consider with Team for the Memes, maybe the nerves a little bit, right? These are very experienced ladder players. Obviously, we talked about Big Damn over 74,000 combined ratings on his enhancement shamans in Season 4 of Dragonflight. So they have the PvP experience, but they don't have the on-broadcast experience, the AWC top 8 experience, and that is a very different kind of game. The pressure is completely different, and especially if you're up against an experienced teams as the Power Toads, there's a lot of extra pressure that comes with that you just need to deal with, that you just need the experience to really find your groove from game 1 onwards, and it really feels like Team For The Memes has been ramping up over the course of the series. That last game looked excellent from them, but the Power Toads, of course, they are far from beaten. It's a match point for both teams. The winner moves on in the lower bracket. For Power Toads, it could mean the last shot at top 3 here in NA.
Really impressive showing from Team For The Memes for their first tournament debut, and they don't get a sap. I think they got some of the shrouds off, though, at least, but Dazed, they got to use Freedom on the Rogue, which means now Tuna is down to Freedom, and actually, they're getting Hexes on the Rogue before the stun. That was a really clutch Hex, delaying a lot of damage, and they're trying to get on Tuna. You can see how he's using the Big Pillar, just wrapping around, line of sighting the Death Knight, while his teammates cleave, but Big Damn is playing Gust of Wind, an interesting talent adaptation for the Enhanced Shaman, so he can do a big jump to get on top of the Paladin around this pillar. He doesn't manage to connect here, but the longer they're taking to connect, the more they're falling behind. Finally, they sneak into Death Grip. Here comes the stun, follow through as well into the Strangulate. Is Tuna going to play it greedy here? He's got Divine Protection up to reduce damage, so he doesn't want to stone form on top of it. He gets away with the greed. This is a great initial exchange for Tuna. Toxicant threw everything at him, and all they got was Divine Protection.
Yeah, great positioning from the Power Toads. Tuna really only starting to dip out once Memes pops their CD to threaten the DPS, which is not actually what they want with their game plan. But now Tuna is slowed up, trying to get the Repentances in. Nice knockback to cancel the cast here. Big Damn is very aware of where the game is going, but Meadow caught in his Cyclone. Gotta be careful here with the Shaman. The Astro Shift is on cooldown, but the damage on Dazed is good. They get the evasion, and Axton actually popped in the Survival Instincts earlier. So there's a good chunk of big CDs that Power Toads already bled, and they're trying to reconnect on Tuna once again, but it's not working in the way they want. 4 seconds on the next go. Ready or not, here come For The Meme Super.
Yeah, there's the double blind, but Axton was left open. He pre-bears. His day's ready. Tuna's just bubbling. He's not messing with this setup at all. He doesn't want to overlap cooldowns. They're fully respecting this exchange, but Team For The Memes are happy to see that because now they know he's a vulnerability. He's a liability in the future. Dazed gets stunned. He's getting cleaved. Big Damn is keeping up the pursuit, jumping over, and it looks like he is going to get pulled into the corner for a moment. He's got Freedom up. Tuna needs to get on a pillar and start line of sighting as soon as possible. His Freedom is about to end if he's not careful, and Chains of Ice might hit him. He's trying to get around the corner, but he's not able to 100%. Now Chains of Ice is up, and I don't think he has a way to escape it. They cheap shot the Shaman, but he pre-astral shifts. Nice play from Big Damn. He wind shears the Repentance. They're doing a much better job at focusing the Paladin's crowd control and leaving Meadow open, but mana is starting to look rough for them on that front. Big Damn with that Gust of Wind jumps right on top of the Paladin. He didn't expect that talent from the Enhancement Shaman, as he is getting some good uptime. He needs to find a way to knock Tuna in Toxicant's line of sight here. See him positioning towards the side. He pre-burrows the setup during the Hammer of Justice. Really nice plays from Big Damn. He's line of sighting. He knows he's the target at the moment. Time dilation comes through, and then he's jumping right back on the Paladin, and he trinkets out of the clone. They're sending him somehow, some way. Team For The Memes, can they pull this off? The ultimate upset. Tuna Stoneforms out of the Strangulate, connects massive heals in this moment in time, but they are relentless in their assault. But Tuna manages to make it around the corner, and with that, he survives another setup. Team For The Memes need to keep this going for another go.
Yeah, but they have the Emerald Communion to work with. Team For The Memes is very much still in the game, but Big Damn needs to be careful. The Cyclone is massive! The main stun! The bite! The execute! The Power Toads pull it from the brink and move on. Keep their top 3 dreams alive.
Oh my god. Okay, so Power Toads, that was a bit of a rough ride. I think maybe I don't blame Liquid entirely for losing to Team For The Memes. They've got a surprising amount of damage packed on this roster. They put on some very entertaining games for us. I do think that means that they don't have any chance of getting into the gauntlet, unfortunately, for them. So this is likely the last we see for them for some time, but hopefully they stay together as a roster, pick up a 4th player, see how the meta favors them into the future as well. Obviously not like a very favorable meta, at least towards Death Knights or Enhancement Shamans, but I love that they just came into the competition, played it their way, Tried to zug out a couple of wins against one of the best teams in the contest to try and get top 3 in the first round of the lower bracket. You definitely shouldn't be disappointed, I think, on their side. Some interesting and unique tricks as well to throw at their opponents. Not enough in this case. Power Toads one step closer to possibly stealing Liquid's position. They still need to rely on the move as well, not having a great performance in the rest of the tournament, because it's basically those two teams in the highest contest for Liquid's 3rd place position at the moment. So really good showing from both sides here.
It's great that you bring up the move, because that is something that is the most entertaining thing actually for me personally. The move hasn't won a single map against Welcome to the Jung. They're up against Welcome to the Jung, and there's a high potential the move actually gets tossed to the lower bracket right today, and that's gonna mean we get Power Toads versus the move in the next round, and that would be the matchup to watch for me personally this weekend. It's gonna be super entertaining, but of course we got some other games to get through before that, because there is some more action here in the lower bracket, isn't there, Aya?
Yeah, it certainly is. We've got F tier versus the Abjured coming up next. That's another elimination series, so one of these teams could be going home. You know that both of these teams performed decently well in the offline bracket. Of course, they are in the lower, so they're facing elimination, and I'm sure they're well aware of that, Sid. But this is kind of their last chance before the season ends.
Yeah, last chance. Really rough ride. I'm interested to see how much that they've leveled up week to week to week, because it seems like it's been a rough start for them specifically. So are they ready to go? Is this going to be the maximum power final form for the move in that upper bracket match against Welcome to the Jung? Because somebody's got to do it, man. Somebody needs to level up and really bring a challenge to them. And I feel like they're kind of looking like the #1 contender. If Peekaboo can get his Feral Druid ready to go, he brought it in for the first time last week, and I think at that point he didn't know what Blood Talons was. So now with the week of practice, he's definitely put in the work. He's grinded up. I know he got like close to the I think either his rank 1 or close to the rank 1 Feral and Solo Shuffle. He's put in a ton of work as far as like figuring out all of the details for the Feral Druid, because last week they kind of got dominated. So hopefully this week it's going to be a lot closer of a game, and somebody's going to make Welcome to the Jung sweat.
I never thought I'd hear a lot of details for a Feral Druid in a sentence before. I'm just kidding.
Hey, Feral Druid's pretty complicated, okay? I'll tell you.
Buff Feral Druid. I know. I'm sorry. I had to make the joke. All right. Well, we're going to get to a break real quick. It's F tier versus the Abjured coming up next in this lower bracket series. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are heading into F tier versus the ABJURED. Of course, this is a lower bracket series, so one of these teams is going home, but then I couldn't tell you exactly which team it's going to be.
Yeah, I think the ABJURED, they've been kind of struggling with shamans in general, and I think F tier is one of the only teams that's playing that elemental shaman, so this could be a difficult matchup for them, but I feel like the ABJURED, they've proved me wrong a lot of times. Their shadow play has been looking really good. We haven't seen their fourth play yet, and we know they do have some other comp options and spec options, so it might be something might see something a little bit different from them, which would be exciting, but who knows? Yeah, F tier, they've just been looking so good, Zico.
Absolutely. F tier, I mean, this is a team that compared to last season, they were considered like maybe a top 8 team, 6 to 8 position around there. But this season, they've really been leveling up. Saul's been playing a lot of LA Shaman. He's been looking good on it. They've been, adding in a lot of different kind of strategies with the Whirling Dragon Punch Thunderstorm combo that they kind of invented. And I feel like F tier has really, really leveled up. Shaz as well on the Holy Paladin has looked like, honestly, like one of the best Holy Paladins in the entire tournament for a long time. He's given me Rub Cup vibes right now on that Holy Paladin. So I love watching this guy play, and I love watching what they're able to do. F tier this season, we didn't really have room for them in this top 3 because, heading into the season, we're thinking about, the move, we're thinking about Welcome to the Jung, we're thinking about Liquid, we're thinking about, the Power Toads. There's a lot of good teams in North America, and then all of a sudden, F tier just shows up and just steals all the thunder.
Yeah, they certainly did. And I honestly, you kind of already said it, Zico, but they've just been ramping up every time we see them. And if you remember, the first time we saw them on, AWC was last expansion, basically. So now they've definitely come back. They've made such a impression on all of us, and I can't wait to see kind of where this team is headed. But, on the other side of the ABJURED, then any players that stand out on that team?
I feel like their whole team is interesting for me, but specifically Nos. He's been playing a lot of Affliction Warlock. Their shadow play has been so impressive to see. One thing maybe unknown a little bit about Nos is he's actually the highest rated Demonology Warlock player as well. And I think that's actually kind of his main spec is that Demonology. Haven't seen it played yet, but I would be excited to see it. This is a specialization that I do enjoy watching and playing. So we'll see if they get that done. But yeah, their shadow play, it's been a wild card. Not many teams are playing this double caster setup, and the amount of rot pressure they've been able to put out, it's been really impressive. We have a tweet from Nas as well. We can check out exactly what he did see. But he was basically just talking about, he started back in Shadowlands, and he has been improving ever since. It's all about kind of that consistency for him as a player. And he's just been leveling up, getting better and better as each and every expansion goes by, making it a top 10 for the AWC and Dragonflight, a top 4 finish for the War Within. It's just all about that slow and steady, no handouts, persistence, work, grind mentality. You can see him actually, look at his picture. I didn't notice that. He's doing a little handstand upside down. It just seems like a very zen, hardworking guy. And it's cool to see their team do so well, honestly.
I did that once and I pinched a nerve. I would not recommend trying to do a headstand, but yeah, it's cool to see him kind of talk about his journey and sort of what his background is. It's a very interesting team for sure. So I'm excited to get this series started. If you're watching in chat, let us know what your predictions are. If the mods have already done that, our lovely mods have started that prediction, get some points in. But let's take a quick look at our predictions. I had a hard time with this one. I don't know about you guys. Zico, do we want to take a look? Here we go. Predictions. Okay, you got a 3-0, Zico.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
Me too. Look at that.
Oh yeah, both of you guys. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So I think F tier, like I said, this season they've been looking like one of the strongest teams in the region, period. The points reflected as well on the standings. And this is a rematch. The team that did knock them down in the lower bracket was actually F tier. So F tier, I think 3-0'd the ABJURED last weekend. They couldn't really find an answer for the LA Shaman of Saul. And I think Saul has probably been getting better on that. So I think that it's going to be even more convincing unless we see something come out of the ABJURED that maybe they've been cooking up as well. Of course, they might have a surprise of their own. I don't know. But until I see it, I'm going with F tier.
Yeah, I think that's logical. I should maybe stop predicting with my heart. I like to always throw a couple, games at the team that is kind of the underdog, and so far it hasn't served me very well, but obviously I do hope the ABJURED puts up a good fight here, so we'll have to see. We're going to start that series pretty soon here. Like I was saying, both of these teams facing elimination, F tier versus the ABJURED. Which team will still be in the running to make it to a championship Sunday? We're going to find out in just a moment.
I'm really excited for this one. F tier, I think compositionally, they have an edge here. I think Windwalker Monks, with Dorito, very powerful kind of. Whoa, what? Okay. Surprise. Is this UI error? Are we actually seeing double Shadow Priest here? Okay, double Shadow Priest. This is not what I expected. It's not on my bingo card today.
All right. I mean, hey, we said it. Maybe they've cooked up a surprise. They definitely come out here with something surprising, but is this going to work? Let's see what they decide to do. They're already getting a lot of pressure, actually, onto Chaz, onto Saul. Dorito sitting through a Hammer of Justice as well, but they lose that UA Dispel Protection, though, so not going to be as threatening with that. Pass Envy already trinketing out of the first leg sweep here from Dorito as he looks to, there's the combo, the patented F-tier combo, Whirling Dragon Punch into the Thunderstorm, and now Class Envy finds himself in a very difficult position. Montage sitting through a Hex here from Saul as well as they push for the dispersion, but a nice leap of faith there. He's going to reposition Class Envy for just a second. Nice defensive fear there onto Dorito. He really wants to get onto his target here and try to get him to disperse, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it just yet.
Yeah, they have no interrupts. That's one of the things. One of the downsides of Shadow Priest, you have no interrupts. So no spell lock, no counter spell, no wind shear, nothing like that. But you do have damage, and you are tanky. Can you take down Dorito, though? That is the question. Diffuse Magic trades here. That's a fair trade for Dorito. Still has that touch of karma. And I was mentioning, Windwalker Monks are extremely tanky. I think they're one of the most difficult melee to take down right now, especially as a caster. When you're fighting a good monk who's porting in and out of the battle with his Transcendence, he's rotating Diffuse, his Fortifying Brew, the touch of karma, it'd be really difficult to push through all of that defense. So for the ABJURED, it's going to be a slow and steady push here, but still, I think compositionally, F tier are not looking too bad on this one. It's just so difficult. Nice knock there. Whoa. Once again, Class Envy on the other side of the map. This could be dispersion. The Lightning Lasso comes in. Mana is surprisingly in favor of Shaz right now, but he's already traded out the Lay of Hands. Let's see if the ABJURED can really start getting that rot pressure rolling.
Oh, they get the lay on hands there from Montage as well. And one thing that the Shadow Priests don't have is that Demonic Gateway, which is a way to kind of maneuver around these knocks. So I expect to see Class Envy getting knocked around a lot. But I want to criticize F tier a little bit for going after Class Envy. I feel like Class Envy is the more experienced priest here. Surely go after Nozum and check, does this guy know how to survive on the Shadow Priest? But let's table that for a second as they continue to pressure Class Envy. Shaz, though, sitting through a stun as well. Saul looking for the Hex here, able to find it there. I think onto Nozum. I think he might have faded it, actually. Blinding Light coming out here onto Montage as well. Class Envy down to half HP. Does manage to get a big heal there, but Montage also taking heavy fire from Saul. And I really like what Saul's doing here. Just pressure the Holy Pala anytime he leaves that pillar. There's the knock once again. Class Envy in the absolute other side of the map there. Fake casts the kick, manages to get a precognition here. Should be able to get a little bit of damage, but Dorito, like you mentioned, is kind of the main tank here for the team of F tier as we see another silence onto Chaz. Dorito is dropping quite low. No touch of karma. Has to use the diffuse magic here. And now he's running low on defensives, and it's going to be up to Chaz to really keep Dorito in the fight.
Yeah, Class Envy down to about half health, and it is interesting you mentioned that. Like, why aren't they going after Nozum, kind of testing him? Because it seems like when you're new on a class, the most difficult thing that can happen is performing while under pressure. Nozum is basically just doing, his damage rotation right now. But look at the rod. I mean, Shaz is really struggling in these moments. Montage might be able to sneak away and get a drink. I think he wants to try to get out of combat if he can. This would be massive. They have so much pressure. If he can drink, he's sipping. If he gets mana returned here, unfortunately, they do shut it down. But Montage, once again, going to be rotating across the map. You can see Shaz still struggling here. This pressure is immense, and Class Envy just seems so durable here on this Shadow Priest. Dorito finally has no cooldowns to really rotate through and has to start playing defensive.
Yeah, and Saul has to use his static stone bulwark totem right there as well. Dorito has his touch of karma. Actually, he had to use it immediately after it came back up there. That's why he had to port away. So Dorito once again gets the touch of karma back, has to instantly pop it. They don't use a blessing of protection onto it. But look at Class Envy, gets gripped for a moment here. Montage in a blinding light. They get the Hex follow up. They trinket it though inside of Montage. Goes offensive actually with a Hammer of Justice. Oh, and a repentance of his own. Dorito found himself in midfield, and Jazz forced to use his Divine Shield in that push. That was a really good push coming out from the ABJURED. This double priest composition might actually be working for them right now, but here comes the Celestial Conduit. Here comes Big Dam from F tier to respond. Montage sitting through a paralyze right now as we see Zwen the Tiger entering the battlefield, and here comes the knock, potentially not able to find it there, as Dorito once again is going to be under a little bit of pressure. Void Torrent fully channeled onto Dorito as Shaz is sitting through another crowd control chain. They need to shut down the Repentance, and Saul manages to do it, but they get a double fear onto Saul, and there's the follow-up Repentance. Dorito in massive trouble here. No personal defensive. Shaz is actually going to trinket, but Dorito's line of sighting him. They're not able to connect any heals for just yet, but now finally is able to pick up this Windwalker Monk.
This is absolutely insane. I can't believe this is working as well as it is. The ABJURED bringing in a surprise for game number 1. The double Shadow Priest, Class Envy and Nazem really just putting out a ton of pressure, but Class Envy gets interrupted. And, this could be dispersion. Is he going to be able to get the disperse? Does he have a grip here? Nazem needs to back him up some way. They do manage to trade out the dispersion, but that's a full hex, and things are slowly unraveling here for the ABJURED. There's still a ton of defensive cooldowns available. Class Envy seems to be okay. Montage goes for the full Hammer of Justice. Nazem gets crowd control, but once again, here comes the Psyfiend. Dorito has to retreat behind the pillar. The Psyfiend is absolutely crucial here, and the threat of 2 of them in this matchup makes it really scary. You cannot ignore that. Basically, it summons a little minion that reduces all incoming healing, so it's of the utmost importance that you remove that as fast as possible. But if Nazem or Class Envy can sneak that through, it could be a great win condition for them.
Actually bopped Doritos Karma right there as well. Shaz now sitting through a fear. He's got no way out of this crowd control, so he's playing a risky game right now, pushing in on the side of Dorito with basically no cooldowns, but he's going to have that diffuse magic coming up very soon, so feeling a little bit safer with that. But Saul also has nothing. Chaz also has nothing. They swap to Shaz, so good rot pressure coming out here from everybody on the side of the ABJURED. Nice defensive paralyze there coming out onto Nazem as they continue this onslaught behind the pillar. Dorito trying to make his way behind there, but not feeling too confident just yet. Montage pushing in here for potentially a dispel there, not able to find it. Saul gets the hex there onto Nazem instead, and it was a short one because of that paralyze. And Class Envy still down to half HP here, running around the corner, taking a lot of damage. That will be the sacrifice coming out from Montage, and he's going to use the Divine Protection to reduce that redirect damage. But look at Saul, he's rotting down, Dorito's rotting down, and Shaz is also rotting down. All of F tier is really feeling the pressure right now. The Psyfiend is down. They need to try to kill that immediately here. Not able to just yet. Finally, Dorito manages to smack it down as he continues to push towards Class Envy, but Shaz doesn't really have too much to work with. He's finally rotated back a trinket, and they managed to, I think, massive spell the Hammer of Justice right there. Leg sweep coming out onto Class Envy as well as he drops very low. Do they have a knock for that? No, they don't even need it. They do manage to get the dispersion from Class Envy here, so F tier finally bites back.
Yeah, not looking too bad. Class Envy down to about half. No dispersion available, but they have double Void Shift, so 2 major defensive cooldowns for Nazem and Class Envy if they can swap it. Hammer of Justice now onto Dorito as he's getting stunned up. It becomes difficult for Shaz to actually dispel that off, or he will eat that Psychic Horror effect where he just gets feared off every time he dispels VT. So need to be very careful with that one. Class Envy getting low. Big Celestial Conduit, and that is going to be the first Void Shift onto, I believe, Montage. So Class Envy trading out the Void Shift. There's 1 left for Nazem. Does not have a trinket, though, so if he gets hexed, he's not going to have access to that. And F tier, they are looking good right now. Saul in the middle of the map, and he's putting out a tremendous amount of pressure. Big leg sweep here onto Class Envy and Nazem. Really nicely done there by Dorito, who still has the Karma, so he's going to feel very confident to continue to make a push here onto Class Envy. And we need to see the ABJURED start to get something rolling. Shaz still has his Divine Shield. Mana in favor of F tier. I don't know if this double Priest composition is going to work out.
Yeah, another cooldown being traded here. Sacrifice coming out now from Montage onto Class Envy. Is that going to be enough? They have another Void Shift. They might need to use it right now. Beautiful paralyze to shut it down. Do they have the Touch of Death? No. Nazem manages to get it off in time, but the bubble is also used there. But Class Envy is just dying through everything. Through bubble, through Void Shift. They stun Dorito here for a second just to keep him away from the Shadow Priest, but he makes it right back onto his target. There's the Void Shift as well, or Void Torrent. There's the bop on the Karma coming out onto Class Envy, and finally Dorito has been pushed away for a moment, but he still has Diffuse Magic. He makes it right back onto his target. Beautiful double leg sweep there. FTR are pushing for the win. Class Envy down to half HP here, trying to reposition on the other side of the map. Saul throwing out the Lightning Lasso onto Montage, slowing him down, and there's Wind Shears coming out onto Class Envy as well. The Searing Glare is going to slow them down for just a moment, but finally it looks like Dorito had to trade out his Diffuse Magic. Shaz sitting through a Hammer of Justice, but the next time they paralyze Montage, he's got no mana left. They just need uptime onto Class Envy to win the match. There's a Siphon, but Saul immediately immediately snipes it, and they're pushing for the win. Beautiful double fear from Nazem, trying to block the kill here for just a couple of seconds and reverse the pressure back to Dorito. Chad's just going to bubble and throw out the sacrifice, but Dorito is in so much trouble still, despite that cooldown there being traded from Chaz, dampening at 48%, and nobody's safe, Van.
Definitely not. Class Envy, though, might go down. Dispersion's available, needs to trade it at a good time, but Montage just has no mana left whatsoever. I don't know if they're going to be able to recover from the situation. He just cannot heal. There's nothing he can press. He can't spend any of his cooldowns right now. Shaz, though, in a Hammer of Justice, they're still going for it. Class Envy looking to get VTs up. He gets interrupted. Saul trying to shut him down. Dorito still looking to make a push. He's got his portal. Touch of Karma rotating up in 10 seconds, and I think that should be the end of the game. Class Envy, I don't think he's going to be able to recover here. Looks like Montage once again trades out something, but he just caught into a stun. The sacrifice, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Blessing of Protection trades at the last possible second. This is their last moment after this Blessing of Protection. I think it's GG. Dorito has the Touch of Karma. He can make the trade. Montage might just go down, and F tier, they have all the pressure, all the momentum, but the ABJURED are completely defiant here in this situation. Montage still doing his best to survive. He's trying to cut away, gets a Hammer of Justice onto Dorito. If he can cross the map, he might be able to survive, but he's just so incredibly low. Dorito just chases. Can he take him down? I can't believe this game is still going on. Montage is an absolute miracle worker, but it is not enough. And they brought it all the way to the end. Dampening is so high. Shaz is out of mana. This almost worked.
Yeah, that was a really nice pick here coming out from the ABJURED. I like it. Last week, they tried it with the Warlock. It wasn't enough, and this time around they mixed it up, bring in another Shadow Priest into the mix, drag it out to a pretty deep dampening, which is their win condition. But the problem with that is your win condition is ooming Shaz, and I feel like I have yet to see Shaz lose on mana to another Paladin. I don't know what he does, but he just has a way to always just efficiently be more, mana efficient in the match. I don't know how he does it, but Shaz always just has a little bit left when the other Paladin is completely dry. And right here at the end, Montage just no cooldowns left. That was a nice fear there onto Saul to just shut him down for a moment. But Dorito manages to make it all the way across the map, manages to reconnect here onto Montage. And Montage is basically dying to the Touch of Karma. And I really like the swap that came out from F tier here onto the Paladin. He had no defensives left, and they just bopped Class Envy. No, they just sacked Class Envy. So they knew that, hey, the sacrifice damage is going to be doing some work here for us. Let's swap to the Paladin. He's already kind of low from Saul, doing what he can, but it's going to be F tier once again taking the first match here in this series. And what are we thinking? You think we're going to see this double Shadow Priest come out again?
I don't know. I don't know how much I like it. Like, it seems okay. I would actually really like to see Dispels. Actually, I'm going to check something. I'm going to check the AWC companion really quickly here. I want to see exactly what Shaz was running, because you could play. Okay, so he wasn't playing. He wasn't playing the AOE Dispel, but Dorito can dispel diseases as well. So anytime someone's in trouble with a double devouring plague, Dorito can just dispel that off, and I think it makes Windwalkers really effective here. You also have Seasoned Winds as a shaman, where basically if you interrupt a certain school of magic, like Shadow, for example, you take reduced shadow damage, which is extremely effective. You can basically just interrupt whatever you want as you are Saul, and you're just going to have permanent damage reduction in this matchup. So I think the thing is, F tier's composition is just a solid comp into Wizards. It's just really, really good into Wizards. Like, I don't care what you play. If you play Mage Lock, you play Shadow Priest Ellie, you play Shadow Priest Warlock, it's anything like that. You see the dispels there for Shaz in this match. Like, it's a lot.
Can we see mana restored as well for Shaz? Because I feel like he's doing something. He is doing something. But yeah, Shaz, 191 dispels. And I mean, that's what it takes, right? You got to stay ahead of the damage. You got to be able to be as efficient as possible. And he definitely knows how to do that. And Montage actually has more mana restored than Shaz. So
doesn't have to heal through MS.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. The Mortal Strike from the Windwalker does bring a lot. I guess there's some off healing as well from Saul at times, if he's keeping like healing stream down and things like that, or just throwing out off heals. And also, I guess the monk is also dispelling himself a lot of the time with I'm blanking on
Detox.
The name now. Yes, with Detox, exactly.
He's detoxing himself from all those diseases that are coming in from the ABJURED, the double Shadow Priest. The double Shadow Priest So there's one talent in particular, what is called Void Leech. It's one of the new things that Shadow Priest got in the War Within, and it basically redistributes health, and it's very effective. That's why when you looked at the healing meters, the Abjured, they had a lot of healing on Nazem and Class Envy, because they're basically just healing themselves the whole game with that hero talent. Every 2 seconds, siphon an amount equal to 3% of your health. I think it's nerfed in PvP a little bit from an ally within 40 yards if they're higher health than you. So you're basically just siphoning health the whole game, which is really, really effective. So it's one of the reasons why Shadow Priests are really durable right now. But I just think, I actually don't mind the double Shadow Priest, but I still just think F tier kind of has their number with this composition. So I like the double Shadow Priest, but I don't like it that much in this matchup.
I feel like it's better than the Warlock option, or maybe.
Yeah,
that's why they're running with it. Maybe it's just their best option, and their best option just isn't that good yet. But it didn't look too bad. There was moments where they forced all of the cooldowns from F tier. There was moments where they had good pressure. But do you think F tier should test the other Shadow Priest? Do you think they should go after Nazem a little bit here?
Well, oh, sorry. Yeah. I was just gonna say, I was thinking about what you said, and it's like there's two ways you could think about it. Like the first way to think about it is like, okay, you want to test Nazem defensively because he doesn't really. Well, you could. I don't know how experienced Nazem is. Maybe he's the greatest Shadow Priest of all time. So this is just an assumption. But like, if he is newer on Shadow Priest, you kind of want to test him defensively because there's a higher chance he's gonna make mistakes. On the other side of things, you could think like, if we leave Nazem alone, he's not as threatening, right? Like if you're completely leaving Class Envy alone, he's just going to destroy the whole team. So maybe they just want to get control of the more experienced Shadow Priest to limit damage.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's one way to look at it. I do feel like alts take more damage, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
And I think at least like, maybe you don't need to commit to it. You can just test the waters a little bit. Before we get into the 50% dampening and everything, just go, tab to him, see what's up. See if he's good with the positioning, see if he's good with getting his damage out while he's being trained, because that is the hardest thing, right? I feel like if you train Class Envy and he's really experienced on Shadow Priest, he's still gonna know how to find those windows to get his damage off. But when you're training somebody maybe who's alting on a class, it's much harder to get your damage off and still be efficient with your defensives as well. So a lot of the time alts fall kind of into that trap where they're just trying to survive, but then their damage is lacking, or they just try to focus on damage and then they're just taking way too much damage. So I feel like kind of testing that balance a little bit, but of course just controlling the more experienced priest is definitely a line of play, and looks like Class Envy is going to be the target of choice. Fear onto Dorito, silence onto Saul. Shaz is going to dispel the fear. Dorito caught up in a Hammer of Justice. Nice counter silence there onto Shaz. So pretty decent setup there. They get the Psychic Horror onto Shaz as well. Celestial Conduit, though, doing a lot of work here behind the pillar onto Class Envy as he looks for the Void Torrent. Actually uses it to fake cast the interrupt, getting some VTs out here onto Dorito, but still not feeling too safe. Finally, Montage is able to pick him back up, and now Shaz has a little bit of catch up to do.
Ooh, maybe they're going to test Montage a little bit more in the game, but it's a risky thing to do. Saul just in the middle of the map right now, getting Lava Burst here onto Montage, and you really want that cleave as the Elemental Shaman, so I think they can pressure him more in this match, like I was mentioning, but it seems like Class Envy is going to be the main target here for Dorito, who's just so unrelenting on that monk. He's just chasing him down the entire game. He actually switched from Undead. I guess he realized he's not really getting feared that much to Dwarf, so he's going to have that Dark Iron Dwarf to just remove all of the magic effects on him as an extra, get out of jail free card for their team. And I really, really like that. Now he can rotate not only through the Diffuse, the Karma, but also the Dwarf. So it's just an extra layer of defensives that it's going to be really difficult for the Abjured to push through.
It's going to give him more uptime in the match on the Shadow Priest, because there are moments where he has nothing and he just has to line of sight for a couple of seconds, and it's going to completely remove that window potentially here for Dorito. So really heads up play there as he continues to pummel the Shadow Priest. But look at Saul, though. He's taking a lot of damage there in the backline from Nazem. Fuse Magic is forced from Dorito here as well. Shaz also on the heavy fire. Nice silence. Nazem is popping off here for a moment, but Shaz is able to deflect it there using his Gladiators Medallion. Now Dorito caught up in a fear as well, and this time around He can't rely too much on that Touch of Karma because they will remove it with that Blessing of Protection if he gets too close. Class Envy, though, might have to trade out the Dispersion. Montage was sitting through a Paralyze, but they're not able to follow it up with anything. The Hodge comes out, though. They could swap the Montage in that Hodge. Doesn't look like they're going to want to do it. Actually, Saul is adding in a little bit of damage there onto the Paladin as well, able to get some work done, but Sacrifice has subsided. That was the Touch of Karma onto Class Envy, and I really like that timing on that Touch of Karma. If Montage wants to remove it, he's going to have to commit a bubble or a bop onto himself to remove those stuns to be able to remove it onto Class Envy. So Dorito gets full value there out of the Touch of Karma, finding that little niche window where Montage was locked down.
Ooh, okay. Class Envy right now, still going to continue to get bursted down. Shaz getting targeted, but he's just going for Dispel after Dispel. Just pay attention to Shaz's frame. He's just constantly dispelling all those damage over time effects, and it makes it really difficult for Class Envy and Nazem to get anything going. And the only way you can really deal with that is by pressuring Shaz. Like, basically, you need to make it so Shaz CCing himself by dispelling is a real threat in the match. And if they don't have damage on Shaz, he's just going to sit there and dispel all day long, and he's not going to care. So going after Shaz like this, very important. He runs out of line of sight, dispels himself once again, and that's why we're seeing all these spells. Tears Deliverance going to be used. So although it's a little bit scary for F tier right now, I think Shaz should be able to top them all off, but they need to be careful. Montage goes into a Paralyzed. Dorito looking for a setup here on a Class Envy. Class Envy gets knocked up into the sky by that Whirling Dragon Punch of Dorito, but Dorito, he's got the Diffuse Magic, still has lots of cooldowns to trade if he needs, and isn't really going to feel too threatened. Make a push here.
Yeah, Dorito is just going to be staying on target here for a second. Now Class Envy down to about half HP here. Nice Ring of Peace there onto Montage, knocking him out of line of sight there for just a moment into the Whirling Dragon Punch, but not able to find the Thunderstorm here. Nice interrupt there, but look at Saul finally forced trade out the Stone Bulwark Totem right there. Beautiful Paralyzed Hammer of Justice coming out though onto Dorito, slowing it down. They follow it up with a Hex onto Montage. Class Envy caught up in the Lightning Lasso, but look at Chaz here. He's taking a lot of damage. Nazem is just free farming right now. He might be able to get the Divine Shield, and he will. Beautifully done there as he fake casts the interrupt there as well with the Master Spell, but he's going to just go ahead and reapply his dots, but double leg sweep coming out. They're going after Nazem now as the Shadow Priest here, realizing, hey, this guy is getting way too much work done onto our Paladin. Let's swap to him, and look at the amount of damage he is taking right now. Montage has a lot of healing to do here, but he's able to continue to keep Nazem here in the fight. Nice Blessing of Freedom there is going to allow Nazem to reposition. Dorito also going to be going back here onto Class Envy, looking for potentially a swap onto Montage there. He gets Hammer of Justice behind the pillar instead, and now we have two free farming Shadow Priests with Power Infusion. Shaz, what are you going to do? He's behind the pillar. He doesn't want to use his Gladiator's Medallion, doesn't want to use too much there, but as a result, he's falling behind on healing onto his team. Tears Deliverance being casted. He's going to be able to get it off safely as he continues to spam out these Dispels, spam out these heals with the wings as well, and F tier recovers.
Yeah, F tier is looking like they're going to be okay, but no Divine Shield is really risky here for Shaz. He's got no major emergency cooldowns if they do decide to go after him. It's all in the middle of the map, going for Lava Roar's cast, but getting a little bit destroyed here by Class Envy and Nazem, rotting down. Shaz tops him off, trades at the Sacrifice, and about 5 minutes elapsed into the game. There is still a significant mana lead for Shaz in this match. Montage is trying to get out of combat, but he's getting Ring of Peace against the wall. He's getting denied by Saul, who's dropping totems on him, and they're really keeping an eye on that. I think F tier realizes what an advantage they have in terms of mana, and as long as they're paying attention to Montage, they are not going to let him drink, not going to allow him that freedom in this match. But I really like Class Envy and Montage pulling away like this because it pulls Shaz into the open. This is exactly what you want. You want Shaz in the middle of the map so Nazem can just start applying pressure.
Yeah, you literally took the words right out of my mouth right there. Class Envy needs to just continue to bait Dorito here behind this pillar, and then when he commits there, you can Hammer of Justice him, and Nazem, more importantly, can get his dots rolling onto Shaz. That's where they're going to start finding that triple pressure threat where things can spiral for F tier, and then if the whole team gets behind the map, behind the pillar, they can reposition once again even further and use the next pillar and kind of just run in a big circle around the corners, and you can see Shaz is just caught up in midfield here, and he's having to deal with a lot of pressure. Look at this. The positioning is beautiful. As soon as Dorito line of sight Shaz, he gets stunned behind the pillar. Beautifully done there as well. Trading out the bop there onto the Karma, but Dorito still feeling safe. Doesn't have his Stone Form though. Doesn't have the Fuse Magic. Actually just only has to rely on Shaz's cooldowns here, but they push and they get themselves a Blessing of Sacrifice onto Class Envy. Shaz now has a lot of healing to do onto himself with no Divine Shield still. Has the Lay on Hands though to work with if he needs it, but Dorito finally is going to be slowing down the damage for just a second as he activates the Celestial Conduit here and gets even more pressure onto Class Envy. Envy. What are they going to do? Class Envy, he has the dispersion. He wants to greet it. Can he do it? He trades out the Desperate Prayer. Might be enough here for a second. Nice Hex there coming out. Double leg sweep as well. Class Envy is going to trinket out of that one. Montage still sitting through that one. And look at the damage coming out from Saul. Void Torrent onto Saul as well, as he's feeling a lot of that pressure. And now Dorito caught up in yet another Psychic Horror. Beautiful damage coming out here from both sides. Shaz once again is going to be caught up in another Stunlock as well, but it's going to be Class Envy on the back foot here, still managing to stay alive for just a moment. Montage doing a lot of work here, going for a Cheers Deliverance, handed Divinity behind that pillar, gets them both off, and manages to get Class Envy to a reasonably safe HP for now as they continue to reposition here behind the pillar. But Dorito, he's going to get dispelled on that Hammer of Justice, but Class Envy does recover.
Yeah, not looking too bad. Class Envy behind the pillar, still putting on pressure here onto Dorito. No karma for another 8 seconds, but he does have the diffuse magic. He's feeling unafraid to make the push, and it's just going to continue to apply pressure here onto Class Envy, who's trying to retreat behind the pillar once again, playing on top of Shaz. Shaz just immediately going for a dispel. Is there a Blessing of Protection? There's one Blessing of Protection here for Montage, so Dorito needs to be careful. If he does use the Touch of Karma a little bit too late, Montage is easily just going to trade out that defensive cooldown and remove it. So we'll see if that ends up happening or what the ABJURED decides to do. Saving that defensive cooldown for dampening could be really effective as well. Class Envy in the meantime going to the dispersion. Montage getting swapped to. Big setup there by Dorito. That Celestial Conduit. Interrupt now on Class Envy. F tier. They could close this out. Saul has so much pressure. Dorito unafraid to make a push here, and Montage now with basically nothing left in his gas tank is feeling very afraid from Dorito, just training him down. This could be the touch of death. I think Montage might go down. One Void Shift comes in. They have one left. Nazem does, of course, have that available. They get both Void Shifts. Hammer of Justice lands, and I don't see F tier losing in this situation. The full stun here on the Montage. He's trying to retreat behind the pillar, but the healing is low, and Dorito's all over him. Blessing of Protection trades. Class Envy grips him, and I think Montage might survive with that, but they basically traded out everything they have.
That was 2 Void Shifts, that was Bop, that was Trinket, that was everything, and now they're turning their attention back onto Class Envy. He still got nothing. Beautiful Paralyzed Hex combo, Touch of Death range, and Dorito will press it. F tier moves on to match point. Beautifully done there. That it was really that last push, that last swap. They got the sacrifice onto the priest, and then decided, you know what? Let's swap to the paladin, and they got everything. They pulled a heist with that swap, getting 2 Void Shifts, getting the Trinket, getting Blessing of Protection, and then just swapping back to the Shadow Priest. Manages to get the Paralyze here, and we can see it right here. I think that was the first Void Shift, and they continue the onslaught here, and they get the second Void Shift here in a second as well. Saul's just popping off there as well in the back line, and then they get the Hammer of Justice, and that's going to be Trinketed, and they continue to push with the DR leg sweep. They continue to push the damage there, and that's going to be the Blessing of Protection coming out from Montage. And as soon as that Blessing of Protection comes out, they just swap to Class Envy. They hit a Spear Hand Strike. Class Envy goes for a counter Blessing of counter Hodge, but it's not enough. They get the CC chain right there. Saul landing a crucial Hex in that moment. Chaz is there as well with the Blinding Light, and they have more than enough damage in CC to actually close that one out.
Yeah. F tier not looking too bad in this one. There was some close calls on Shaz, like when they got the Divine Shield. I thought, okay, they're really applying pressure on the Paladin now, and this might be a path to victory, but there's just a certain point in the game where it seems like the game kind of unravels, like it spirals out of control. If Dorito's not feeling threatened in the match, he can just continue to push the pace. Saul seems like he's just semi-immortal in this matchup, I'm not going to lie. With the seasoned wins and the Earth Shield, the grounding, it seems like they can't really even go after him. That's what I don't like for the ABJURED, is they don't really have a great target in this match. Like, if you have to kill a Windwalker Monk with an Elemental Shaman and a Paladin backing him up, that's kind of a tall order, I think, as a double caster composition. So I don't know if it's bad, but at least at this point, I want to see Demo. I want to see the Demonology Warlock. I feel like it's not in that bad a position. Nazem is extremely good in it. It would provide them a little bit more physical damage, a Mortal Strike effect, and might be able to get them a win. I don't know. I want to see a comp swap.
Yeah, I think a comp swap might be in order. I just feel like they didn't utilize the map that well. There was like moments where they went behind the pillar, they got the Hammer of Justice, they got a lot of pressure onto Dorito. Shaz pushed out, they got good pressure onto him, but they just got too caught up, I think, trying to reposition. I feel like Yeah, F tier, they just did a good job. And honestly, you know, in Doritos' credit as well, he's able to just have so much uptime. It looks so annoying to play against this guy. He's just permanent. He's glued to the Shadow Priest, just permanently knocking them up, kicking them, just stunning them, landing multiple double and triple leg sweeps. And yeah, looks pretty rough to deal with that if you are a Shadow Priest. So Demo Lock, at least you have main advantage there. So I would love to see that at least coming out here from the Abjured. But F tier going to be locking in the same thing once again here. LA Shaman, Windwalker, and of course Shaz on the Holy Paladin. Laros, he's sitting comfortably on that bench. And then we'll see here, Empyrean Domain, good map selection. I actually like this map out of all the maps they could have picked here. I think this one actually is the best one because it gives them that kind of same win condition to run around in a big circle, bait Dorito behind the pillars, and then also if they ever get Dorito in a situation where he has to go behind the pillar, they have you know, these kind of small toothpick pillars that they can still kind of poke you at. So I like the map selection at least coming out here.
Yeah. Definitely. It is interesting. I mean, Dorito, I do want to give a little bit of a shout out to Dorito because, like, Windwalker Monk hasn't been the most popular specialization, you know, in Dragonflight and stuff like that, but he was really the guy who just, he's similar to, like, Big Dam. I think he had, like, 8 or 9 Windwalker Monk ults, so he's the Windwalker guy now. To me, Dorito is the Windwalker Monk in NA, so it's cool to see him actually get to play and find success with this composition. Like, F tier, they finally kind of hit their groove, and it's been nice to see Saul play the Elemental Shaman, and obviously Shaz on that Paladin has been looking really good. But yeah, the Abjured, they're going to be mixing it up and bringing in the composition that they were originally playing with the Affliction Warlock. So no Demonology Warlock going to be coming in here. No double Shadow Priest going to be coming in. We're going back to kind of the bread and butter, the composition they've been running the most. And we're taking it to a big map. So if there's any map that can make this work, it would be this one. The only thing I'll say about this is Nazem on the Warlock is not going to be as tanky as, you know, the Shadow Priest. So I think this game could go in favor of F tier even quicker. It's going to be faster paced either way because Shaz isn't going to be able to freely dispel the same way we're seeing. But I also feel like Nazem is a way better target for them to go after.
Absolutely. Nazem going to have to kite well here on the map. And it's going to come down to those thunderstorms as well. And I think, actually, after kind of analyzing a little bit their series last weekend, I think the best play for a Warlock in this matchup against F tier is just to have your Demonic Circle in the midfield. We've seen it from some Warlocks. I think Samayam has done it, and I think Chanimal has done it as well. Just drop your Demonic Circle in the midfield, and as soon as you're in the air, you just port away before the knock hits you. Or if you do it right as you get knocked, you can still kind of perfectly time it like that. I think that's a lot better of an option than getting knocked all the way to, you know, the opposite side of the map and then soul burn, gateway, full panic mode, trying to get back to your team. So they're gonna really need to play around those knock-ups. And right now our prediction's looking good, Van. It's looking like a 3-0 here in store potentially for F tier, which you know, would be on track of a perfect prediction for both of us.
I need it. I need all the predictions I can get. The only problem is, like, when we all get it right, I just continue to lag behind. So, like, I need to come up with, I don't know. I mean, I'm happy to get the prediction right, but, you know, I need to go against the grain a little bit and get some wins here. Things aren't looking good for me, and things are also not looking so good for the Abjured. This is their last chance in this matchup. Elimination series here between these two teams. F tier looking extremely good with this composition. Let's see if the Abjured can mix it up. And I do agree. I would even I would elaborate on that even more, where I think it's nice for the Warlock to just... The problem is, like, when you portal behind a pillar, you're line of sighting your healer for a little bit. And if your healer is just at the pillar, then you're susceptible to double leg sweeps and stuff like that. So I kind of like the idea of being a little bit more into the open and making sure Montage is never really getting line of sighted in this match. But we'll see what Nazem decides to do. He's going to gateway in aggressively there. A nice aggressive gateway, getting those damage over time effects rolling. Already summoning out the Dark Lair, looking for a haunt. Big Malefic Raptures here on the side of the Abjured, putting out some pressure, but the damage just is not there. Shaz easily healing through this pressure. Nazem's going to get knocked to the other side of the universe.
Yeah, and that's going to cost him a leap of faith here already, as he did put his demonic circle there on top of that demonic gateway at that pillar. But still good pressure coming out here from both of them. They were able to get a lot of opening pressure there, but not really forcing any major defensives just yet. The Haunt gets interrupted. Nazem teleporting here away while he's knocked from that Ring of Peace. Dorito looking for a double leg sweep there behind the pillar. It looks like it at least, but doesn't have it for just a couple of seconds. Nazem still taking a lot of damage. It's going to be Saul as their main target. There's the double leg sweep coming out. Big damage potential here, but Saul is actually caught up in a Hammer of Justice himself, so not able to kind of follow up on that leg sweep in terms of damage. He's going to be adding it in a little bit later though. Shaz caught up in a full fear. Saul actually has the Tremor Totem for that one, manages to get him out of there. Lay on Hands will connect, but at least they're getting some big cooldowns here kind of early on the side of the Abjured. Nice teleport coming out here from Nazem with that demonic circle, looking for the Soul Rot Haunt combo. Not able to fake cast interrupt, finally is able to fake cast it, and here comes Big Damn onto Saul. Is he ready on the side of Shaz? And it looks like they're going to be able to potentially sustain through that with that Tears Deliverance, doing some work there for Shaz.
Yeah, definitely. Saul right now taking some pressure. Nazem, though, in a little trouble. There comes the Coil. Just trying to shut it down. Full Hammer of Justice. Nice Hex there secured by Saul. That is going to pressure Nazem, who's been doing a really good job with his mobility so far, trying to create space in the game. The life grip there from Class Envy has been paying dividends for them as well, but Dorito is just all over him in this match. He cannot get away from the Windwalker Monk. It's just such an unrelenting amount of pressure in this matchup. Chaz completely topped off on mana and still just unafraid to just spam out dispels, but it might end up costing him the Divine Shield. Class Envy's trying to pressure him, but I think Nazem needs to keep dragging further away. Shaz is just way too comfortable sitting at this pillar. Needs to make more space for Class Envy to get something going, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Nazem, once again, under pressure. Full Hex here secured onto Montage. Lightning Lasso from Saul. And Nazem is being pressured, but it looks like the side of Abjured will stabilize. Demonic Circle is going to be available. Do they have the knock? Oh, Nazem's on the other side of the world once again. Will use the Soulburn Gateway to relocate. So handling the situation so far pretty well, always having an answer for these knocks.
Yeah, but it is an expensive answer there, and now he's going to have to Demonic Circle here back to the pillar once again. I really would have liked it more if it's just in the midfield, because you just avoid that situation all the way through. But Nazem gets his Soul Rod off. He gets a lot of dots here, so I'll looking for the Hex, gets spell locked onto it, which means, of course, Shaz can free cast some heals here in the backline. He's going to go for a Searing Glare there in the backline. Dorito getting a nice knock up into a leg sweep onto Nazem, but Saul disconnected, I think, in the back line there, and immediately Dorito and Chaz are going to be pushing back here, and they are going to be going for it on the side of Class Envy. Potentially Montage sitting down for a drink there as well, and they're just targeting Saul here for a moment, and I think it might have been a mind control disconnect there, but Saul is going to be back in the match here, and it looks like they are going to be getting back onto the target there, onto Nazem, and Dorito actually taking a huge chunk of damage there, forced straight out his Karma, gets bopped actually, as well as Nazem just teleporting back to safety, and they are trying to purge that, but Saul not able to find the purges just yet. Haunt connects. Nice grounding totem though from Saul, is going to shut it down, and Saul has been so good with that grounding totem onto these Haunts. If you're a Warlock and playing against Saul, you really have to start fake casting even when there's no interrupt, just to kind of bait that grounding out of the system. Saul taking a lot of damage though in the Hammer of Justice. Nice double leg sweep though, trying to reverse the pressure on the side of Dorito. Saul is rotting down a little bit, but Chaz is able to pick him back up once again.
Yeah, Shaz, the reason that even got scary is he was just going for a drink. Just drink, drink, drink. Mana completely at full, and that's what you kind of want as dampening is ramping higher and higher. It's going to become increasingly unlikely you have the time to get out of combat and recover your mana with drinking. So I like that Shaz just did that a little bit earlier on in the match. Dorito right now kind of rolling over, trying to go after Nazem, has him down to about 50% health, uses the gateway, he puts it down, and it does end up using it, but it gets clashed back. Good tech there by Dorito, just continuing this pressure. I mean, his uptime has just been 100% pretty much in this game here on to Nazem. He gets interrupted and might get dropped. At the same time, though, Saul getting mind control after mind control from Class Envy, trying to get control of the situation, but just not alleviating enough pressure. Nazem gets gripped away once again, but Dorito is immediately on top of him.
Ooh, early unending resolve coming out here from Nazem. He wants to kind of get aggressive with that one. Beautiful knock up, and there it is. Look how far that takes him. And is it going to be a Soulburn Gateway? It doesn't look like it just yet. Nazem just going to be able to waddle back into the midfield here, into the good graces of his healer Shaz. Meanwhile, he's taking a lot of damage there. Haunt connecting as well. Beautiful pressure. It's going to force Shaz to look at Saul. Meanwhile, though, dropping super low right there. But the stone totem is coming out there. It's going to be good for him. But Nazem now down to 50% HP. A lot of damage here. Doritos just pushing for the win. They get him very low. Nice demonic circle coming out from Nazem, buying himself just a couple of seconds here to recover, and he gets a fear onto Dorito. And now once again it could be big trouble onto Dorito. The Haunt connects with a full row of dots here, rotting them down on the side of F tier, but once again Chaz blocks it.
Ooh, full fear though on to Shaz. Saul's in trouble. That was already the Divine Shield. There's no defensive cooldowns left. They need to be careful. Saul has to retreat to the pillar, and this is the first time we're really seeing him pressured in this series today. Keep in mind, Shaz, in that last setup, he used the Divine Shields, he used his Lay on Hands. There's really no emergency healing left, and Shaz has to be very careful. He is falling behind. Dorito's not able to cause enough pressure so far here onto Nazem, who does have a lot of his mobility available. Montage still has basically every single defensive cooldown, and the Abjured, they might be able to put a point on the board in this game. Things are not looking bad for them.
Yeah, definitely, but there's a nice early sacrifice there coming out from Montage as well, keeping this Warlock aggressive. Lightning Lasso is going to connect onto Nazem. Beautiful knock with that Lightning Lasso, and it's going to reposition Nazem here for a second. Montage gets a Hammer of Justice there in the backline. Saul looking for some follow-up, not able to find it, but good pressure coming out onto F tier right now. Saul is rotting down. Big damage coming out from Nazem on one side, Class Envy on the other. The patented triangle formation, and there's the Haunt connecting as well. Big damage connecting, but Chaz once again has cooldowns to answer, and he's going to immediately trade the sacrifice. He's going to immediately trade the wings, but he gets Hammer of Justice. They might just swap to Chaz in that Hammer of Justice. Class Envy is looking for it. Big damage connecting there, but Chaz is going to block it with the Divine Protection for just 1 second, but Chaz really has nothing left to work with right now. They need to find offensive pressure. 50 seconds left on that unending resolve coming out from Nazem, so they have a 50-second window where they could push, or they might just need to go back to the pillar and just try to retreat and just buy themselves a little bit of time. But Nana is not looking too bad here on the side of F tier, still somewhat even with Montage. Nazem taking heavy fire from Saul and from Dorito. Dorito just trying to carry the team onto his back here while Saul and Chaz are on the pillar. But look at Saul, he's dropping to 50% HP. He's taking so much damage here. And look at Class Envy, he's just pushing in, getting the Void Crash, getting multiple dots there, again. And they have them beautifully there behind the pillar.
Yeah, definitely. Dorito still has all his defensives. They're not even pressuring Dorito. They don't want to give him the Karma redirect damage. They don't want to give him the Diffuse Magic. Really just trying to kite him, avoid him at all costs, and put most of the pressure on Saul. So a little bit of a strategy adaptation in this game. They realize Dorito just does not seem to be pressured enough in this match. Interrupt the year on Nazem. He gets interrupted twice. Spear Hand Strike, as well as that Wind Shear. Saul is incredibly low, though, and needs to retreat back to the pillar. 3 seconds on that Astral Shift. He's so low, and he gets dropped. They actually do it. I can't believe it. Saul needed to be a little bit more patient there. I mean, he had his Astral Shift in just a few short seconds. He had the Stone Bulwark Totem in a few short seconds. So the Abjured really capitalized on some over-aggression there from F tier.
Really well played there from the Abjured. Manages to find the win there. And I like the strategy adaptation. Just try to CC the Windwalker Monk a lot more. Go after the Paladin. Try to pressure the Elemental Shaman, because the Elemental Shaman definitely is the weakness here. And it is all about that Haunt. When you connect with that Haunt, when you connect with the Soul Rot, when you connect with all of the dots, that is when Saul is going to be taking a lot of damage. And you can see Class Envy here, just in the back line, channeling out the Void Torrent, pushes in, gets the fear onto Chaz, and in the meantime, Dorito has to trinket a Hammer of Justice. Saul trying to reposition, but Class Envy already moving ahead right now, manages to get the Void Crash, manages to find the reapplication of those dots, and with Chaz having no cooldowns left to answer, the Abjured are able to take it. Oh, a very impressive game from them, but where are we going next is the question here, because I have a feeling F tier probably not going to give them a really good map here to work with. Probably something a lot smaller, which could work in their favor. And we'll see here what they decide to do. And the Abjured, though, showing signs of life. This is a team, you know, they mostly just play Shadow Priest Warlock. So if they find, you know, a strategy that works, they can just completely reverse sweep a series with that.
Also, I feel like we got to give a shout out to Nazem. I mean, being trained down by Dorito and Saul the whole game, he's still able to completely top the damage meters on that Affliction Warlock. So I think he had a great game here, and obviously looking really comfortable. As expected, we are going to be going to Hook Point, so a really small map. Not going to be as easy for Nazem to create space on this one. But I think F tier, they got a little bit ahead of themselves. I don't want to say they got cocky, but I feel like Saul was maybe feeling a little bit overconfident defensively, because I think he easily could have just line of sighted and played it a little bit cooler, calmer, collected, or even just like 15 seconds, and they wouldn't have been able to take him down there. But the Abjured really going to be punishing that aggressive play and lock in the same comp. So feeling confident with the Shadow play. It's kind of wasn't what they had prepared for this matchup. They had prepared the double Shadow Priest, but looks a lot better. I will say it's like they're playing their main comp. It's looking a lot better. But F tier confidently locking in the Windwalker Elemental Shaman once again. We're going to hook point, small map, and I think if F tier is just careful, they should still be advantaged here in this series.
Yeah, F tier. They were able to win this matchup 3-0 last week, but now the ABJURED showing signs of life here, showing some new strategies, and making it look pretty good so far. But we are going to be locking in hook point, and F tier are looking for revenge in this instance. And yeah, I think it's going to be a lot better for them here. Just Doritos going to have good uptime. There's not nearly as much room for the Warlock to be kiting around on, and also not as good pillars on hook point for the Shadow Priest to be kind of dipping in and out, poking, getting damage off, and just keeping them kind of locked in and pinned at that pillar. So the Class Envy is going to have a tougher job here to deal with, and yeah, we'll see what F tier can do. Also, more Paladin swap opportunities if they want to, like on those sacrifices.
Yeah, they'll love me some swap opportunities, so we'll see if they do end up doing that. Does feel like it's a really important part of playing against the Paladin is, if you're only attacking into the beacon, then it becomes, a little bit easier for them to heal through. But if you're constantly swapping on all 3 targets and he has the beacon swap and he doesn't have beacon on himself and he's taking a lot of that redirected damage from sacrifice, then you can make those swaps and it could be really effective in a matchup like this. But yeah, we'll see what F tier is going to be able to do. So far, they have been looking good. Keep in mind, this is an elimination series. The ABJURED, are they going to be able to get the reverse sweep? It would be very impressive to see. And they certainly looked good in that last game. So there is possibilities. I think going after Saul more in the match makes a lot more sense to me. Like, the way I see it is when you go after Dorito and you're fully investing into the Windwalker Monk, it actually can backfire because Diffuse Magic redirects all those damage over time effects on you. So if you're using all your burst on Dorito and he just presses Diffuse Magic, now you're pressured. Or if he just presses Touch of Karma, now you're pressured. So it's giving them a little less offense, actually, by not attacking Dorito.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I like it. And also, monks are pretty... They don't have, like a rogue, with like a Cloak of Shadows and evasion and things like that to kind of stay in and be unpeelable on their damage cooldowns. So for a monk, it's pretty annoying when you're getting micro CC'd, like on your Fist of Fury, somebody throws a Paralyze on you, they throw a Psychic Horror on you, they throw a Fear on you, they throw like a Hodge on you, a Wrap, things like that. And a lot of those things, break on dots and also remove dots in the case of Repentance. So if you're just focusing more on CCing the Windwalker and slowing him down, it can be really annoying to actually be effective and get your damage out, even if you are technically the free player in the match who's not being pressured. So they can definitely work around that. We've seen strategies like that, but this is match point. We are on hook point, F tier versus the ABJURED. Who is going to take it? This is a lower bracket game, so if the ABJURED loses here, they are going to be out of the tournament. F tier gunning for that top 3, want to have as many points as possible. Let's see it here. Nazem already using that Demonic Gateway, getting a lot of pressure onto Saul immediately, teleporting back. Beautiful Haunt connects, and Shaz is already under a little bit of pressure, but able to deal with it so far. Saul and Dorito both not trading out any cooldowns. Now a spell lock coming out onto Saul as Montage hits through a Paralyze. Where is the damage though? They get a Hex onto Montage as well. And now finally the damage is sinking in here onto Nazem, forcing out the sacrifice.
Yeah, looking good so far. Nazem getting out a lot of pressure in the early stages of this match, doing a good job faking out some of these interrupts. Dorito finally landing that Spear Hand strike, and Nazem playing the short port cooldown, of course, so every time he gets attacked, it's going to reduce the cooldown of his Demonic Circle and allow him to maneuver around the map a little bit more and create some time where Dorito's not just all over him. Blessing and Protection trades on that Touch of Karma, so aggressive plays here coming in from the ABJURED, trading out that really key defensive cooldown to just force Dorito a little bit scared in the match and give them some breathing room. But look at all this rot damage, Zico. I mean, F tier right now, they're falling further and further behind. Shaz, of course, has his wings, so if he needs to, he can go for a big heal, but he gets interrupted, and now Dorito's not going to be feeling too safe. Nazem once again portals into the open in the backline near the fence. Dorito has to chase him. Can he get the double life sweep? Doesn't have it available, and Nazem going for the soul rot. Big pressure here onto Saul. Class Envy lands the fear, and Saul is in so much trouble once again. Trades out the Astral Shift, trades out the Stone Bulwark Totem, and this new strategy for the ABJURED is looking way better.
And Dorito's actually also an exposed target. They could definitely rot him down as well. He's got no defensives here for a while, no diffuse magic, as well as the Karma are both down. Nazem is taking a little bit of pressure while Montage is sitting through a Hex. Beautiful demonic circle is going to allow him to reposition. Nice fear cast there onto Chaz, actually, as they continue to rot down Class Envy a little bit here. Just cleave pressure coming out here from Saul onto both Nazem and Class Envy. Dorito gets a double leg sweep, double knock up. Do they have the Thunderstorm as well? Doesn't look like it, but still good pressure. Nice fake cast there from Nazem, though. He's going to look for the Haunt here, potentially goes for the fear. No, Spear Hand Strike will connect. Malefic Rapture gets interrupted by the Lightning Lasso, but Saul also gets interrupted by the Lightning Lasso. Now there's no interrupts here for a couple of moments, and Nazem is going to connect the Haunt, but he connects it onto Dorito. Dorito has Touch of Karma and his Diffuse Magic back now, so he's not the best target. Montage now sitting through a full Hex. Saul is doing what he can here to put his team on his back to reverse the pressure back to the Warlock, but another fake cast from Nazem. He's doing such a good job with these fake casts, and he's able to land a Soul Rot. He's able to land a Haunt, and Saul could be in trouble then.
Definitely. It seems like he's in an okay position right now. And we do have Dorito with his Touch of Karma. I'm really curious if Montage just decides to use that Blessing and Protection aggressively again. Can definitely end up backfiring, not having that cooldown in the late game, but a double leg sweep comes in. Nazem's just going to immediately portal away once again. Shaz is rotting down. Class Envy's all over him. Full Hex secured here by Saul, and Nazem is all of a sudden in trouble. Has to pop the Unending Resolve to reduce some incoming damage. Dorito clashes him back, and just is once again unrelenting with his pressure. Immediate Blessing and Protection on the Karma. I don't know if I like this, because it doesn't really feel like they're going to kill Dorito, and now they have none of those crucial defensive cooldowns, and Nazem's going to be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, and they're cleaving down Montage as well here. Could go for a swap there on the sacrifice. Saul is leading the charger. He lands a wind shear on the Montage as well, but Montage is able to pick himself back up with the Divine Protection. There is the coil coming out onto Chaz into a full fear. Saul still rotting down though during that, but Nazem also taking heavy fire here from the Windwalker Monk. Montage has to go for the Hand of Divinity. They don't have an interrupt for it, but look at Saul. He is still down to half HP. He's not feeling safe. Dorito also not feeling safe with no defensive cooldowns here, but he's just going to transcend away from the fight for a moment. He could also teleport right back in, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing here, back onto target as he recovers, but Saul still under heavy fire. Class Envy is doing a great job here, just targeting Chaz, bullying Chaz, and that's allowing these dots to stick, but Nazem needs to be careful. Has no Unending Resolve, actually. It's going to be the bubble coming out from Montage instead, so F tier getting some big cooldowns, but Saul is in trouble. Chaz is in a full fear. They have the Tremor Totem, finally does come down there for Saul as he continues to wrap around the corner, tries to stay alive there. Chaz manages to recover him once again, and F tier, they get that big cooldown and they survive.
Yeah, definitely not looking too bad for them. And once again, Montage has about 20 seconds left on that Blessing and Protection, but Dorito's been doing a really good job. There comes a Mind Control on Class Envy, gets shut down by Dorito. Good backup with the Paralyze. Montage has been trying to get out of combat to drink, but they're just not allowing him to do so. Nazem going for Rapture after Rapture, and this positioning is really nice. It forces Saul into the open, where he can't just sit on the pillar. So running into the starter room like this forces Saul off the pillar, and this is how the Abjured is getting a lot of pressure. They manage to get the Divine Shield. Class Envy going for the Master Spell, but he gets sheared and knocked away. Saul defending them, but the pressure from the Abjured is the highest I think we've seen so far in these series between these two teams. This is looking good. They can potentially win this game. Shaz is struggling. He's got no Lay on Hands, no Divine Shield once again, and Saul needs to be really careful overextending.
Yeah, Saul is definitely feeling it right now. And look at Chaz and Saul. They both don't want to get feared. Class M is just running around trying to chase them down. But Nazem is getting a lot of free uptime as a result. And there's the Hammer of Justice onto Saul. This could be the game. Beautiful fear onto Chaz. He's going to trinket it. He has the sacrifice. He's not going for it. He goes for the Tears Deliverance. Instead, finally, the sacrifice connects. On the last second, Saul defies death. Chaz still going for the Tears Deliverance. Manages to find it. Big Holy Light connects. F-tier recovers. But Chaz has nothing left here, Ben.
Yeah, literally nothing whatsoever. The pressure from the Abjured is looking good, but the double leg sweep comes in. Montage has some decisions here. He is falling behind on health. They can get him involved into the fight. If Saul can get pressure rolling, it would be good. This map is actually, the way the Abjured is positioning on this map is so impressive. Paralyzed lands here on the Montage. Nazem's just going to portal away once again, looking for a haunt, but he's just so incredibly low on health. They might have to trade out something. Montage has defensive cooldowns at the same time. Saul is being rotted down. Class Envy just pushing onto the pillar, trying to get something going here for his team. Rotting down Saul, rotting down Chaz. Nazem trying to solo Dorito, who is a little bit overextended right now. He gets caught into the Hammer of Justice, and maybe they just drop him. I can't believe he's got the Karma. He can Blessing and Protection, and he used it. Is he going to immediately Blessing and Protection? It looks like he will not. So holding on to that. Montage in the meantime, though, getting a lot of redirected damage, and they are falling apart. The Abjured is in so much trouble. F-tier, they have the momentum, and they are not giving up whatsoever. Continuing to push the pace, but the Unending Resolve seems to be enough here for Montage. or for Nazem, and Montage really kind of holding on to that blessing of protection. That was very disciplined there. I feel like a lot of players would have just tried to go for the win on Dorito, and they end up holding on to it. So the next Karma is, if they can make it that long, will be deadly, and he has to trade it out anyways. Nazem just getting soloed by Saul, and that is it. Dorito takes him down. Dorito playing kind of cautiously in that moment, but Saul just had such an overwhelming amount of pressure, and with that positioning, there's really nowhere to run and hide for Nazem. He was just in the open and ended up going down. So F tier to secure the series, and they do eliminate the Abjured, but that was really well played by the Abjured.
The Abjured played that about as well as you can. Really loved the positioning there at the end, kind of baiting Saul to leave that pillar. Really loved also what Class Envy was doing, just not sitting out in the open field, just trying to PvE, instead running at the enemy team the entire game. You can see it here on the replay, pushing in, getting fears onto Shaz, and this was the moment where the Karma is down, and I think the reason why he doesn't want to bop it is because he still has that diffuse magic. So if he bops it, then you force out the diffuse magic. But with that said, I think he should have done it and forced out the diffuse magic as well, because that is the window where you actually free up Nazem from the pressure. At that point, Nazem is actually going to be able to free cast a little bit and get Dorito out of there. Instead, Dorito gets full value out of his Karma, and then he gets full value out of the diffuse magic as well. And then their bop, it doesn't do anything here. Like nothing, you bop right now, it's just like, okay, well, if you bop, you actually remove the sack. No, you don't remove the sack anymore, but still, it just gets purged, instantaneously here from Saul. And then Dorito's like, oh, sweet, touch of death. Here, later.
I was going to say Montage, he played really aggressively, with his Blessing of Protections on the Karma, and it was kind of questionable. But in the moment where I think it would have been best, he got cold feet a little bit and didn't want to actually commit. Oh, really, though? Like, that would have been the moment to make, that would have been the moment to do it. And that's how you kind of keep that pressure as the Shadow play. When that Touch of Karma sits full, it's redirecting the damage. Like, really can't get anything going. But ultimately, I think that was their best series into F tier, and I could see it going the other way if we see this matchup play out again. But unfortunately, the Abjured will be eliminated from Cup number 4, and F tier will advance.
Do we have any theories as to why they didn't play that comp from the beginning?
I think it's just they've been losing as it. Like, that's the main theory, is they're losing over and over. But I think with the strategy adaptation, it looked a lot better.
I've got a couple of names for that comp from chat. Do you guys want to hear them? They were brainstorming. Double Shadow Priest.
For the double priest?
Yeah, yeah. So we've got Vatican Cleave, Church Comp, Christ Cleave, Exorcism Cleave, and the Conjuring Cleave.
Well, The Conjuring is my favorite horror movie, so that would be
You want to go with that? Conjuring
Sure.
Cleave?
That's what we're going with?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, maybe we should ask.
I'm
I'm
kind of
only
neutral
one
on all of them.
Yeah.
I'm kind of neutral on all of them.
I'm neutral too.
Okay.
What about the Pope Cleave? I feel like
Pope Cleave?
that could have been.
I like that.
Yeah. That could have been in there as well.
Yeah, maybe we put a poll to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's hard.
It is hard.
That's hard.
lot of
I like Church Cleave the most out of all of those. Those are some creative names, though.
Yeah,
the chat definitely. That's the thing, though. That is a rule, chat. We have to come up with a new name anytime that a new comp is being played like that.
Yep.
That's your job. In addition to beating us on predictions. Yeah,
exactly. This is a lot of pressure for chat, but I think they can pull it off. But either way, like we said, F tier are going to be moving forward in the bracket. We've taken a look at the updated standings here, and we can see that F tier is in a nice and comfy second place position. They've got a star next to their name, which means that they still have a chance to make some more points this weekend. But welcome to the Jung. They're getting very hard to catch up to. So we'll certainly keep everybody updated with that in along the way. But speaking of welcome to the Jung, that is the next up series, and they're going to be against the Move then.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the series a lot. I think for the Move, the big thing for me is they had some setbacks in Cup number 1 and Cup number 2. Looked better in Cup number 3, and to me, watching their offline games, the Move has powered up. They're fully powered up. Peekaboo on the Feral Druid has been looking amazing. He's put a lot of time and effort into it. So my expectation is we're going to see a full-on mirror match between Welcome to the Jung and the Move. It hasn't been going in the Move's favor. Like, every time they play Welcome to the Jung, quite frankly, they've been getting completely owned. So is this the week that the Move can finally put it together, go toe-to-toe with Welcome to the Jung, and maybe be the new kings of the region?
Yeah. I hope so. We'll see them step up to the glory that we know that they are capable of. So before we do head to a break, we're going to play a game of Guess the Spell. If you don't know what this is, basically, we're going to play a little game here where we are going to guess the spell on some limited information.
I'm ready.
Ben is just rubbing his hands together. He's locked in
He's
immediately
locked
right
in.
now.
Locked in.
I like this. I wish we were keeping stats on this one, you know?
I know.
I feel like I've been doing
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
like-
yeah, you have.
Okay.
Here second,
Oh,
causing
wow.
12% of all healing to be converted into damage onto a nearby enemy, and 12% of all damage gets to be converted into healing. What's
think
something that turns? Isn't there? There's a.
I
druid
think it's
ability
Druid,
that does
Nature's
that.
Vigil, I think.
Yeah, yeah. And, is it Nature's Vigil?
That's at my...
Yeah, because it's 1.5 it's 1.5 minute cooldown as well.
There you go. All right. Is that all it is? Like, I'm trying to think what else it could be. And Ancestral Guidance, I don't think... Ancestral Guidance, I think, just gives you more healing. I don't think it does... It doesn't convert damage. Causing 12% of all healing to be converted into damage to a nearby enemy and 12% of all damage. Yeah, I think that sounds right. I feel very confident
It's
with
not
Nature's
blessing of
Vigil.
sacrifice. Yeah, we just locked that in immediately.
And we guessed it before it even popped up. So
Wow.
Well, you knew the name,
Nature's-
but I was like, there's a Resto Druid ability that does that. So that was a little
Teamwork.
tag team there.
All right.
Yeah.
teamwork makes the dream
Okay.
work.
I like how we're celebrating our victory before they've even shown it. We might
feel
just be wrong.
confident.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
I guarantee you, production had a big smile on their face
Oh,
as they
I'm
were
sure they
unveiling.
did. I'm sure
Oh, we've been
they
doing
did.
great. I
Wow.
hope they keep stats on this. Oh my god.
Oh
that is,
no! Yeah.
oof, I'm getting a
Yeah.
little sweaty right now. just
Production's
thinking
making
about
little
that.
smiley faces
Little
in the
too
group
confident.
chat. Okay, all right.
Little
Well,
cocky.
maybe we can get
Ah.
the icon correct.
Mhm.
Huge smile.
the
Yeah.
consolation
okay.
prize.
Haha. Oh boy. Do I need to get out my microscope again for this?
Mm.
The middle two look exactly the same.
What I know. So I've actually been playing a lot of Holy Paladin.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've not.
No big deal or anything like that. Retribuki, he's like
Oh.
1900 right now. So
Retribuki. Your
Oh,
name
yeah,
lends
that's
itself
nice.
so well to different classes.
I have. What is your gut telling? Like what are you leaning towards? Because I
A.
don't want to reveal my answer just yet, but
A, just because it
Um,
looks pretty. It looks nice. I don't know. Little dots are a nice
some
touch.
reason, I don't think it's B.
okay.
I don't think it's. Sorry, I don't think it's D. Gut reaction is B for me.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I think it's between A and B, but I think it's A. I actually do think there are those little white dots. So I know it's for sure not D. I know it's for sure not C, but I feel very confident it's either B or A, and I'm going with A because I think those dots exist.
Let me look at the dots here. Do these dots do they make sense? Do they like artistically make sense, or does this look photoshopped?
I think they artistically.
I
Makes
feel like
sense.
the artistic expression there does make sense. So you know what? I'm gonna go with A as well.
Okay.
You going
All
with it?
right.
I have not been playing a lot of Holy Paladin, so yeah, I'm shamelessly stealing your homework on this one.
That's totally fine.
All right.
I've got a
let's
lot of
see.
experience. So
Is it? Is
Yeah,
it
you got
A?
1900 XP, bro. It has to be A.
Okay. Okay.
I'm a battle mender. No big deal.
Maybe. Let's
Let's
go.
go.
Let's go.
All right. Amazing.
Oh, we got half
Retribuki
right.
gets
That's
to
good.
keep his paladin card. Is it holy?
Yeah,
You
I
playing
need to-
holy paladin or red paladin?
Yeah, I know the
I guess-
name is a bit confusing for playing holy, but yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a holy paladin.
Oh, that's okay. Makes sense. All right. Well, let us know, Chad, if you got that correct. With that, we're going to head to a break. We've got Welcome to the Jung versus the Move coming up next. It is an upper bracket series as well, and it's definitely going to be a banger of a series. Is the Move going to be able to take down Welcome to the Jung, the team that is currently in first place? Find out next after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We're in the upper bracket. It is Welcome to the Jung versus the Move. Welcome to the Jung, of course, in first place currently in the standings. The Move, do you feel like, Sid, just based on what we've seen in the past, are they up to the challenge?
I mean, their track record up to this point against the Welcome to the Jung is not spectacular. I don't think that they've managed to even take a map off them. Now, obviously, the Move and their trek throughout all of these cups so far has been of a rocky road. You know, they were moving around. They didn't have their exact setups. ABJURED then was sick, I think, on this week when they were facing Welcome to the Jung. It seems like they were still trying to really settle in on what type of composition they were going to be playing. They started with a lot of Rogue Warlock. They went back to the El Clasico with the Rogue and the Shadow Priest, and all of this just wasn't working until last week, where Peekaboo decided to finally throw caution to the wind. He logged onto a Feral Druid for the first time to go head to head with Drake, and it was messy. It's growing pains when you've played something for the first time, but now Peekaboo's had a week of preparation and time put into the Feral Druid, so he is likely leveled up, I would hope, dramatically here to put on some very entertaining games against Welcome to the Jung this time around. And it's a really important time because they have a huge opportunity to take a top 3 position away from Liquid if they could manage to pull it off.
Yeah, they certainly could make that happen. We'll have to see. Zico, what's your take on this series? Anything in particular you want to make note of?
Sid highlighted it pretty well here. Welcome to the Jung, basically the team to beat, and the Move trying to find that one spot that Team Liquid has left in that top 3 position. And I think a lot of it is going to come down to these healers. It's going to come down short to Peekaboo and the Feral Druid. How much practice does he have? But a lot of it is also going to come down to JUNG and ABJURED. And I feel like ABJURED, he's been... Him and Cedo, I would say, were like the 2 Shaman Kings. They reigned in North America for such a long time. They've been, each other's rivals back and forth for a really long time. But then last season, JUNG came in, and he has been looking absolutely insane on his roster last season. And then now this season, looking even better. So it's kind of like the old god versus the new god. JUNG, of course, has been getting a little bit better, end of that exchange in general this season, doing 20-1 on his Paladin in terms of match score, and then 9-4 on his Discipline Priest. Whereas, like we mentioned, ABJURED has been struggling a little bit, but the Move, they're in prime position. We're in the upper bracket. They have a great opportunity here to make a deep run and try to take that spot from Team Liquid. They already have the Power Toads, which is their main competition for that, down in that lower bracket. So if there was 1 week now for ABJURED to kind of play to his potential, to play, to the level that we've seen before, this is the week to lock in. If there's a time for Peekaboo to bring out his Feral and make something happen, this is the week for them to do that. And the Move, they're up against a rough team here.
Yeah, they are, but they have the potential to have the best week they've had so far in the War Within, and that's all going to count right now. Welcome to the Jung. They're in that first place. They've had obviously an incredible season, and the Move is sort of been catching up this whole time. So is this their moment to shine? Is this their moment to bring back their former glory and kind of prove everybody wrong that has been doubting them this season? We'll certainly find out soon enough. So let's take a look at the standings the predictions that we had here on the casting desk. I know that chat has been submitting theirs. I'm sure chat is right, but let's see if we are. Okay, Lippy's the only person, sadly, got hopes for the Move. But Supatis, you're predicting a 3-1. So you do think they could take a game off of the Jung?
I feel like betting against, there's 2 teams in particular. Betting against Echo, not good for your leaderboard score. Betting against Welcome to the Jung, not good for your leaderboard score. So I feel like Drake and Prev, man, they're absolute monsters, and the win rate speaks for itself, really. They only were really caught off guard by the Power Toads in Cup 1, who reverse sweeped them 4 games in a row with Arcane, which is now kind of feeling more like a fluke. So let's get in here, man. What compositions are they going to be playing? I'm expecting a mirror.
Yeah, me too. I was going to say that. I think it's going to be mirror all the way through here. And I feel like Wiz versus Prev, I think it's really even matchup there. On the Shadow Priest, they're both going to be, basically playing it perfect. Pika and Drake, I feel like Drake has a little bit more experience, so I really think it's going to have to be ABJURED here that has to step up on the Holy Paladin. If we end up seeing the mirror, maybe we'll see the Move bring back the good old-fashioned RPS that we saw from Old and Bad in Europe. Maybe that's what they've been practicing. Who knows? but we are about to get into game here, and all the secrets will be revealed, and it is going to be the full-on mirror. No excuses. This is game number 1, upper bracket. Welcome to the Jung versus the Move, and we're kicking it off with this mirror matchup.
Yeah, this is so important for the Pharaoh Druids to get maximum damage out. They need their bleeds on as many targets as possible. You can see the Shadow Priest, the initial exchange here, and Peekaboo's actually feared into the corner. Now Drake is feared away as well. Great control of the Pharaoh Druids to slow down their aggression, and ABJURED learned his lessons from last week. He's already mashing that Dispel keybind to try and stay ahead of the damage, but we can see Prev, he is really skyrocketing.
Yeah, the damage from Prev is definitely adding in here, but Peekaboo actually being kind of keeping up here with Drake. And we saw this mirror, well, a different version of this. We saw it with the Elemental Shaman instead of the Shadow Priest in Europe, and it was all about getting pressure onto the Paladin, and that's really what I'm looking for here. Can they get the bleeds going onto the Paladin? It looks like Peekaboo was attempting to get there onto Jung, but he gets caught up in a Hammer of Justice into a full Cyclone. Massive spell, though, coming out from WizK, and there's the Maim stun coming out onto Jung, but they're going for a Cyclone there, pressuring Prev here a little bit in this position, doing a decent amount here with the pressure. Getting a triple fear, though, from Prev, or a double fear, rather, but still getting those dots reapplied immediately. As soon as they're dispelled, they cast a kick as well for the precognition, and Prev is just not losing a single microsecond here with these dots. As soon as they're off, immediately they're back on.
That knock.
And look at that knock! Beautifully done there by Drake, and into the silence, into the Void Crash. Nice stone form there coming out, though, from ABJURED. Actually, was his trinket, but still pushing. There's the dispel from ABJURED, but Peekaboo rotting down, and the Move are getting absolutely crushed right now. They're all rotting down, Sid.
They're just not even starting to dent Drake or Prev yet in this position. This momentum is crazy from Welcome to the Jung that they can create this big of a gap, not even a minute and a half into the game, and it's going to continue to scale to control. Peekaboo can't stay on the Paladin. He's getting pressured too much. He comes back into midfield. He's still just dying. If Drake gets onto ABJURED, he's going to fall behind so heavily. He's into the full bash, into a full Cyclone. This is going to be lights up. They silence the Cyclone. Nice silence from WizK, but now Jung doesn't need to deal with it. He's looking for a Searing Glare to slow down some of Peekaboo's aggression. They catch Jung in a stun. Peekaboo's moving forward, looking to get some bleeds up onto the Paladin. You absolutely need to get damage on the Paladin in this matchup. If we can look into the details at the end of this game, if production can get that for us to see who was targeting who more, where was their damage spread, because it's so important that this Paladin's getting targeted. We see ABJURED swap to again a Blessing of Protection pulled out of his pocket, so he is likely going to be able to walk away from this pretty good. You know, even despite this damage gap, ABJURED is maintaining his mana very effectively.
Yeah, ABJURED's doing a great job so far, but he is down on some big cooldowns, and they might have to trade more. Peekaboo caught behind enemy lines. Huge damage coming in there onto Peekaboo, and that will be the Void Shift now from WizK. They're just using cooldown after cooldown. ABJURED Cyclone on low HP. Peekaboo with Barkskin, no renewal as well. Then look at the dots. Drake is hunting ABJURED right there, looking for the Cyclones. Meanwhile, WizK is taking so much damage from Prev. Peekaboo gets feared by Prev as well. Prev is making some big plays. Drake looking for the Cyclone on low HP. Now going after ABJURED. Getting a full row of bleeds onto ABJURED. Gets the bash as well into a Cyclone, actually, onto ABJURED, pushing out his trinket. Meanwhile, Peekaboo almost going down there. Now caught up in a stun, gets bopped out of that stun, and they are just bleeding cooldown after cooldown. How long can the Move stay alive in this match? It's not looking good.
It was a triple Void 10D proc for Prev on a Peekaboo. Prev finally being pressured, but he just stone forms all the bleeds. He's resetting all of the dots, and that's going to slow their momentum. Peekaboo's trying to reload dots on Prev right now. He's got a rake. Needs to get the Moonfire up into a rip as soon as possible, but he gets feared. He doesn't ramp any bleeds yet. Now he's stunned. He's really getting put far behind into another stun. Here comes a Void Torrent. Entropic Rift ticking away on Peekaboo, and Prev just seems to be playing with Peekaboo at this point. Psyfiend is down. Multiple Void 10Ds proccing again onto Peekaboo, and ABJURED has to Divine Shield. The only thing really going in, well for the Move is that ABJURED is somehow holding onto his mana despite this massive gap at this point. We can see Peekaboo falling behind now, 20 million damage. WizK's behind on 30 million damage. We're only 4 minutes in. This disparity is just going to continue to grow. Peekaboo's trying to pull off a miracle. He swaps over to the Paladin, forcing his medallion into the silence on the trinket. Are they actually going to force his Divine Shield? Drake gets interrupted on a clone. Zhang's dying to dots behind the pillar, trying to recover with the Eternal Flame. And finally, the Move have pressure onto all 3 members of Welcome to the Jung.
Finally, they're getting some damage out here onto Welcome to the Jung, but they still have a lot of cooldowns to push through. Zhang with nothing. Absol just used his Stone Form, which is literally his last kind of get out of jail free card. But big swap here with the Incarnation onto Zhang. He's going to immediately bop that. He does not want to be falling back. Or sorry, Divine Shield that. And look at Prev now taking a lot of fire as well, but he does recover. They swap to Abster. They might just be able to close it out right now. There's no cooldowns left for the move. Drake is hungry right now, looking for the kill. Absturge caught up in a Psychic Horror Dispel, but he might actually be able to stay alive with that, dispelling all of those bleed effects. Goes for Cheers Deliverance, but still good pressure onto the members of the move. Peekaboo down to half HP, going after Zhang, trying to get a Cyclone, but he gets interrupted there on his cast by Drake into a full maim. He pops the Bark Skin. Is it going to be enough? Prev is looking for the Cyclone, or sorry, for the Fear. Gets it. He gets stunned onto his Trinket as well. Peekaboo in bear form manages to keep himself alive for just a moment, but they are dwindling down onto their cooldowns. Absturge is making miracles right now, keeping the move in the fight.
Yep. Peekaboo's getting bleeds up onto Zhang, a bop onto the stun. Zhang's just trying to stay ahead of the damage and hopefully allow his team to keep up the momentum here and not give them any chance for reprieve or to drink or to recover here moving into the later stages of the game. Now that dampening has started to tick in, Absterge is doing whatever he can despite this damage gap, but he's really going to struggle now with dampening. Peekaboo's forced into bear form. He's losing uptime. He's losing combo points. He's losing rips. It's just going to be so devastating for him if he's constantly forced back into bear form. Whiskey's trying to pressure Drake. Can they drop the kitty? He trades out the Bark Skin. He gets into bear himself, and Drake looks like he's going to recover, but now they swap over to Zhang. He has no Divine Shield. He's greeting it here. He's getting stunned multiple times, and the move out of nowhere. Can they drop the Paladin? No, Peekaboo is forced away. He's just going to get dunked. Massive damage coming out from Welcome to the Zhang here in game number 1, and it just looks like they're getting closer from last week, but it's still not enough.
That was beautiful right there. They managed to just continue to rotate that pressure, but I feel like the start of this game, like the first probably 4 minutes of this game, it was just the move getting slaughtered. But towards the end of it, I feel like they were kind of finding their footing a little bit there, but it just feels like at that point they were just too far behind. They didn't have any cooldowns left because of that horrendous opener in terms of pressure. But we can see here the final moments, Peekaboo getting pressured heavy right there, and then he does manage to recover there. Absurge going for the Searing Glare in the back line, and then Peekaboo trades out his renewal, goes back into form, and here's the maim stun onto Drake. Does good damage. They got Wiz in the back line with a Siphene as well, pressuring Drake. They get the sacrifice. Absurge hodges Jung on the sacrifice, and then the Peekaboo goes for the dots there as well, and it looks like here he actually doesn't go for the rip. He's going for Ferocious Bites here, trying to actually take him down, and then immediately goes back into bear form. Absurge gets silenced, and then Peekaboo just gets absolutely blasted here by Drake and Prev. So not bad, like swapping on the Hodge like that and catching Drake out of form, and closing the gap in terms of damage a little bit, but the gap is just way too big still in terms of pressure. And I feel like it's kind of those small decisions there, like for example, going for the bites there onto Jung. Like he already has Divine Protection. There's no way he's gonna actually die there with your burst damage, but I guess you just want to gamble it and see maybe Prev has enough damage. That kick from Drake was absolutely key here to keep Jung alive. I think that's the reason why he doesn't actually Trinket in that position, but like small kind of place like that, instead maybe going for a rip and then you saving the bash instead of stacking all the stuns on one target, just saving the bash maybe for Drake or Prev, and try to slow down their damage and try to get your bleeds onto them instead, and just going for a more of a rot approach could be better. But yeah, the collapsing void from Prev definitely collapsed Peekaboo's account there. 1 million damage on that one.
Yeah, really nice setup here from Prev, leading the charge here for his team. I don't know if we managed to get like a screenshot of details, but it'd be awesome to look at like the damage breakdown for Drake versus Peekaboo. Is he prioritizing his rips? Is he prioritizing his bites more than the other? And you're saying we've got it here, so maybe we got the information we can look at.
I got it on. I got it. I'm looking at it here. So for damage done from Drizzy Meow. So he did 40% of his damage onto Pika, 36% of his damage onto Absturge, and then 23% of his damage onto Whiskey. And I want to see Pika's profile here. So for Pika did 33% onto Jung, 52% onto Prev, and only 14% onto Drake. So it felt like on the healers, they were pretty close. Yeah, I would say there's only 2%. Yeah, So yeah, Drake prioritized going after the other feral a lot more compared to Pika, who really prioritized going after the Shadow Priest. The Shadow Priest was the main target for him, and I feel like Shadow Priest is actually the tankiest target in this comp. So I think that's where maybe a lot of that extra pressure comes in if we compare the two feral druids and where they're actually allocating their damage. And I can take a look at WizK as well and compare it to Prev. So for WizK, WizK hit. Wait, let me see here. Is this the right one? Here. So Prev hit Pika 52%, 52.57%. Hit Wiz 27%, and then Absturge 20%, and then Cyfiend 1%. PPC. And then let me see here. If I can find.
Glad you can decipher
Wiz.
these charts because I'm looking at this and I'm just no idea
Yeah,
how to
no, I
read
got
this.
it. Okay, so WizK did 44% on Prev, 30% on Jung, and 24% on Drake. So in general, it just feels like it looks like Welcome to the Jung is prioritizing a lot more damage onto the Feral Druid, and the move is prioritizing a lot more damage onto the Shadow Priest. That's like the TLDR version of that.
And I feel like it's got to be focusing the Feral Druid is better. You just limit so much damage as the Feral Druid. Like I was just playing mine last night, and it's like when you get focused or spam CC'd, it just feels like all your momentum falls off a cliff, and you're just playing catch up for the entire game. Whereas when you attack the Shadow Priest, your damage is kind of going into the void. You're just void leeching. It's just he's passively recovering. You're not really stopping him, right? It's like one Skull Bash doesn't even really matter. Even if you landed on a Void Torrent, it's not really the end of the world. He can drop a couple other globals, and then he's back to free casting. So I really think the Paladin and the Feral bouncing between those two likely needs to be the main priority. Obviously, don't completely ignore the Shadow Priest, but I really doubt it. And from watching streams as well, players practicing this comp on the ladder from multiple perspectives, it seems like the Feral is usually the main target that goes down, or the Paladin that goes down. So if the move can adjust their targeting a bit, it's also going to increase their DPS, because Pika's damage is so much lower because he's in bear form more, getting focused more, so his damage will go up. And then if his damage goes up, maybe it's possible that Jung isn't able to dispel as much, which is bringing WizK's damage down. And so they just need to focus on either limiting Drake's damage so that Absurge can dispel to get Prev's damage under control, and try and enable Peekaboo more in the matchup.
Yeah, I really think that's where the biggest difference is. I mean, Prev doing, or WizK doing 44% of his damage onto the enemy Shadow Priest, whereas Prev is doing 53% almost of his damage onto the Feral Druid. Like you mentioned, it's just forcing Pika to be in bear form a lot after. It's forcing him to play defensive. It's forcing him to, he gets less bleed up time, he gets less dot up time, and he's just less effective in the match in general. And another thing is also the Cyclones. I mean, we didn't really see that, and we didn't really ask for that stat, but it is something that maybe we can keep track of now during this match. Who is actually casting more Cyclones? Who's going for more kind of CC, and who's kind of prioritizing just getting more damage off? I'm going to see an opener here onto Drake. He gets a full row of bleeds from Peekaboo, and now Prev is going to be next on the chopping block. A lot of pressure coming out here from the move. Once again, onto the Shadow Priest. WizK with a beautiful fake cast, and Drake already feeling a little bit of pressure. Absurge already bled up as well from Welcome to the Jung, and the opener is looking quite nice here for the move. Peekaboo is leading the charts.
Yeah, he's playing a bit more risky here, spending more time in cat form. He's on the Paladin. Drake's on the Paladin. This is great. He's bouncing between the Priest and the Paladin, keeping his bleeds going, stunning up the Shadow Priest, trying to slow his aggression. Absurge just trying to get Drake off himself back behind the pillar. Nice stun onto Jung again. Drake is forced to come back, and this is enabling Absurge to be more free in the matchup. Jung's risking some dispels here. WizK gets kicked. That's a really good timing between the dispel and a kick. If you can time CCing the Priest when you dispel, it just puts them even more behind. It's just less time where your dots are ticking. Nice Cyclone from Peekaboo here onto Zhang, but it just feels like, again, Peekaboo or Drake isn't maybe being pressured enough. Peekaboo's now going to switch back to him. It's so important they don't just let Drake have free reign on Absurge.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at Drake. He's dropping down quite heavy from that, but still holding on to his cooldowns for now. Jung is going to be trading out the Sacrifice instead. The Heart of the Wild is going to subside there for Drake as well, but matchup looking a lot better here for the move. After that first game, they really took some of those lessons, and they're definitely applying them here in game number 2. Gonna see Drake actually looking for Cyclone, finds it onto Sturge, but it is on diminishing returns. Jung taking a lot of damage. Peekaboo is just in the back line here, getting a lot of bleeds here onto the Shadow Priest, and now onto the Druid as well. Peekaboo has triple bleeds rocking right now. He is doing so much damage. He's even gonna go for some bites there onto Jung, but not able to find it. Finds a kick onto Prev as well, and that was a really nice exchange there for Pika, but now he's hodged behind enemy lines. Sturge on their heavy fire. Drake looking for a Cyclone, forced to trade out his trinket, and Peekaboo is rotting down as a result, so opting for a little bit more crowd control on the side of Welcome to the Jung, and the move definitely opting for just more overall damage in this one.
Oh, this guy just got a double fear, and he got 2 trinkets from Drake and Jung here, so that was a nice psychic screen. There's a Siphene down. They have to be careful. This could be threatening before dampening towards Peekaboo. It looks like they've sniped it off. Drake is being pressured decently. Peekaboo just needs to keep it up. If WizKid can step it up a little bit here as well, they'll actually be in a really good position in terms of overall control on damage, but the health bars are falling behind because the Jung's crowd control is really starting to sink in. Cyclones onto Absturge, forcing him to use Lay on Hands. They force Survival Instincts as well from Peekaboo, as well as Heart of the Wild, as well as Barkskin. That's a big all-in from Peekaboo in terms of defense, and Drake now smells that as an opportunity, so he's trying to go after him even harder now. Silence onto Absturge. Drake is switching now back to the Paladin to spread his bleeds. He gets a bash. I think he might be off Clone DR here pretty soon. I don't think so. Yeah, he's off Clone DR off this bash. This could be trouble. WizKid's interrupted on Shadow. He gets a fear off into the distance though here and manages to peel Drake. Now Peekaboo's there to intercept Drake with a rake stun. Siphene comes down during the stun, forcing a Blessing of Protection. They snipe the Siphene. Things are still looking good. Peekaboo maintains his lead. WizKid's just got to step it up a little bit in this position, or Absturge needs to look for more dispels, but oh no, another swap onto the Paladin. Gets Divine Shield, and even though the move are keeping it close, Jung are just getting better setups.
Yeah, the setups from Jung and especially from Drake here are really getting a lot of work done. Peekaboo has the renewal, but look at Prev, meanwhile, taking a lot of pressure there. Nice fear onto Drake as well. WizKid's going to get a full row of dots here onto Drake, onto Prev. Peekaboo caught up in a Cyclone. That's going to pause his damage for a moment. Drake looking to reapply his dots here onto Wiz, looking for a Cyclone now as well onto Wiz right there, looking to get back onto Peekaboo. Peekaboo, though, has his Barkskin rotated back up, so he's actually not going to be too good of a target, and instead it's going to be Absturge potentially as the best target. Drake, though, gets Hammer of Justice, but he ducks into the line of Jung there. Jung gets caught up in a Cyclone. Look at Prev. Big trouble here onto Prev, forcing out the first dispersion of the match here. And now Peekaboo gets hodged here in cat form. Absturge gets the dispel, but he is very low. He is rotting down. There's the sacrifice, and Drake smells blood in the water. Could go after Absturge. Actually has the bleeds rocking there, and he's going to opt to just go back onto Peekaboo, trying to play a little bit more controlled approach on the side of Welcome to the Jung. But Prev could be in serious trouble right now as he gets bopped out of another stun, and his defense is starting to be limited.
There's another thing that... Oh, that knock behind the pillar of Peekaboo. He's getting chopped! Welcome to the Jung, man. Even when you think that Peekaboo stepped it up, he's keeping things close. Jung just stepped it up a step even beyond that, and now they're moving to match point. And it was something I wanted to just talk about strategy, but then they just get the kill, and we're about to see it in the replay. There's something that Jung is doing that I don't see Absturge doing, which is when he baits Peekaboo behind the pillar, he stuns him, and then he Searing glares him out of the stun, which basically makes it like almost a 10-second stun. Whereas when he's pulling Drake behind the pillar, he's stunning him, but he's not glaring him. And so you'll see that in the final moments when Peekaboo moves back here behind the pillar, he gets crowd controlled, and then he gets glared. And it's just extending that CC chain a little bit longer. I think it's just about around here. It gets feared into a glare. Jung goes for it, and this just extends the fear by another 3 or 4 seconds. And it's just less damage. And then he gets stunned on top of it, and he gets knocked behind the pillar, and he dies. And they had Void Shift. Oh, that's so sad. Like 100, and he was in line there. They had Void Shift. He could have saved that there in this position. It still just feels like a targeting thing because they got dispersed from Prev, but it's Absturge and Peekaboo that are always the ones that are afraid. It seems like this game, damage was a lot closer than in any of the games that we've seen so far, but the targeting is a little bit off. And I think the Searing Glare adaptation is also something that's interesting from Jung that we don't see Absturge utilizing. And I kind of want to just pull up the talents just to see if I can remember the plugin name for the website, but because
AWC.gcd.tv.
Yeah, they're both playing Glare, but I just don't see Absturge going for it. And as Jung he's not taking like a huge risk. He's only doing it when Peekaboo is CC'd. He's not risking getting kicked. He's like, is he feared or stunned? I'll cast Glare and get a couple extra seconds. And it's all these little minor details that's giving you an advantage in the matchup.
I really love that Typhoon from Drake as well, and that Power Infusion as well coming out from Prev. It was just a perfect storm to take down Peekaboo there. Welcome to the Jung, showing a lot of flexibility here in the mirror matchup, showing that they can win with just kind of rotting the enemy team down, doing tons of damage, but also that they can win with these setups. Drake definitely played a more kind of controlled approach there, and they managed to get a big setup. Look at that ferocious bite as well. 1.4 million bite coming out from Drake. Had the power infusion as well. So he was definitely getting a lot of extra damage in that exchange. And I feel like when Welcome to the Jung makes these pushes, it just looks so good every single time. They're just so coordinated with them. But I will say, in the moves credit, they're looking a lot better, a lot more polished. Compared to last week. Welcome to the Jung, just a really difficult opponent, but we have seen reverse sweeps happen here in the past. What is the move going to do? Are they going to lock in the mirror once again, or are they going, yeah, there it is. They're going to just keep playing this mirror match until the bitter end, potentially. They're on match point. We're going to Tiger's Peak. So now we're going to have, what is that, 4 cats in this arena?
Okay, this is the feral map. Actually, there's a lot of feral maps. Ashamane's Fall. What's all this feral bias on the maps right now? Like, I don't know what's going on here, but I mean, the moves look a lot better in terms of just performance and offense. I mean, because last week they were getting doubled in damage like every single game. So, as far as like individual ability, I think that's a lot better than it was last week. But it's comp, it's strategy. What are you targeting? What's our positioning? What are our CC chains going to be like? Who should we try and burst? How are we going to set up that moment? These are now the details that they need to look at. So they've leveled up. They've got all their specializations individually, but now it's about fine-tuning the strategy as a team.
Yeah. Also, just getting those defensives out in time. There was, some things to respond with, but to be honest, that was a very surprising amount of damage also coming out. And yeah, we can see our predictions here. So far, me and Aya believe in Welcome to the Jung to go 3-0. You're willing to give the move a game? This could be their game?
They're better. They're better than they were last week. Let's be real. Like, Peekaboo's been playing Feral for a week. He was top the meter that game. This is the first time somebody outdamaged Drake. He was outdamaging him. They had Void Shift. They could have kept the game going. So I think it's still possible that they could take a game. I don't know about a series just yet, but definitely a game, and it's match point, and this is when they're going to need it.
This is exactly when they're going to need it. WizK going to be the first target of choice. I like that Peekaboo waited in stealth here and then went after Drake instead to kind of get the counter opener and get those first initial bleeds. Already seeing the power infusion here being pulled from both of these Shadow Priests. ABJURED is going to be the target of choice for Welcome to the Jung. Stun, into silence, into a stone form, but is that going to be enough? Drake is actually rotting down a little bit, but look at that. They're able to reapply the dots immediately onto Sturge right after he uses that stone form. And that pressure is really, really going to be felt here for the move.
All right, ABJURED is going for those searing glares a bit more and a bit more stuns on Drake as well. I really like this coordination from ABJURED and WizK, stunning the Paladin and crowd controlling the Feral at the same time to limit his momentum. Peekaboo's maintaining the meter here, taking the lead. WizK's just got to squeeze out a bit more DPS to get on point. Peekaboo gets caught overextended, but manages to clutch out a huge heal. ABJURED just trying to stay ahead of the dots there. It was the lay on hands and a dispel on the dots. Peekaboo's moving back towards Drake. He's in a good position to attack Drake and Jung. If Peekaboo can maintain this position, it's going to be optimal. He can just ping pong between all 3 targets, but they know that he's vulnerable in that position, so ABJURED has to be careful. He's just winding around the corner here, avoiding the instant CC, any potential dots as well, although he has the Shadow Priest dots at the moment. He's going to dispel, and he gets feared back into the corner. Can they punish with this? Doesn't look like it. Drake's into a Cyclone. They're focusing Prev again. They're still hard focusing the Shadow Priest. They're getting decent pressure on him, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to win. Now they're switching back on Drake. You can see Entropic Rift down for Prev. He's also focusing WizK. As Peekaboo's damage is getting higher, you can see Welcome to the Jung are a little bit less stable in terms of their targeting as well.
Yeah, good damage coming out here from the move, and Prev actually still keeping up though, despite being heavily targeted. But look at that! Look at these Cyclones coming out. Another Cyclone here onto Peekaboo. Actually got the Cyclone stats for last game. Peekaboo 2 Cyclones. Drake 13 Cyclones. In game 1, Pika 3 Cyclones. Drake 19 Cyclones. So Drake is being a lot more effective with his crowd control. So sure, his damage is lower, but it's not that much lower compared to what's going on here in terms
clones
of the CC. Yeah, that's 20 clones, and it's only like 10 mil difference. That is not something to scoff at. But Peekaboo here Some Void Tendies proccing onto him from Prev, getting another row of dots onto him as well with the Power Infusion this time around. Drake's going to be opened on though, big pressure coming out. That's going to be the Blessing of Protection being thrown in there from Jung, and now they are pulling some big cooldowns on the side of the move. If they can just clean up the defense, if they can just make sure to not fall too far behind, this game is looking pretty good for them.
All right, Prev in Dark Ascension gets a full fear on the healer. Pressure on Peekaboo. No Trinket. Is WizK ready? He stuns Prev, slowing down his aggression, but Drake is still tearing in, and WizK's not playing games. He void shifts, but they overlap with Survival Instincts. It was that much pressure. They got 2 major cooldowns from the move in this position. Mana is actually in favor of Absterge. Jung, though, going for a Glare, looking to hit that and slow down the aggression of Peekaboo once again. Drake's going after Absterge. If Drake can actually stay on target, he stuns him. I'd like to see a Glare out of that stun, but he gets caught into the maim stun. Jung dispels into a silence. WizK's trying to ramp up here. Prev's still going after Peekaboo. And I see that as the big difference, is that Prev attacks Peekaboo when he pushes in on Jung, whereas WizK doesn't really pressure Drake away from Absterge as much.
Yeah, and I think he's going to really need to try to do that more often here, but Drake dropping to about 50% HP, goes for a kick there onto Wiz, and just to recover. And look at that, every single time Drake goes for a kick, every time he lands a stun, he gets these Cyclones. Look, there's a stun onto Absterge, and now he's going to pressure WizK after he trinkets that Cyclone. And I think Drake finding these opportunities to continuously go for these Cyclones is actually really enabling Welcome to the Jungle. But look at his opener onto Drake, forcing out his trinket, forcing out his Heart of the Wild Trinket kick there onto Absterge, and now the whole team is just rotting down. And Tropic Rift onto Peekaboo. The Blessing of Protection is good, but Wiz also might be forced into the dispersion. Absterge has a lot of work to do here. Can he do it? There's just so much rot pressure happening. Meanwhile, Zhang is able to recover his team decently. The Void Tendies are proccing onto Wiz. Wiz has the dispersion. Desperate Prayer could be enough, but I'm not sure it will be. He goes for a couple of flash heals here, trying to hold on to that dispersion for later. Peekaboo not caught up in a Hammer of Justice. He could be in a big trouble. Prev is looking for the kill. Drake leaps over, gets another row of bleeds onto Pika, gets a rake stun onto Pika as well for good measure. Barkskin is good though for Peekaboo, and Absterge finally somewhat recovers the move, but that was an insane push coming out from Welcome to the Jung.
Another big exchange that puts Welcome to the Jung in the lead in terms of defense, but maybe an opportunity. Drake gets low through Barkskin. Nah, Jung is there. Huge heals. He recovers. Prev is reloading dots onto the whole team here with Vampiric Touch, and now he's going into Dark Ascension. He's ramping up for some big burst damage, and Peekaboo seems to be his priority. Void Torrent, no interrupt for it, fully channeled onto Peekaboo in this position. That's going to be a lot of damage for Absterge to recover through as that Entropic Rift is getting larger and larger and about to explode, but he clones Peekaboo right before it explodes. A bit of lost damage here with this Cyclone. Obviously, Peekaboo's damage is going to ramp down because he cloned the Tiger's Fury, but losing that Entropic Rift explosion could be devastating as well. Absterge dispels at maybe a bad time as everybody is dying on his team at the moment. Psyfiends are down to try and distract. WizK's trying to off-heal, tossing out some flash heals. He's saved by the light procs. Peekaboo's in trouble. He has Survival Instincts. He sacrifices instead. He pops it on top of it. He's still just dying through Bear Form Sacrifice and Wall. WizK mass dispels the dots to try and put his team back in the game, but Prev just instantly reloading those dots once again, and he's got a huge gap on WizK in terms of damage at this point. Prev into a stun. Absterge dispels, falling further behind on pressure. He's only slightly ahead on mana. Maybe if he can keep his team alive here, there's a shot for the move as Drake gets low out of nowhere, but WizK is rotting as well, and it's really nail-biting at this moment. Dampening is going to get things going really quick.
Yeah, and another swap there onto Peekaboo as he was pushing for Jung behind that pillar. Wiz has nothing left as well, so he's definitely an exposed target. Look at Drake going for the double rake stun, and he manages to get the follow-up silence. Wiz, what are you going to do? One bite onto Peekaboo there as well. A big swap as the Void Tenders are proccing onto him. The Bop is going to be able to pause things for just a second, but Wiz is still not out of the woods, and Absterge as well taking so much damage behind that pillar, going for a heal onto himself, but Wiz could fall in that moment. So could Peekaboo in this rake stun. Big fear coming out from Prev onto Absterge. He's got to trinket, but is it going to be enough defense? Peekaboo on his last leg here. 10% HP, and Tropic Rift is chasing him, and it will crash and delete Peekaboo out of the map. Welcome to the Jung. Takes it 3-2-0 and will advance in the upper bracket.
They're getting better, but it still looks not even close. Like, you know, you get a week of practice, you're all in on the Feral Druid, try and take it to Welcome to the Jung. Pika's topping the meter, but now it looks like he's just falling behind on clones. And the clones are likely, you know, limiting WizK's damage a lot if most of those are going into WizK. I don't know if we can track like who has spent more time in Cyclone in the game or something like that. But if it's like Prev is in 0 time of Cyclone and WizK's in 30 seconds of Cyclone, that's 30 seconds he's not attacking. So that's going to be a big difference there.
Wiz is definitely getting cycloned as well. I think Drake is just doing a good job in general. Anytime he locks somebody down, at the end of that lockdown, he likes to go for a little cyclone. So you see them onto Peekaboo, you see them onto Wiz, you see them onto Sturge as well. But I think welcome to the Jung. I mean, Peekaboo, at least his damage was really good. He topped damage in both of these last 2 games. So he kept up with the damage, but definitely falling behind on that crowd control is also, a factor here. And you can see it even here in the replay. Like Peekaboo gets low HP, gets low Cyclone, and then Drake is just swapping his target. And that's going to pause the pressure onto Peekaboo, and then it's going to reset the stun DRs. And then you can just go back onto him here with a Rake stun into a Maim stun, and then Peekaboo is just going to be rotting down from all of that pressure coming in. Wiz is also rotting down. Like, what do you do if you're ABJURED in this situation? It's just a nightmare. Do I heal my Feral Druid? Do I heal my Shadow Priest? Do I heal myself? Like, none of us have cooldowns, and we're all dying. So I think that a big reason why they get this type of pressure is because of these low Cyclones. They are so crucial when they land like that, and you don't get an interrupt onto Drake. This is it's just a full reset on your stun DRs, and also it gives Prev a perfect opportunity to land those dots. Like, as soon as that Cyclone ends, Prev can already be pre-casting his dots onto Peekaboo and make sure that he has his damage rolling. So really, really nice stuff there from Drake and from Welcome to the Jung. But the move definitely showing signs of life. Not able to win a single map here, but at least looking better than last week.
Yeah, very true. They did look a little bit more solid. So maybe they just have to take that composition and work it back just a little bit. Maybe some more repetition on there. But it's also kind of hard to go against a team like Welcome to the Jung, especially when you're going to insist on mirroring them. So maybe in another situation against another team, they could fight back just a little bit harder. We'll have to see. Because the move, they are not out of it yet. They're against Power Toads later on today. Do we feel like this is a comp that they're going to bring out Sid against that team, or are they going to go back to something they're more familiar with?
I mean, I think this is their main comp now.
All right.
The Feral Shadow Priest Paladin, I think, is their main comp. It's crazy that they go head-to-head with their direct competition for Liquid Spot here. Do we know, like, with 100% certainty if the winner of this is taking Liquid Spot, or do they need to go another round after this?
I think there's 32 points between the Power Toads and Liquid at the top of my head. I think they need 2 wins.
Power Toads need 2, but the move are 20 points ahead of Power Toads.
Oh, then the move might overtake them if they win this. I'm not.
We'll look into the details when we get to that
Yep.
series. It's still a little bit further down the road, but it's a very important series for both teams.
Yeah.
So in that last game, Drake had 11 clones to Pika's 4. So game number 1, 3 clones to 19. Game number 2, 2 to 13. And in game number 3, 11 on Drake and 4 on Pika. So
Oh my.
Drake getting a lot more
Clone
value
economy,
there. And here are
dude.
the standings.
The clone economy not looking good for Pika. All right, we got the
Yeah,
standings.
so Power Toads, if they win, will overtake Liquid.
Oh, it's Power Toads with a
and-
20-point lead.
Yeah.
Okay.
So because the Power Toads won already one series today. Heading into it today, they were 32 points behind. That makes sense. So the move, they need to win
2
this
series.
and the series. Yeah, they need to win 2 series.
Oh man,
Power Toads
Liquid
need
are
to win
praying
this.
so much that the move win this and then lose. They're praying so hard right now.
Oh man, that's rough. Well, I mean, we'll certainly keep everyone updated as we go along the day in terms of the the leaderboard here for the standings, because it is definitely getting very interesting here in the North American region. So we've got another series coming up next, of course, and it's going to be another exciting one. Hopefully, it's upper bracket as well. It's Silk Tigers versus Mentally Damp. So before we get to that series, before we head to a break, let's take a quick look at the leaderboard of predictions. And we can maybe see who is in the running to win. Are we confident in how our predictions have been going today, Zico?
Not that confident. I feel like today has been really hard to call. I just had a perfect prediction just now. So
Yeah.
is this updated? Is this updated with the
I'm
series
not
that just
sure.
played?
Chat is
Because-
insane.
Chat is insane.
Yeah, the chat is farming.
They really are. I mean, the difference between Lithy and Chat is pretty. That's pretty big. That's a pretty big gap. Oh, okay, well, we'll work on it. I mean, at least none of us are in the 50%. So either way, keep those predictions coming. You guys have been great. And with that, we are going to head to a quick break. When we come back, it is the Silk Tigers versus Mentally Damp in that upper bracket series. Who's going to be moving on in the upper bracket? Who's going to get dropped down to the lower bracket to the Shark Pit. Find out next after this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is Silk Tigers versus Mentally Damp. Chat, let us know your predictions. I know that you already helped Zico cheat with his, but put in your predictions and get some points here. And we'll, of course, get those up for the casters as well in just a moment. But, I mean, these two teams, for me at least, Lithy, it was pretty hard to try and figure out who I thought was going to win for this one.
For me personally, not as much actually, because quite honestly, I think I keep bringing it up. Silk Tigers, they are on paper a really good team, but they just continuously fail to perform on the highest level on broadcast. They continue to live up to my personally, well, they are pretty high, but they fail to live up to those expectations. And Mentally Damp has been looking really good this open bracket in general since they started to make it into the top 8. So for me, this is a clear-cut Mentally Damp victory angle.
Okay, all right. Then, you want to talk about your prediction?
I actually predicted I went in the other way, so I actually still believe in the Silk Tigers. You know, sometimes they fall a little bit short, and it looks like actually all of us, except Lithy, are going to be going that direction.
Oh my god.
I think it's going to be, it's one of those matchups that I think could go either way. Definitely, they run very similar compositions, but I just feel like the Silk Tigers, they had some growing pains last week, bringing on, Ceralium and Gage, but I feel like a little bit more time to cook this week. The practice they've been putting in, I think it's going to pay off for them.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's kind of been a question, like the running theme here with NA, some of these teams that maybe didn't play quite up to expectations, and if they are going to live up to those expectations that we did, place upon them. But Lithy, any players in particular that are standouts in this series for you?
Quite honestly, I think the main guy I would personally want to focus on is Dopamine on Mentally Damp, because not just an excellent mage player, just generally a very well-versed caster multi-class, and I think then he has been around the AWC for quite a while now.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't even know that. He has a record for the shortest AWC series. The total time spent in game was 131 seconds. That's really quick. I mean, every game ending in 45 seconds, 30 seconds.
Does he even know that? That's probably some
I don't know, but
fringe
congratulations, I guess. Yeah. Hopefully he won that.
I was going to say, did he win or lose?
Not ideal. Yeah, Dragonflight, Season 4 3v3, rank 1 on Balanced Druid. So the thing about Dopamine, I know him mostly as a mage. Like, to me, when I think Dopamine, I think mage, but also plays the Elemental Shaman, the Balanced Druid, the Shadow Priest. So kind of just flexing on all the different casters, but I would have the most faith in him on mage in this particular series.
Also, that last stack, currently playing on a Generator and Starlink because of Hurricane Milton. That is definitely a tough situation to be in, so I'm glad you're at least safe. And with that, we are going to head into this series. Silk Tigers versus Fusion, game number 1.
Nope. This is a matchup I want to see, because this is like basically the European meta, which is what Fusion is running with the Frost Mage. Feral Frost Mage Paladin, that's kind of the flavor of the month in Europe and what everyone is playing. And then we have the North American meta, which is more Shadow Priest based with the Feral Paladin. So we'll see what comes out ahead. Big setup here on the Kearney, immediately going to be trading out that Blessing and Protection to survive, as well as some other defensive cooldown. So Kearney making a huge trade here in the opener. Calvish also getting incredibly low. Big Icy Veins from Dopamine, just putting out massive amounts of pressure. But the way this is basically going to work is Dopamine during Icy Veins should have a giant power lead, but if Silk Tigers can weather that storm, that's when they're going to pull ahead.
It's going to be interesting to see Dopamine also bringing in the Ray of Frost. We haven't seen too much of that from other Frost mages, but so far they're just doing insane amounts of pressure. Calvish down to 10% once again. Has to pop in the Survival Instincts. Gets cloned low by Bleeds here. And that's just going to be so nasty to deal with. Massive Ice Wall. Calvish barely makes it around that and back into the arms of his healer, but even that is not quite enough. Big heal coming through with the Lay on Hands, topping off Calvish, but for the moment you can really tell. Mentally Damp. These guys come here to play, and they have so much momentum right now.
Yeah, definitely. They're getting good control. Cyclone's out onto Calvish. Kearney's burned through quite a few defensives, already using his Trinket, the Lay on Hands. Calvish has Barskin rotating back up, but looks like he's just going for crowd control. Calvish going to be that main pressure point in the match. Dopamine getting Polymorph after Polymorph. Full Cyclone on Kearney once again, and Calvish is just not feeling healthy. He's in trouble. Barskin comes in. Gage throws in a little bit of healing and looking to get some counter pressure, but everyone on Mentally Damp is just full health the entire game. They are looking really good so far in this game. Calvish is just so heavily pressured, but Dopamine finally might have to go into the first ice block, and it's overlapped with the Lay on Hands. That's not what you want as Mentally Damp, and the Silk Tigers will strike back.
Yeah, slight miscommunication there on the CDs, but better safe than sorry. Gage is still looking for some good damage, but Calvish is the main target once again. He doesn't have anything left in the tank right now. Scary seconds. A Bob is available, but Kearney is CC'd up. Calvish down to 20% once again. Dips around the corner, should be fine for the moment, and Kearney gets the wings in for some massive heals. This should be more than able to stabilize his team here. Full clone on Calvish. Bleeds has been so on point with these Cyclones, just catching one person after the other and rotating them across the entire enemy team, and the momentum really speaks for itself. The Bob coming in to keep Bleeds offensive, and the Dopamine just really sending all the damage. Ray of Frost is up in 5 seconds, the next Comet Storm in 5 now as well. The next setup with the mage damage is going to be very scary. There's the Ray of Frost. Cavish down to 10%. It's so low. Beautiful Ice Wall there as well, Ven.
Yeah, he gets the Ice Wall down and commits the Ray of Frost. That burst damage from the Frost Mage can be quite high. Frostfire bolts coming in. Calvish low once again. Kearney in a full Cyclone. Silk Tigers, they are in so much trouble. Mentally Damp is looking extremely good in this game so far. Only down 1 ice block, with Dopamine still feeling very healthy. Goes for a counterspell here. Looking for crowd control potentially onto Gage. Keeping up the damage onto Calvish. Bleeds, gets caught into a stun, into a potential Cyclone. No, it's onto Dopamine. So finally, Silk Tigers, they get control of the match. But look at this. Silk Tigers is way ahead on mana. Like, it's not even close. So Silk Tigers, they just need to keep on living, keep surviving. And that's kind of their win condition here.
Yeah, that's the downside of bringing the mage to this matchup. Dopamine is just taking so much more damage, and through that MGXO just needs to heal that much more. The sack is in now as well. The next attempt here towards Calvish, not quite working out. Maybe with the Ring of Fire is a little bit of added in dot damage, but Calvish has Survival Instincts and the Barkskin rotated back up, and Kearney is doing a great job positioning away from the mage here, dodging those polymorphs. Gets rooted up there. Beautiful attempt with the Ice Nova, but can't quite follow up with the Polymorph because he's just getting locked down too much. Calvish out of form for a second. There's the Ray of Frost. Gets interrupted immediately. Great place here, but Bleeds is looking for a Cyclone. Very low, and Gage doing massive damage before he's getting polymorphed. MGXO under fire, full fear. Maybe the opportunity now for the Tigers.
Yeah, really good timed Vampiric Embrace there for Gage as well. And now his damage is just absolutely through the roof. And Mentally Damp, they are getting dampened right now, essentially. Like, that was the Icy Veins. Dopamine does get an Icy Veins proc here. Maybe they have the damage to take down Calvish. Dopamine displaces into the middle of the map, gets interrupted on Gage. Can he find crowd control on Kearney? It doesn't look like it. He may have overstayed his welcome here in the center of the map, and that will force out the Ice Block. But Gage is doing such a good job with his off-healing with the Vampiric Embrace during those CC windows. This makes Silk Tiger so durable.
Yeah, it's looking good. In the mana, as you mentioned earlier, Ven, it's still looking overwhelming, but Calvish's HP bar is just bouncing up and down.
Oh, that Hodge!
Half Bleeds is looking for another Cyclone. The Hodge is great. No Ice Block available right now, but Dopamine has the Ray. If they get a good setup, this could be devastating. Full Repentance gets immediately dispelled by Kearney, but he is sitting in a Cyclone. Calvish down low. If Dopamine can catch up, if he can get in the Ray or the Comet Storm, Ray already on cooldown, they could finish him off, but Calvish is just staying alive once again in line of sight of his Paladin. When the damage on Bleeds now ramping, big Void Weavers go here from Gage with the Tropic Rift coming through, but it's not quite enough damage. Icy Veins now rolling. Dopamine looking for plays, finds the Shimmer Polymorph. Really well done, but it's just so much damage. Gets bashed and executed. The Silk Tigers just overwhelming.
Dang, MGXO, he had the Blessing of Protection, so we'll have to see what happened. I don't think he was on Forbearance. I'm surprised I went down during that moment. That was kind of their time to shine. They had the Blessing of Protection, Icy Veins was available, but ultimately Silk Tigers, they hold on. And we saw this in the offline bracket. Hansel actually signed up for this, but in the offline bracket, playing this exact matchup, it was the same thing. Silk Tigers, they're on the back foot. It's looking scary for Calvish, but Calvish just does not die. He just stays alive indefinitely. Gage and Kearney are able to keep him alive. Even during this moment, I'm so surprised. Kearney doesn't Trinket, he doesn't Divine Shield, they don't Survival Instincts, they just have so much confidence. They don't even sacrifice, which is just completely... I can't believe how many cooldowns they're just holding on to in that moment, feeling very confident that Calvish will stay alive. You can see here exactly what happens. Dopamine, I believe, shimmers in here. He goes for the Shimmer Polymorph, does manage to find it, but Calvish is there with the bash, and the damage is just overwhelming. And unfortunately, MGXO, he's in a fear. So he has no way out of the fear. That's what happened. He got feared into a silence with 1 second left on his trinket. A really well-timed push there by Silk Tigers, but ultimately they will go up in the matchup. And now I kind of wonder, Mentally Damp, are they confident on the mage? Because I feel like I've seen this matchup play out enough where it seems like either side can win. It really does. Like, the mage team can definitely win this.
The damage is most definitely there. I'm not quite sure if Calvish is the right target. Maybe they can find a little bit more success going for Kearney. But obviously that leaves the question open. Is like, what is the effect of Calvish not being pressured into bear form 24/7, right? He's going to do more damage. He's going to get more Cyclones in. How do you counterplay that? On the other hand, you also got to talk about the mana game, because MGXO has been doing a great job, and Dopamine as well, trying to survive. But you can definitely tell they're losing the mana game by a long shot, and in my opinion, it's mostly due to the fact that Mage just needs that much more healing than a Shadow Priest.
Yeah, I think you're certainly right about that. And also the Shadow Priest is just going to be doing more overall damage, so it's like kind of twofold in that regard. But yeah, I think the Shadow Priest is going to be such a difficult matchup, or such a difficult target for them to take down. It's possible to me, like, it does seem like the advantage of the mage is going to be that crowd control, pushing in, getting polymorphs, getting, the ice walls available, things like that, and kind of just bursting during that veins. I do wonder if Mentally Damp can take more of a passive approach and try to just go after Calvish and Gage, but then they lose some of the control elements, so it's a risky strategy. I feel like I could see Mentally Damp just going on the Shadow Priest and going for a mirror, but nope, they're feeling confident. What do we think about the Ray of Frost? Did you think it worked out in this match?
I think it's a nice added level of burst. The big problem with Ray of Frost obviously is it's somewhat predictable, and it's very easy to interrupt, which kind of only makes it possible to bring in when you have the Feral CC'd and you're out of range of the Paladin to kick.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, okay, yeah, maybe the Shadow Priest brings in the Silence, but then again, Silence is such a massive tool in the Shadow Priest offensive CC chain, right? You don't necessarily want to use that for an interrupt. So I definitely like the idea of it, especially if your kill target is the Feral. If you switch kill target as a team and leave Calvish a little bit more untouched, then I think the Ray is going to lose a lot of value and might actually be something you don't want to spec into.
Yeah, it seems like during those burst moments, the Ray of Frost looks really good, but he is giving up some like crucial damage talents. So not playing the Glacial Assault, which is like an extra modifier on your Comet Storm. Not playing Deep Shatter. So, the Frostfire Bolts, the current build he's playing with Death's Chill and Fractured Frost, like it really ramps up those Frostfire Bolts. So not playing the Deep Shatter, you're losing out on a little bit of damage there, but it didn't seem bad. Like it seems like it was creating those panic moments, which was nice. So we'll see.
Yeah,
Mentally Damp. Go ahead.
It definitely feels more like a kind of a more set up version of Mage, kind of a little bit more of a Shadow Priest play style almost, I want to say. I'm curious. I'm curious if he's going to stick to it, if he's going to make the adaptation. I think you have a great point with a little bit more consistent DPS, bringing that in instead of the burst setup with the Ray. Maybe Silk Tigers fall behind further, and also the mana game starts to look a little bit different. But well, map pick first. I don't think the comps are that different in terms of playstyle and positioning that the map is going to be game deciding. But Mentally Damp, I think, are on a good route with this one, honestly.
Yeah, it's looking good. Orc. A lot of mages are opting for Orc as kind of the meta evolves, playing Shimmer. So they want to have Shimmer so they can blink cast and just play more aggressively in the match. Being an Orc makes it so the stuns that you will inevitably set are a little bit shorter, but anytime Dopamine is getting caught into those stuns, he is getting destroyed, and it's normally an Ice Block or a Blessing of Protection being traded out. Double Shimmer coming in. Big setup on Kearney early on. The silence on that Ray of Frost, so immediately just disrupting that damage Dopamine brings, and Kearney isn't really going to have to trade too much. This is actually a much worse start here for the side of Mentally Damp.
Yeah, but they find MGXO massive damage with the Maim stun, but Gage can't quite follow up as he's sitting around the corner. Bleeds with a good half HP clone on Calvish, locking him down. Probably looking to shift that clone at the very end here, at least for now, connecting onto Kearney while Dopamine is still connected on the Cat. Bit of split pressure here. Now the Cyclone comes in around the corner, just Bleeds having free reign over the CC setup here, but Kearney should be more than fine in this situation. Doesn't even need to pop a trinket or anything else. Gage with a nice fear, shutting down the momentum a little bit, and a full Maim stun, locking down the Cat even further.
Yep, Calvish right now just in bear form once again, realizing he's going to be the main target in the game. Anytime there's crowd control on Kearney, he's immediately in bear, but does get caught a little bit in midfield. We'll have to pop the survival instincts as well as the heart of the wild. So Calvish actually has 0 defensive cooldowns and might just die anyways. Big Ray of Frost, but he gets Cyclone. So once again, no value on that Ray of Frost there for the side of Dopamine. Maim stun on Kearney. Is Dopamine going to be able to get the polymorph off? Calvish is still really low. Will he trade out the bark skin? Nope. Just preemptive bear form, realizing they really don't have too much damage. The maim stun onto Dopamine. They might actually get the ice block. Hammer of Justice now onto Dopamine. He is overextended. Needs to be careful. Big heals coming in from MGXO, but Dopamine gets away with not trading out that crucial defense of those ice blocks.
Yeah, a bit greedy there, but ultimately pays off. MGXO stabilizes with the lay on hands, and now once again the swap into Calvish. Immediate bop out of that maim stun. Bleeds now getting stunned up himself. The Cyclone after the ice wall. Kearney trying to reposition around that pillar to get back in line of sight. So far, this matchup a lot more on even footing than the first map, I feel like, and especially the damage goals on Calvish are so good with the Ray! Just puts him on ice. Excellently played by Dopamine and the team.
Yeah, that good burst damage coming in there onto Calvish and being forced defensive once again a lot in this game. And I just, the more I see this matchup, the more I feel like this is definitely a matchup the Mage side can win. Like, you have a lot of control, you have a lot of burst damage. If you catch Calvish and he's not fully prepared for it, you can take down the Feral Druid fairly easily in this match. So Mentally Damp looking good in game number 2. We can see exactly how it did play out in those final moments. So Icy Veins ramping up here for Dopamine. He gets the ice wall down. Calvish is just kind of rotting down. Kearney in a good position to just kind of avoid the ice wall. Manages to get him completely topped off and healthy, but Ray of Frost is rotating back up. Icy Veins available for Dopamine. His damage is basically going to be sky high, and Kearney gets bashed into a Cyclone. Calvish tries to get away, but he gets shattered here by Dopamine. Dopamine goes for the Ray of Frost, and there's just a huge underreaction, honestly, there by Kearney. Like, he has Divine Shield, he's got his Trinket, just, I don't know why. I think they're getting a little overconfident with how much Calvish can survive. Maybe you kind of need to have that, but I don't know. That seemed like kind of an easy trade during Veins.
It's always these kind of micro decisions. Like, actually, it's not even a micro decision at this point, right? I think Underreaction phrases that pretty well. Maybe just not respecting, not expecting how much damage Dopamine actually had available in that moment. And then again, it's like, okay, does he live another half a second, or do I need to trinket the last second of the Cyclone after Calvish already takes all the damage? Because the Bob was thrown in. Kearney thought the Bob already was helping more than enough. Had the Hand of Divination in as well for those big instant Holy Lights. And after that, you get a bash into a clone. Calvish is in bear, almost around the corner, and it's more or less a situation of, yeah, do I trinket a 1-second Cyclone into a potential just re-CC with a Maim Stun or anything along the lines? Or do I just trinket and attempt to at least salvage this situation? I feel like a bit of a hopeless point for Kearney there. But yeah, I mean, ultimately it's always rather use the trinket than die with it ready, right?
So the Ray of Frost, let's just take a look at what the damage is looking like. So Ray of Frost did 700,000 damage. One tick, I think it was a crit, and then followed up by 500,000, 500,000. So definitely significant pressure there. Almost 2 million damage in a really short burst window, and you can chain it. So he actually went for like a flurry into a Comet Storm, which drops a Meteor with the Ray of Frost. So, you know, pumping out 2.5, 3 million bursts in just a few short globals is definitely what caught them off guard. And maybe that's what they want. They want that condensed damage in the shorter window. Consistent damage doesn't matter as much for him, and they end up getting the kill as a result. Kearney definitely underreacted there. But we're seeing what's going to go on. We're going to Hook Point, exact same matchup. And I do think for the remainder of the series, it is going to be these two teams just playing these exact comps. I don't think either team is really going to be mixing it up here, but we'll see. Hopefully there's no tilting after that one, because they definitely had a lot of answers on the side of Silk Tiger.
Yeah, there was a lot of gas left in the tank. So now Hook Point, smaller map, obviously, being a little bit more intense. It's going to do good for Silk Tigers due to the pressure they can put on Dopamine, kind of speed up the game and empty MGXO's mana bar a lot quicker. But at the same time, swing map option or possibility here for Mentally Damp. And if they manage to grab this one for themselves, that sets them up nicely into a spot where they can take this series for themselves on the next map after.
Yeah, both these teams looking really good. I mean, bringing super meta compositions. And I was really curious about this particular matchup, you know, who does come out ahead. As like I mentioned, in Europe, it's all about the Frost Mage, Feral Paladin. In North America, everyone is kind of abandoned mage for Shadow Priest, so it's nice to see Dopamine kind of representing here. Been looking good on it. I like the aggressive plays. Bleed's going for an early stun into potential Cyclone. It's shut down there by Gage. Who are they going after? Dopamine taking quite a bit of pressure early on in this match. And Silk Tigers, I think they want to get more aggressive in this game. They want to try to get mentally damp on the back foot. But once again, Calvish is rotting down. Big Ray of Frost is not going to do anything. Too much damage reduction with the sacrifice, the Bark Skin. They completely shrug that off.
And we're going to see how intense the setup, at least attempt towards Kearney is. And now the swap over on the Paladin is massive. Divine Protection is out. He has some big heals in with the wings, but they don't quite get the bubble. Now Gage ramping up. He has a few tentacles out. That's going to do a lot of damage, and Bleeds gets bopped on the maim stun. MJXO being very liberal with the use on that to break CC instead of keeping it as a defensive line of option. As Gage once again tries to push in, doesn't find the fear on MJXO as he kites away. Calvish gets hodged up behind the pillar in the open field, trying to get away from Dopamine. Kearney on the other side, only now reconnecting. Saved by the light was proc there. And that's another defensive out of the book.
Yeah, Bleeds really putting pressure on Calvish, catching him behind the pillar there, and that's not the spot that Calvish really wants to be. He needs to be careful, as he has been the main target in this match, and they get the lay of hands during that last setup. Bleeds is rotting down low, though. Good pressure here from the side of Gage. Full polymorph secured onto Kearney. Is there going to be a master spell? Doesn't look like it. Ray of Frost lands. Big damage on Calvish. He trades out the Cyclone, he trades out the Barskin. Another Cyclone will land onto Kearney, but he's not greeting it too much this time. He's already used his Trinket, and I think Calvish should be able to survive this setup. Icy Veins coming up very shortly here for Dopamine, and that's going to be that massive swell of damage that Mentally Damp has. We'll see how Silk Tigers kind of handles that situation.
Good Cyclone here, Vortex rather, from Calvish, keeping Bleeds and Dopamine locked down a little bit. Quick swap over onto Kearney, gets bashed. The Silence actually once again used defensively, follow-up Hodge. The swap onto Bleeds is good, lots of damage with the Entropic Rift, the main stun follow-up, the setup is amazing! And now finally the sack comes in from MGXO, massive heal absorb from the Light of the Martyr on himself, but Dopamine finds a full polymorph onto Kearney. The follow-up Cyclone is in as well, as Calvish can't find the kick, and now he's taking so much damage and punishment. 8 seconds on the Ray of Frost. That is a lot of power that Mentally Damp just got through. He has a Bark Skin for that next setup, but the bubble is gone.
And Dopamine dropping an Ice Wall.
Ice Wall.
Ooh, doesn't allow Kearney to escape, but might be able to get a polymorph with this. Calvish just stacking up here with Kearney. Ray of Frost being channeled out, doing massive damage onto Calvish, but looks like Dopamine will get interrupted. Good reaction there by Calvish. Not choking on the finish line, or tripping on the finish line. Dragon's Breath down to Kearney once again. Can they get the polymorph? Dopamine looks for the Ray of Frost, or Ring of Frost, but gets shut down there. Great backup by Gage. In the meantime, Calvish is still low in health. Dopamine rotting down. Bleeds is rotting down as well. Finally, all this pressure from Calvish and Gage is immensing, and MGXO is really struggling to keep his team nice and healthy. Calvish is pushing in. Dopamine finally playing a little bit of defense here. He's been just pressuring Kearney so much with crowd control. Once again, finding another full polymorph, but they can't seem to punish him for making these plays. He's rotting down a little bit. They need to get that ice block. We're about 3.5 minutes into the game, and they haven't gotten a single defensive cooldown from Dopamine.
Yeah, but the mana is looking all right for MGXO, all things considered so far this series. Nice kick once again here by Calvish, shutting down that polymorph. Bleeds looking for more Cyclones, but gets knocked back here. Good Typhoon coming through. MGXO looks for that Searing Glare. Going to find a little bit of disorientation on the enemy team. And once again, Dopamine trying to go for those Shimmer polymorphs on Kearney. He's pushing in, looking for the follow-up. Hodge should continue the CC chain as Bleeds is just locked down in open field, out of form. Double Fear from Gage, going to set them up for a lot of pressure here. Bleeds on half HP, jumping back in, looking for some damage, looking for some CC. They swap over onto Kearney. Good damage from Dopamine with the Icy Veins. He still has the Ray of Frost. They're looking for the setup. Not quite connecting the Cyclone as Calvish comes in with the kick, but they are not quite done yet. More and more Cyclone attempt. It's locked onto Kearney. He has a Trinket. Does he respect the Cyclone this time around? It's a no answer because no big damage is available anymore for Dopamine. Gets Rake stunned up. Calvish just running him down at the moment, but Silk Tiger's avoiding that go very nicely.
Oh, Icy Veins, big Frost Firebolts. Kearney could easily fall. Trinket, no Divine Shield. He gets behind the pillar. Tears Deliverance will be cast out, and I think they will be able to hold on. In the meantime, Dopamine is forced into that ice block. Still has the Cold Snap, but now no longer a threat with that Icy Veins. Calvish and Gage can finally play a little bit aggressive here. They might be able to just take Dopamine down. MGXO is forced to trade out his Blessing of Protection to keep Dopamine alive, and that is a massive trade. He's on Forbearance. He's on Hypothermia. There's still an opportunity here for Calvish and Gage to get things rolling, but they're turning their attention onto Bleeds. MGXO just does not have the throughput to keep them alive. Full CC here on MGXO. He immediately uses his Medallion, free himself from all of that crowd control, and allow himself to connect some heals here. Bleeds under pressure, but the amount of pressure Silk Tigers has is immense. Dopamine, though, unafraid, goes for a full polymorph on Kearney and accidentally cleaves it by attacking Calvish. And now, all of a sudden, Silk Tigers, they're looking very confident to end this game.
Yeah, they're pushing in. Good CC on Bleeds, but Kearney is looking for that Repentance. Fakes the kick, doesn't quite... Oh, get locked down. The Ice Wall attempt was great, but not quite good enough. Kearney out of the little pickle he was in there. Now Gage taking massive damage. Dopamine just really looking to lock down that extra pressure. Void Shift is available as well as Dispersion, and Calvish just went through his Bark Skin. Second 40 seconds. It's not looking too good defensively for the Silk Tigers, especially if Mentally Damned finds another go onto Calvish here. Maybe with a good CC setup on Kearney. The Ray of Frost does massive damage, but saved by the Light procs. Calvish gets stabilized in bear form and should be fine for the moment. Dopamine with some hard cast looking for follow-up pressure, but it's all about getting that setup onto Kearney in the next 20 seconds, as long as both the Sack and the Barkskin are on cooldown. This is the last window where they can maybe kill Calvish for the moment.
Yeah, we'll see. Kearney into a full cycle. In the meantime, Dopamine is getting destroyed. Might have to go to Ice Block, but Calvish is so low. Blessing Protection trades. Kearney doing what he can. He trades out his Trinket. Calvish might not recover. It is so high in dampening. Gage uses the Void Shift, needing Calvish there to get some pressure going. Wants to keep him nice and healthy. Gage feeling not so confident. Running back to the pillar. Kearney looking for a Searing Glare, but just doesn't have the healing. Gage gets interrupted. The damage is completely overwhelming. Kearney has his work cut out for him here in this situation, but the stuns go out. Dopamine might have to go into the Ice Block. There's a lot of pressure here. Gage in the backline, just throwing in Mind Flay Insanity after Mind Flay Insanity. They defend Kearney from the incoming Cyclone of Bleeds, and Ice Wall connects, though. Beautiful Ice Wall there by Dopamine. Calvish is isolated, but Kearney finally gets in line of sight, connects the Sacrifice, and I think Silk Tigers might be able to hold on, but this is not looking good. Calvish is low, full polymorph lands, and I don't know how he's going to survive. Survival Instincts bear form might be enough. Kearney gets Mass Dispelled out of the polymorph and put into a repolymorph. Bleeds looking for a Cyclone, but unable to find it in that moment. But I wonder if Mentally Damp, have they overextended themselves? They are rotting down. MGXO is completely out of mana. Can Silk Tigers turn this around?
They got zero offensives. There's the Ray of Frost. The go is ready. They just don't have the CC on Kearney right now. If they can follow up with anything, lock down the Pally, Calvish might just fall. No Void Shift, no Sack. Maybe the Bark Skin is enough to keep him alive, but it's going to be so difficult. Bleeds, but it needs to be careful. Has the Survival Instincts still. Gets locked down around the corner, and MGXO really has to push in to support. Full Arch onto Kearney. They're swapping over on the Paladin. The Light Protection is in, down to 5%, but the damage is keeping going. The Stone Form comes through, but it's not quite enough to take him down. The damage not good enough. Maybe on the second round. There it is. Dopamine comes around the corner and ices him. Great work done, and Mentally Damp get the swing match.
I mean, Mentally Damp, they're looking really good. That Icy Veins during this, it's just Icy Veins. It's so strong, and the Ray of Frost is really causing kind of like a panic in this matchup. It seems like they really aren't like... Calvish isn't surviving. Like when I saw this matchup in the open bracket, Calvish just felt like he was semi-immortal in this matchup. But Mentally Damp, they're finding the crowd control. They're playing very aggressively and keeping Silk Tigers on the back foot. MGXO is doing a really good job keeping Dopamine and Bleeds aggressive in the match, and they're just unrelenting in their CC. Here's the final Icy Veins of the game. Dopamine just uses his Ice Block aggressively, realizing his damage is through the roof. There's no way Kearney's going to be able to survive here. He's going for flurries. He's going for Ice Lances. Kearney barely holds on here as he sneaks around the pillar, but ultimately Dopamine is just unrelenting once again, going for the Comet Storm, going for the Ice Nova, and he ends up closing it out with that instant Frostfire Bolt. So great plays by Mentally Damp. Silk Tigers are very close. Once again, an extremely close game number 3, but this is scary for Silk Tigers. They do have Ceruleum. Do they lose confidence in this comp? Do they go for the mirror matchup? This is what they've been preparing. I feel like every single team in North America thinks the Shadow Priest should win this matchup. That's why they basically stopped playing with the Mage. But Frost Mage is still, it definitely has quite a punch in these games.
The problem you can really see what Silk Tigers is struggling with is the fact that they need to lock down Dopamine. They need to stop Dopamine's CC chains, because if they don't stop the polymorphs, then he's just gonna walk all over them. And we talked about it just before this map. The silence from the Shadow Priest. You normally want to use that as an offensive tool in your rotation, right? You want to get the Psychic Horror into the full silence, get that 6 seconds Shadow Priest lockdown rolling. That's so dangerous if you combine it with your goes. But Gage, basically that entirety of that last map, all 8 minutes through, had to silence Dopamine defensively to stop CC. And that's not a spot where you want to be in as a Shadow Priest, because it just takes away so much from your offensive potential. And at that point, I quite honestly think you might want to bring in the Mage. If you don't have any other option to lock down Dopamine and stop the CC other than using that Shadow Priest silence, I don't think you have enough value in the Shadow Priest.
Well, let's see what they decide to do. Mentally Damp definitely making a case for themselves with this composition. They're looking good, and this could be another one of those kind of wild card teams. They've been pretty consistent in terms of points, but if they have a really deep run in this upper bracket, I mean, this is going to be looking good for them. They definitely lock in for that top 8. So we'll see. What is Silk Tigers going to do? Are they going to change up their composition? Are they going to bring in Ceruleum on the Frost Mage, or are we just going to be seeing them play the Shadow Priest once again? We're going to Tiger's Peak, so kind of a neutral map here in this matchup, I think. And yeah, we'll see. I'm just trying to think of like what adjustments I want to see, because I just feel like Dopamine, he's kind of getting away with murder. Like it's taken them a really long time, and I mean that could be honestly a testament to like bleeds in his peels and the cyclones we're seeing. They just can't pressure Dopamine enough.
Yeah, I think two things that we're not talking about enough with Mentally Damp is A, yes, as you said, Bleed's doing an incredible job on the Feral. Just the amount of CC and pressure he brings in through that control is insane, especially if you compare it to some of the other Ferals in NA that we've seen not just today, but in general. I think Bleeds is doing exceptionally well. The other thing is MGXO's positioning. Always standing in a spot where Gage has basically zero option to lock him down and kind of control him and pressure him. And that's something that Kearney is not able to do as well, because Dopamine is so much more mobile. And something I wanted to bring up, but that we're not seeing here, is the potential that Silk Tigers might swap Kearney onto the Disc Priest. Might be a little bit better to play around those mage goes, and especially those mage CC attempts, kind of Death, a Polymorph cast or something. But we actually get Calvish on the Outlaw Rogue. A little bit more control brought in. Maybe that's enough to lock down Dopamine and Bleeds.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the Outlaw Rogue notoriously is pretty good at going after mages, so we'll see. Calvish, obviously, it's going to be a little bit more comforting for him, playing the Rogue. That's his main. That's his specialty. He's been putting a lot of work into the Feral Druid, and he's been looking good, but I think on Rogue, I think he's going to feel more confident being under pressure. So we'll see. They are going to make a change, not feeling confident in that matchup anymore, which is surprising because they've won that matchup a lot, but I guess Mentally Damp, they kind of have their number here. They want to make a change, and this could be an interesting one. The Rogue Shadow Priest Paladin coming in from Silk Tigers, the Outlaw Rogue. I think, like I said, it's good for going after the Mage, so this kind of makes sense to me. I'm a little iffy on it, but we'll see. Maybe it'll work out.
Yeah, I feel like damage-wise, especially looking at some of the other Outlaw Rogues we've started to see in Week 3, Week 4 now, I feel like Outlaw Rogue damage isn't actually that bad, especially if you combine it with the Paladin setup. We've seen a lot of kind of the combination of Killing Spree, Blessing of Summer. There's actually a lot of burst in those Outlaw Rogue goes, so I'm very curious to see what Calvish can pull off, because I feel like while his Feral is really good, as you mentioned, Rogue is just more comfort. Bring in the main, bring in the comfort level, and that's going to do a lot more, because they need to make something happen. This is match point for Mentally Damp after all.
Yeah, let's see what they decide to do here. They are going to be bringing in the Rogue, like we mentioned. This is their last opportunity to stay here in the upper bracket. Mentally Damp, if they win this, they will be sending Silk Tigers down, and that is not a place you really want to be at this point. It's Cup 4, kind of your last opportunity here to earn points. Mentally Damp, they're looking really good. Dopamine gets sapped. turns the sap over onto MGXO, and now it looks like they are going to be going on to Dopamine, trying to pressure him down, but we'll see how aggressively Dopamine plays in this matchup once again. I expect him to go for lots of crowd control on Kearney.
Yeah, and Gage finding a massive two-man fear right out of the gate. And Dopamine, look at him, just going hard for the offensive, actually trying to kite away from Calvish in this situation, but will be looking for more goals. Sending those Frostfire bolts towards Kearney as he's sitting in the Cyclone. Nice Master Spell here from Gage to get his healer out, as Calvish is just bringing in as much control as he can. And this is what we're looking for with this Outlaw Rogue. Just lock down Dopamine and especially Bleeds as much as possible. But for the moment, the Rogue is taking so much damage. Cloak is already on cooldown. Calvish needs to be so careful.
Ooh, Kearney getting destroyed. Calvish at the same time. Dopamine really just lining up a lot of pressure. He's not playing as aggressively, looking for polymorphs in this game, just focusing on damage. But this could be the Ice Block. Big killing spree there by Calvish. And a bit of a panic moment on the side of Mentally Damp. The Rogue not looking too bad, but the matchup in general is looking a little bit less stable. Calvish has no Vanish, no Cloak of Shadows, no Evasion, so really no defense here for this Rogue.
Smoke bomb.
Big Smoke Bomb setup here onto Bleeds. Hammer of Justice out of the cheap shot. Do they have the damage to take him down? Doesn't look like it. Bleeds does not fully panic in that situation. It's a bit scary there. The Psyfiend's now down for Cage, and offense for Silk Tigers is much higher. Silence on MGXO, and this Outlaw Rogue is definitely not looking bad.
Oh, great Shadow Step kick there on the Ice Wall. Calvish grabbing that, gets bobbed out of the stun. Double fear from Gage coming in once again. The damage on Bleeds seems to ramp up. He's down to a half. MGXO gets feared on the Dispel. Hodges up Calvish around the corner. Kearney can't get there and Dispel his Rogue, but Dopamine once again under fire with the Entropic Rift. Overall, it's balanced offensive on both sides here at the moment, but Dopamine is the big target. He doesn't have the Ice Block right now. He's trying to greet the Cold Snap and get that block back before he needs to use it. Trying to hold on to that extra defensive, but he might need to pop it in. He's dropping so low, but MGXO has the heals. It's Dopamine blinks back inside. The sack traded out, and with that, a little bit of a defensive gain here for Silk Tigers.
Yeah, but Dopamine, he just used the Cold Snap, so I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that means he basically has no shot of a third Ice Block in this game. But we'll have to wait and see if that ends up mattering. I'm kind of doubting it with how fast this game is going. Gage taking big shatter combos here. Dopamine in the backline with the Icy Veins is just absolutely destroying. Calvish trying to shut him down, but he is now getting cleaved down. Cheap shot onto MGXO. Silk Tigers looking to make an aggressive play here, but they're falling behind on healing. Dopamine is still just owning here with this Icy Veins, but finally taking quite a bit of damage. This could easily be the second Ice Block of the match. He's getting low, doesn't want to greet it too much. Shimmers away here with MGXO, but caught now into a full kidney shot. He trinkets, blast waves Calvish away with display. So lots of mobility, lots of CC here coming in from the side of Dopamine. He is playing Blink Stun, so now he can just blink out of stuns in this matchup, playing the Icy Flows, but it means he's not going to be able to find crowd control nearly as much, just focusing on all-out damage in this match.
Nice Master Spell on the Cyclone, gets recloned, while Calvish gets punished for his aggression. Actually flies back in across the map, trying to look for more CC. Gage taking good damage in the meantime. Bleeds once again, bringing in so much CC with those Cyclones. The bash onto Calvish now as well. Dopamine around the corner, just sending the damage. Calvish should be fine here for the moment, especially with Kearney catching up to him. MGXO under a little bit of fire as Calvish is looking for that next setup. Killing spree in 40 seconds. That's something we need to watch out for. But the big deal here is mainly the fact that Gage has no dispersion and Kearney has no sack. Now needs to bubble as Bleeds is the big target. Down to half, but MGXO sitting in a full kidney. He needs to be careful. Has the trinket, gets wrapped and immediately pops the trinket in. Dopamine down to half. Overall, the offensive from Silk Tigers right now looking really good. Bob traded out as well to keep Dopamine alive.
Yeah, wants to get maximum damage with these Frostfire bolts. They're just cleaving the entire team, but Kearney seems to be dealing with it quite well. Gage gets interrupted here. Needs to be careful. No dispersion for just a few short seconds during that interrupt. There's a full ice wall, but immediately breaks there. Dopamine realized he didn't really catch anyone, so he's just going to completely remove it. It's a missed opportunity there. Dopamine will blink away. And the fact that he's playing Blink in this game over Shimmer just means Mentally Damp cannot play aggressive. They're playing for more of like just an all-out damage strategy, not really going for crowd control. And the crowd control to me was looking really good, but maybe this damage strategy will look good as well. Kearney getting low, ducks behind the pillar. Calvish still trying to create pressure. Gets a full blind here on MGXO, but Calvish just cannot push. He's just taking way too much pressure. Dopamine is just dragging him to the ends of the earth, destroying him. In the meantime, Gage is getting low. Kearney is really struggling to stabilize during this game.
Yeah, they're doing a great job with the continuous damage, especially dropping the Ray of Frost comes in so big for Dopamine here in this matchup. Because if you look at the mana game, Kearney is dropping lower and lower. He's on 20% at most, and that is gonna just spiral out of control with every passing seconds, and Dopamine is just kiting them all over the place. Grace displacement, Gage, CC'd behind the corner, smoke bomb defensively to prevent Dopamine's damage from connecting, saving Gage's life, but that's a big offensive tool that's out of the box for the moment at the very least. Void Core Torrent comes through with the precognition proc, and now of course the Dark Ascension. Gage really looking to send some damage onto Bleeds for a kidney shot. This could be massive. Sack and Bob and Wings popped in. MJXO really not risking anything in that moment.
Ice Wall kind of separating them, but once again, kind of whiffing there for Dopamine. The Ice Walls have not been on point this game, unfortunately. Not really catching anyone, but I guess just trying to go for the fancy plays. Ernie is a little bit low on mana right now. MGXO has such a massive lead in that regard, almost 30% dampening. I don't think they're going to be able to survive this next Icy Veins, which is rolling right now. Dopamine is caught to a stun, but they're making a setup here on the Bleeds. Can they take down Bleeds? All in, Fear onto MGXO. He's holding on to the Divine Shield. He does not want to make the trade. Overlapped with Survival Instinct. That's the best defensive cooldown a Feral Druid does have, but Bleeds gets interrupted, and he is so far on the back foot. Cannot get the damage rolling. Dopamine needs to do something. Potential polymorph onto Kearney. He manages to find it. It's a full polymorph. Full stun on Calvish, and they might just drop him. Evasion comes in, but it is unrelenting pressure. Once again, the Void Shift comes in from Gage, and Silk Tigers is in a lot of trouble, but they're still just going for it. Bleeds is feeling the pressure right now. He's in bear form. He's trying to get away. Calvish, it is a race to the finish. Both these DPS are just so incredibly low. Calvish feels like he cannot continue the chase as Dopamine is just completely destroying him. Dopamine blinks in aggressively, and it looks like he will get stunned. He trinkets out, just trying to keep up the pressure for his team. Dopamine is just... I really like the way he's pressuring their team.
It's looking so good. Hodge and Kidney Shot overlap there as well. The Fear, so many tools out of the box for Silk Tigers, and they're just rotting. The sack is in from Kearney. The last points of his mana. Once again, they swap over to the Paladin. They want to seal the deal. They want to move on in the upper bracket, and Calvish is about to fall. The last few bolts of ice are thrown in. He's hiding behind the corner. The stun comes in on Dopamine. Cheat Death procced, executed, done and dusted. Mentally damned, take the serious. 3-1.
Really good series there by Mentally Damp. I mean, they really kind of proved themselves. I had question marks. How does the Frost Mage fit in like the North American meta of all Shadow Priest Feral? But I like how they played that. Like against the Rogue team, they completely changed their strategy. Didn't go for any crowd control. Dopamine just blinking out of stuns, just putting out maximum damage, really just allowing Bleeds to kind of cause a panic when they went after Bleeds. Then Dopamine got to play really aggressive, even bringing in the Frost Bomb tech, which is not what we see. I mean, my big highlight for this game is Dopamine just mixing up his talents so much. Like we saw the Ray of Frost. We're seeing him switch between like an aggressive Shimmer playstyle, blinking out of stuns for just all-out maximum damage with the Frost Bomb, and he really kind of threw Silk Tigers a curveball in this particular matchup. But just look at the pressure. All three members of Silk Tigers just outright dead. And yeah, Mentally Damp, they made that look extremely good. I kind of counted them out, but definitely showing they deserve that spot in the upper finals.
They certainly did, and they're going to finish this one up. We can see the final moments right here, but what a series from them. They definitely surprised me. Lithia, I think you were the only one that predicted Mentally Damp.
I believed in them. I believed in them.
All along. Yeah, and it was a 3-1 even, wasn't it? Yeah, look at that. 3-1. All right,
another
Lithia.
perfect. Let's go.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. I wish I knew the chat prediction, but either way, Mentally Damp 3-1. We're going to see Mentally Damp move on here in that upper bracket. Silk Tigers, they're still in it. They still got another chance. They're going to play against F tier later on today then.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. F tier, of course, has been looking really good. Both these teams are looking really good, but it's crunch time. You know what I mean? This is their last opportunity before going into the gauntlet, before potentially getting into the top three, to see, what they can do. And even if you don't really change your standing, it's still just a momentum thing. You want to make sure you're the team that's coming out ahead. You want to have that strong momentum moving into, not only the gauntlet, but also the finals. So it is going to be an important matchup for both of these teams. And I'm curious to see who does come out ahead. Like, are we going to see Ceralium tagged in? They have this exact same composition. Silk Tigers not really utilizing him at this point, but I think that matchup definitely did not look bad. But yeah, some really great matches in that lower bracket still ahead.
Imagine
The big
benching
thing with the result of this series as well, I'm just double checking my notes here, to not talk wrong things, but with this Mentally Damp also locking in the top 8 at the very least for themselves and avoiding any possible tiebreakers. So definitely another kind of big win next to obviously making it to the upper semifinals.
Yeah, definitely. So a lot on the line for them here as the standings, the final standings for these first 4 cups for NA gets formed. But we're taking a look at the bracket right now and how it's been shaping up, as we can see Silk Tigers versus F Tier down there in that lower bracket. The Move versus Power Toads. The Move, of course, being recently dropped down there by Welcome to the Jung. They're kind of having a pretty good weekend compared to at least how they've been performing so far this season. But, they went 0-3 against Welcome to the Jung, and it didn't look great. It looked a little better than maybe past games, but we'll see if they're up to the challenge versus Power Toads. That is going to be that upcoming series. So with that, we are going to play a game of Guess the Spell. You guys ready?
It's time.
Oh,
Heck
let's look
yeah.
at the standings first. They're updated and ready to go.
Yeah.
All
As you
right.
can see, Mentally Damp now solid in 7th place. Abjured already got eliminated, so they will be locked in 8th, and Unitas sadly did not make the gauntlet. But of course, the race for number 3, that's what this next series is all about, and that is going to be an absolute nail biter.
How much points is on the line? So, is it 20 for this next series? Is it? I mean, that matters a
It's
lot.
20, but you also eliminate the other team.
So basically, what Liquid? Well, let's think if you're Liquid, what do you want? You want the Move to beat Power Toads and then lose to the next team. That's what you need to happen.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Liquid, they're going to be watching these games with anticipation. If Power Toads wins a series, then Liquid will be facing the gauntlet. If the Move wins and then wins again, they're going to take Liquid's spot. But if the Move wins then loses, then Liquid's got it.
And if the Power Toads win, well, Liquid's done, and we get to go back to the good old classic NA meme.
All right. Well, like I said, we're going to keep everybody in the loop with the standings, but now let's take a look at whose spell is it anyways.
Spell is it anyway?
Yeah, we need
What-
like a theme song for this segment.
yeah.
That was a good start.
All
Right, blank, target blank, attack
Oh,
power
boy.
blank, rooting them in place for 1.5 seconds. What roots you in place for 1.5 seconds? And then
What is
something
that,
else
like-
for 6 seconds.
What are we looking at? Oh, I think they're trying to trick us because it's a 15. I was like, what is that line between 1 and 5? They're tricking us. It's a 1.5, I think. I don't think it's 15 minutes. I think it's a 1.5. So something target, something attack power, rooting them in place for 1.5 seconds, and I don't know. Need more information.
Could be Flurry.
Flurry?
Mm-hmm.
Just flurry.
I don't think it has anything to do with attack power though. I don't recall.
I think attack power is just the generic word, but no, it's not even an option. All
I
right.
think the hunt.
Hmm.
I'm thinking the hunt. 1.5 minute cooldown. Rush to the target. Rooting them in place. That's
Makes sense.
There's a blur between the 1 and 5. Oh my god, I didn't even see that. Yeah, I think it's the hunt. Because none of these other spells have a 1.5 minute cooldown.
I think it's the hunt
That's
too.
Sneaky. That is sneaky.
What do you think, Ven? You want to lock in the hunt?
Yeah, that's what I'm going with. Yeah.
All right. Let's do it. Hunt. Woo! Nice. Nicely done.
Beautifully done.
Okay, let's see if we can get the icon for this.
Oh boy.
I have never looked at it this... Okay, so it's definitely not D. Or A. Those look weird. They're too green. It's either B or C for sure. You don't
I feel
think
like
so?
the dots. To me, the dots look legit. Like
Like what?
You think-
On D?
No, I think A, B. Like I don't think it's C because I think the dots do fit in.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not trusting that extra dot though on D or the miscoloration. The only other thing is the arms are fully covered in A, which I don't know if is real.
That's A is way too green. It's blue.
I think B. That's mine.
I think B also. Lithy?
I'm going with B.
I think it's A.
You think it's A?
I think it's A.
Okay. I got 2 for B, 1 for A.
It's definitely not C because the dots are missing.
Yeah.
Could be B, but I think it's A.
I'm going with B.
I'm locking in A.
All right. Let's see. Which is it?
Damn it. Ah.
Let's go. Haha.
Nice, nice,
I don't
nice.
play Demon Hunter.
All right. Well, chat, let us know if you got that correct. But I don't have to ask. Chat's been real smart this weekend. And with that, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're heading down to the lower bracket. We're going to either be eliminating the Move or Power Toads. Find out which team is not going to make it to Championship Sunday up next after this break. Hello, everybody. We are in the lower bracket now. It is the Move versus Power Toads. Now, Lithy, we were comparing Zhang and Absurge, but now we've got Tuna that the Move has to worry about.
Exactly. Yeah. If you talk about the great healers in NA, of course, Absturge is very up on top of that discussion, but Tuna is someone you need to bring up, you need to mention, because this man has been evolving and learning and improving himself over the last few years so much. I think the first time I had the pleasure of casting his games was back in early Shadowlands, and from his Resto Druid one-trick days, he's moved on to just so much better and more improved, picking up multiple classes, and by this point I feel like he is one of the backbones of the Power Toads and the Super Frogs and the Power Frogs as the roster has evolved over the last few years. So it's gonna be all eyes on the healers in this series, I think, because in terms of impact, there is a lot to be gained.
I'm just looking at the notable achievements. You got Arena World Championship 2024, first place in Season Cup number 1, 13 times rank 1, and then self-proclaimed EGB's best player, way better than Kearney. So shots have been fired, I guess. But yeah, definitely keep an eye on Tuna. I mean, we had the pleasure of interviewing him after Cup number 1 win. But Zico, in your mind, have they been kind of living up to the bar that they set from Cup number 1?
I think that their performance in Cup number 1 was a big surprise, actually. I didn't expect them to win that. I didn't expect them to even make it to the finals, to be honest with you. I thought it was going to be Team Liquid and Welcome to the Jung that were going to be, the finalists of that one. But they surprised me, and they were able to grab the win there. I think in general, they've been, I would say they've been around where I expected them to be. They've been in that upper echelon, but maybe not the top team. And I think a big reason for that is because just F tier has been really shaking things up in terms of the top teams in the region. But they have, an excellent opportunity here to secure a top 3 position. All they got to do is just win right now against the Move. Boom, they're guaranteed a top 3. They're guaranteed to avoid the gauntlet. But the same thing goes for the Move, right? They need to win here, and then if they can win one more later, then they are guaranteeing themselves that spot as well. So it's a very, very high stakes game here in terms of standings. It's going to decide a lot, and you bet that Liquid are somewhere out there watching this one in anticipation to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, this is a make or break moment for sure for the Move and Power Toads and, Team Liquid, as you mentioned as well. So we'll certainly be starting this series as soon as we can, I hope, because I am so excited for this one to see what these teams are going to bring to the table. If you haven't sent in your predictions yet in the chat, please do so. Maybe we can take a look at the predictions that we did have here on the casting desk. It looks like we are all in favor of the Move, which I'm kind of surprised that no one is gunning for Power Toes. I mean, why do you think that is, Lithy?
Simply the fact that the current comp they're rolling with, the Rogue Feral Druid, I don't think just does too well into a caster lineup, and especially an experienced Shadow Priest like Whiskey. Peekaboo, kind of up in the air. He can play the Feral. I think this is also a scenario where he can bring in the Rogue and do really, really well, and I just feel like that's a matchup that the Move is just so much better set up for. There's not zero potential for the Power Toads to win. They definitely can pull off a miracle, but it's gonna be exactly that if they do it.
Yep. All right, Power Toads looking to prove us wrong. They're up against quite a lot. They've got a lot on their shoulders as well for the results of this series. It's the Move versus Power Toads, game number 1. Right now.
All right, the Move, they just got bested in that upper bracket by Welcome to the Jung. But this is their chance to really show how much they've practiced this Feral, Shadow Priest, Holy Paladin. And we're going to see Dazed immediately running in here for a sap. They find Absturge. They're going after Absturge on the side of the Toads. And I think that's a really intelligent strategy here. Just Zug the healer and maybe do some swaps between Absturge and Peekaboo and just try to survive in between those goes as the cleave setup. But we're seeing the same thing here mirrored kind of from the Move side going after Tuna. They got bleeds rolling onto Dazed as well as they managed to get a big chunk of damage there onto Tuna, already forcing out his racial.
Yeah, it's looking good, but the heals are looking good as well. Heart of the Wild out for Pika, Dazed already popping the evasion. The Rogue might actually be one of the main targets here for the move, but you can equally just go for the Feral. In the meantime, they're going for Absturge. Big damage on the move's healer. Divine Protection is back up and ready now, though, but he gets cycloned on half HP as the move is swapping over onto Tuna. He makes it around the corner, avoiding WizK's damage on the follow-up here, but Dazed gets punished as well. But big go on Peekaboo. Absturge comes in with the bop in the nick of time. Great move here from Move's healer. But now he's kidnapped up. Immediately trinkets that and is just trying to kite away. He is fearing for his life right now. So much damage until the Lay on Hands come in.
Yeah, he had to use the Lay on Hands and his trinket in that exchange. Daze sitting through a Hammer of Justice. Axton rotting down good here. Peekaboo getting some Cyclones onto Tuna, doing a good job. I don't really like that Siphon too much, but I guess it zones them off of Absturge, so it's not the worst. Wiz maybe just buying some time here for Absturge to just recover and make sure that everything is looking good on their end. Gets the sacrifice out there as well. Now Peekaboo caught up in a cheap shot. Here comes the assault. Big damage onto Absturge. Nice leap of faith there. Repositioning Absturge for a moment, but they're pushing for the Divine Shield, and they will get it. The side of Power Toes is looking good, but now here comes the return fire onto Dazed. Blessing of Protection is popped there onto Dazed, as we see Dazed wants to push him behind that pillar to continue the attack onto Absturge, but he's not able to find it just yet. He's still down to half HP. Lot of healing coming out here from Tuna, but once again, it's going to be Peekaboo caught up in a kidney shot into the Cyclone. Dazed actually committing the killing spree there. Would have much rather seen him do that onto Absturge. He is on Forbearance right now. This could be an opportunity for them to close out the match on the side of the move. Can they do it? No, the Racial comes out once again, and the Siphon is going to deny it. They're going to need to deal with that. Here comes WizK as well with a beautiful fear onto Tuna as they look to set up onto Dazed. A lot of damage coming out there onto Dazed. Tuna is going to use his Divine Shield and the Lay on Hands there to save Dazed.
Yeah, beautiful root from Pika into the fear. Just locking down Tuna for forever. Full Kidney is in now. Absturge needs to be worried. No Divine Protection, no Divine Shield, only the Bob available for himself, but WizK saves him with a leap of faith. Well done, but the swap over on Pika is good as well. Renewal traded out, as well as the Barkskin Frenzied region should be fine. Axton CC'd out in open field. Tuna is kiting away, trying to stay safe for himself, but still finds a few big heals onto his Feral. The silence from WizK followed up as well. Entropic Rift might do a lot of damage, but once again, the move under fire as the Power Toads connect onto Absturge. Big damage here from Daze. The Tricks of Trade coming through as well. Nice precog proc here from Axton. Finds the Cyclone onto Pika. That gets MD'd, while Tuna was sitting in a fear. Good damage onto Axton from WizK, but overall no real advantage is found from either team. The CDs are rotating back up for both teams.
Yeah, Daze getting bopped there out of yet another stun. That's the last one in Tuna's tank. And now we're going to see Axton running down a little bit as well. WizK is really starting to pop off here with the damage. Axton not feeling too confident. He kills off the Siphon in the backline. Peekaboo sitting in bear form. Going to just be tanking it out there with the Frenzied region now, ducking back into Cat. And he gets stunned. Here comes Daze with the Tricks of the Trade as well, doing a lot of damage. Nice cheap shot there onto WizK as well, just to slow him down for a moment. But here comes Peekaboo. Return stun onto Daze. He trinkets out, but still not feeling confident. Tuna's in the silence. Peekaboo is rotting down, but so is Daze with the Adrenaline Rush. He gets a nice gouge there into a DR rep onto Absturge, into a cheap shot. Good CC chain. Can they find the Cyclone? No. They're going to trade out the Void Shift there instead of Absturge's Trinket. That might cost them later on. Peekaboo still not out of the woods just yet. Finally, Absturge comes out of crowd control. Saved by the Light is going to proc for Peekaboo as he manages to survive that stun lock. Now looking for Tuna, actually getting a DR stun there onto Tuna, looking for some more crowd control out of that one, but not able to find it. The move recovers, but that costed them a lot of defense.
It did, and for now the big CDs are rotating back up. Survival Instinct and Barkskin ready for Axton. Though Dazed just burned his evasion, Tuna doesn't really have too much left in the tank in terms of mana or defensives. Maybe an opportunity now to take down the Rogue if the move really wants to go for it. Maybe they can find a swap onto Tuna. Massive opportunities, and they need to finish the game out sometime soon, because much longer they're not gonna last. The momentum for the Power Toads is definitely ramping up, and now the damage on Axton is massive. massive double fear into the full rep, into the follow-up stun. Whiskey carrying his team on his shoulders once again, but the damage on Axton not quite good enough as he burns through Survival Instinct. Massive damage! Pika gets cycloned on the very tail end there. Axton almost losing his life in the process, but everyone on the Power Toads is rotting down. Peekaboo just kiting away for a moment, trying to avoid the worst damage as Tuna is repositioning and topping off his team. But that was a scary, scary situation for the Power Toads.
Yeah, Axton almost going down right there. ABJURED now caught up in a stun into a blinder, going after Peekaboo once again. He tries out an early bark skin, looking for the damage just to stay in cat form. Nice fake cast there by Axton. Axton is rotting down while Tuna is in that silence, and Tuna is rotting down as well. He's off stun there. They could swap to Tuna here as he did use that sacrifice, but the good news for the Power Toads is Tuna has his Divine Shield back. The bad news is so does ABJURED, so the bit of a reset defensively here for the Paladins, so they're pushing for it here with a swap to Tuna, but Tuna manages to block it with the Divine Protection just for a second. Mana is looking very slim right now for Tuna. He's starting to look like a fish out of water, and Peekaboo is definitely feeling it. He's going for some more bleeds there, but he gets stopped by the Cyclone. Beautiful mass spell coming out from Whiskey. They catch Axton out of form, dazed as well, forced to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. This could be a double kill for the move here. Axton so low with Tuna, nothing left in the tag, and Axton will fall. The move is going to take game number 1 here. Daze is going to bow out as well, and that matchup looked, it looked pretty rough in terms of once you lose that Paladin pressure, it really didn't look like they had a lot of opportunities there for the Power Toads.
It looked scrappy. There were a few opportunities where I really thought the move was falling behind and starting to lose, but I feel like towards the end they kind of got their targeting figured out once again. Kind of really just nailing down the attempt at burning through the CDs as much as possible. But this is still a game that went into a good chunk of dampening, 6.5 minutes, and Tuna was so the move really very much playing off of winning in the long term and not through setups.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for the move, it's just all about surviving the setups from the Toads. There was that one moment where ABJURED didn't have a trinket or a bubble, and he was on forbearance for a little bit, but Whiskey was able to save the day there with his Leap of Faith. But I did like the swaps onto Peekaboo as well, just trying to get some control on the ABJURED and then swapping to Peekaboo. They did force out the Void Shift at one time doing that, so they definitely showed signs of life from the Toads, but the move definitely have cleaned up this Feral Priest for this weekend. You can tell that they've put a lot of practice into it. Peekaboo's doing a lot more damage than that last weekend, and he's doing a pretty good job staying alive as well, comparatively. So you can definitely see improvements for the move, and this is exactly what you want. If you're a fan of Team Liquid, right now you are a fan of the move, because if the Power Toads win, Liquid's in the gauntlet. If the move wins but then loses, then the move and Power Toads are going to be in the gauntlet, and Liquid will qualify. So you're cheering for the move for this series, but then you're cheering for their downfall in the next series. And of course, if you are a fan of just the move, then you want them to be winning 2 in a row. So a lot of different scenarios right now for the standings rely on what happens in this particular matchup.
At the lower bracket in general, right? Because if the move actually wins, the likelihood of them losing is it's actually pretty decent if you consider who else is in that lower bracket with Silk Tigers and F tier. And whoever wins that match will be the opponent of the winner of this one. And the move, they're running it back, same comp, not surprising. They looked pretty decent, and I think if they clean up their game a little bit more going into the second map, I feel like they're just going to become more and more dominant with every passing game. Oh, we're bringing in Dazed Shadow Priest for the mirror. That's a surprise.
Huh. This is interesting, because I would say Tuna and Sturge, I would say it's pretty even matchup in terms of healers. They're both going to, do a good job. They're both going to, be 2 reliable Holy Paladins there at the back line. But
yeah,
Whiskey versus Dazed Shadow Priest, I got to give that in favor of Wiz. Like, Wiz is just the king of Shadow Priest. Like, him and Prev are really just, up there when it comes to Shadow Priest. But Axton, Feral Main versus Peekaboo, kind of a fresh kitten from the litter, so I'm not sure. I think I would give that one in favor of Axton. So I think that this is a pretty even matchup here, all things considered. I think the Power Toads can win it. The move can definitely win it, like if you look at player power. And it's really just going to come down to the synergy, the strategy. The good news for the move is they just played a mirror, so they got a kind of a feel for what can happen there. The bad news is
Yeah.
they got completely stomped in that mirror, so maybe their confidence is a little shattered.
Who knows? Yeah, it's gonna be a rough one, that's for sure. The thing also for me is going to be that Tuna now is going to be in a position where I feel like he's not going to bleed as much mana as quickly because Dazed on the Shadow Priest is just going to be that much more tanky. I feel like the focus completely from the move will now be on Axton the entire game through, and Axton is really good at playing Feral defensively. I mean, generally really good at playing the Feral overall. And while we're then looking at Pika, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how well Peekaboo will do in this pressure situation, because he is going to be the kill target. Or, of course, the swaps onto Absturge. But Pika, first and foremost, will be focused down.
Yeah, Pika definitely going to be targeted in the matchup, but the way the move played it, they definitely targeted the Shadow Priest a lot more. And the way Welcome to the Jung played it, they were going after the Feral Druids a lot more. So I feel like in the end, the main thing that kind of decided those series was the coordination on the side of Welcome to the Jung and just like small individual plays like that, but also just the fact that they had better pressure because of all of the Cyclones from Drake. So I really think it's going to be important for Pika to go for more Cyclones. You know, Drake was able to land a lot more Cyclones than Peekaboo in general that series. So I'm really looking to see if he can maintain that damage, but also try to squeeze in a couple of more Cyclones that he was able to, that Drake was able to in that previous series.
Also, shout out to our observers for the pre-game cinematic shots. Those have been looking so damn good today. I love these bears just swimming around. And of course, we'll go to 2 more bears swimming around this arena, as we have 2 Feral Druids. Axton already looking for the opener. Peekaboo biding his time, gets the rake stun onto Axton, and immediately opening up. Axton just trinketing that, by the way, as Whiskey finds the fear. And they're just sending as much damage as they possibly can here on the Ferals on both sides. But Peekaboo already burning through that bark skin, while Axton just sitting tidy and chill on the map, not pulling anything.
Yeah, Axton is taking a little bit of damage, but Peekaboo definitely on the brunt end of that exchange. Peekaboo gets a Cyclone on the Tuna, gets Master Spelled immediately, though, by Dazed. Really nicely done there. And now he's going to stun Dazed and get a Cyclone onto him. So Peekaboo definitely feeling himself a little bit more here, going a little bit more clone heavy in this opener, but Absturge finds himself in a Cyclone there as well. Wiz not able to find a Master Spell onto that one, but he finds a Fear instead onto Axton, so he manages to get his dots rolling there. And so far, damage pretty even here across the Ferals, but Whiskey definitely pulling ahead of Dazed as we see Tuna in yet another Cyclone. Peekaboo is in another Fear. Absturge in a Silence. Whiskey was going for the Master Spell there, but finds himself in a stun. And now he gets cloned on the Blessing of Protection. And Axton really showing his Feral expertise there, kind of reading the situation and preemptively casting that. As a result, Whiskey is in a lot of trouble here, as Axton also now finds himself in a Cyclone. So now all of these Ferals are just spamming Cyclone onto everything, and you can see the pressure is really adding up. Tuna also getting gripped here into a huge burst of damage, almost going down right there. Gets Cyclone on low HP as well. That is absolutely brutal. They could swap to him out of this. They go for the Recyclone potentially. No, not able to find it, but they are able to swap back and get some bleeds rolling there onto Tuna.
Yeah, Peekaboo needs to be careful. He is caught out of position with Absturge behind the pillar. Almost getting caught out. Absturge getting silenced. Whiskey is getting taken down as Pika is sitting in a clone, and Whiskey just taking so much damage. Saved by the light coming through. Absturge is going to stabilize him with the Blessing of Sacrifice as well. And suddenly, that little advantage that the move had in terms of momentum just completely shifted in the favor of the Power Toads. Whiskey still on half HP, finds a good Fear on Axton. Peekaboo jumping over to take down the Feral, and the damage is great as Tuna needs to move forward to find the heals, find the big throughput with the wings. And Absturge brings in another Bob to stabilize things and keep his team on the offensive. Doesn't want to fall behind anytime soon. But it's really great positioning from the move, because you can see Whiskey is positioning so far back. He is drawing Axton in and through that Tuna away from the pillar, and that makes him easily attackable. But meantime, Peekaboo is just taking so much damage, but big heals coming through from Absturge.
Yeah, but Axton had to use his Trinket and his Survival Instinct in that exchange, so that was a net win here for the move. But Tuna looking for the Repentance onto Absturge, manages to snipe it, but looks like it broke from something there. Absturge actually walking into that Entropic Rift. But look at Tuna taking so much damage here, forced to trade out the Divine Shield, almost dying before he could activate that one. So much pressure back and forth. Absturge also has a lot of healing to do here, but look at Whiskey. He's proccing some Tendies there over onto Axton, rotting him down a little bit. Peekaboo finds himself in a bash. Axton looking to reverse the pressure. Beautiful Fear there onto Absturge. There's Daze pushing in there, trying to make it work, but it's going to be Daze actually on the back foot. It's going to be Axton on the back foot as Whiskey continues to unload pressure here all over the Power Toads. Axton has no trinket. He finds himself in a full maim, but it's not going to be enough damage there. Instead, it's going to be Peekaboo actually getting silenced on his Cyclone, and he's taking a lot of damage from Daze. Finds himself in a Hammer of Justice with no dispel from ABJURED. Tuna looking for the Repentance there. I'm not sure actually who he repped there, but it is going to be a lot of pressure onto WizK on the side of the move, taking down to about 50% HP, but ABJURED is able to finally recover his entire team here. It costed him the sacrifice and the wings though.
Yeah, great Cyclone into the stun on Axton that forces the Bob out of Tuna. In terms of mana, Tuna is actually winning out at the moment, but it feels like in general the move just has a little bit more pressure, especially Peekaboo is sitting tidy on all his defensive CDs ready. Now the Buckskin brought in Psyfiend on top of Pika as he's sitting chill in bear form. Good damage now coming through in Tropic Rift on Daze. Whiskey sending some damage, has multiple tentacles rolling with some good throughput, but you're not really making too much of a dent. Actually, Pika is popping in the survival instincts there at the very end. Wanted to stay offensive, but a little bit of a wasted trade here at the moment. Finds a Cyclone and Axton, shutting down the offensive go a little bit, but with the Incarnation, maybe they can take the pressure towards Dazed a little bit. 1 minute on survival instincts for Axton. Sack is available for Tuna. Overall, it looks like Power Toads are looking kinda good, and ABJURED is taking a lot of damage here, Z.
Yeah, ABJURED actually did use his racial there as well, but he's been freshly dotted by Daze. There's the Psyfiend as well coming out onto Sturge. He manages to wrap around the corner on his Divine Steed, manages to recover a little bit of health, but still fully dotted, fully bled. Nice Hammer of Justice onto Axton. Look at WizK, 2 Void Tenders blasting him, but Pika was left behind, and he is forced to trade out the Barkskin there in that exchange as well. The Frenzied Region doing some work for him, but ABJURED still once again finding himself on the back foot. Tuna getting a Tears Deliverance there in the back line, and still Axton is taking a lot of damage from these dots while Peekaboo was sitting through a Cyclone, but Peekaboo now very afraid for him. He's going to be off stun there. ABJURED though blocking it with the sacrifice. Immediate Blessing of Protection onto Axton there as soon as he got stunned. Really nicely done there by Tuna, but that was his last cooldown in terms of breakers, and now Tuna actually is going to Trinket. That was his last cooldown. He gets stunned on his Trinket though. The mover pushing for the win. They get the silence as well, and here comes WizK, but he manages to actually take him down. Beautifully done there by the move. Manages to find that little bit of an opening. That last Blessing of Protection coming out onto Axton, and they see the window of opportunity kind of knocking on their door, able to take Tuna down there with a beautiful stun on his Trinket. But I think he had Lay on Hands there, or unless it just came up after he died. We're going to see it on the replay. I think he had it, so maybe could have trinketed and popped the Lay on Hands there to survive, but the restuns, you always got to respect it, and ABJURED kind of making some big plays there at the end of that one.
Just a great swap over on the Pally. And I mean, that's something of his specialty of the move, right? Those miracle swaps towards the end of the game when everything comes down to a wire, suddenly they see that single window of opportunity. And yes, Tuna had the Lay on Hands. I don't see Forbearance on him, so he gets silenced on the tail, and there no trinket because he just trinketed before. He dies at 0.2 before the silence ends up. That's why the Lay on Hands didn't come through. And yeah, that's how easy Tuna gets canned.
Yeah, but he could have trinketed the second stun instead and Lay on Hands there. I think the reason why he didn't want to do it is because he trinketed so early, and he kind of miscalculated a little bit unfortunate there that Wiz had enough damage to actually take him down. But right here, he actually trinkets the stun. So if he doesn't trinket the stun and then he waits for the restun and then trinket Lace, he will survive the situation. But yeah, a little bit of miscalculation there from Tuna, and he's going to get canned as a result. And now the Power Toads find themselves swimming upstreams here, down 2 in this series. And if they get knocked out here, they are guaranteed to be in the gauntlet.
They are indeed guaranteed to be in the gauntlet. But reverse sweeps, that's where the Power Toads are at home, deep in the swamp. They can make it out. It's never too late for them, but it's not going to get easier. I want to talk a little bit about this mirror matchup, about Dazed coming in on the Shadow Priest. Obviously, this was the first map. We didn't even expect Dazed to bring in the Shadow Priest. Do you think this is working? This is something the Power Toads will get going with and keep rolling with?
I feel like they don't have too many options here. It didn't look too bad, so yeah, I think for Power Toads, I mean, what are your options? It's either this or the Rogue version, so unless Dazed has something more that he can pick out from his back pocket, I don't think we're going to see anything change in terms of composition.
No, I agree. I actually liked the game's flow in general. There were a few moments where the Power Toads had opportunities. I'm okay. I was just confused by Dazed bringing in damage on his own healer, but hey, why not? I mean, got him in max, right? Either way, we're locked in both sides with the mirror once again.
Oh yeah, no.
It's the siphon, the life siphon from Shadow Priest, right?
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, we're gonna see the same thing. Gonna see Tiger's Peak once again, and this comp seems pretty popular. A lot of people are playing this Feral Shadow Priest. You can really see like the meta kind of evolving. We saw a lot of different things being played out here, but we are seeing kind of the Feral Shadow Priest starting to establish itself as potentially the top composition, and it's gonna be rough for a lot of these teams. Like it comes down, I guess, in this series a little bit more to the Shadow Priest, I guess, than the Feral, since I think Wiz was able to get the better end of that exchange. It was a bit like the Shadow Priest gap was bigger than the Feral Druid gap, I would say, at least judging from that first game.
We'll see if that keeps going. I mean, it is. We were kind of talking about the two healers being the big matchup and the big the feast for the eyes. Let's just call it that. In between these two teams, but Upsurge and Tuna performing on a very similar level here, so our eyes wander over to Whiskey versus Dazed and the match point for the move in the hopes of keeping their top 3 dreams alive. Let's see if they can take down the Power Toads.
All right, let's see it here. Dazed going to be taking a fresh row of dots. Whiskey taking a rake stun as he sits through that and gets bled up. And Axton now immediately going to be targeting the Feral Druid of Peekaboo, sitting through a Hodge into another stun. But now finally you're going to start playing the game. Peekaboo actually used his trinket on that first stun, and Dazed is feeling a lot of pressure here. Actually getting Cyclone there, trying to pause him on low HP, but Tuna was able to sneak through a heal. Axton now taking a heavy fire from the move. He is no trinket, and he already had to use his barks in there. Upsurge, though, did get skull bashed on his repentance attempt. So both of these paladins are kind of playing a little bit more aggressive here, running towards another and trying to land some crowd control onto each other. But it is going to be about which team can set up that paladin more in that position. They're going to just swap to Tuna here on the side of the move, stun him up, go for a Cyclone onto Dazed there, preventing the Master Spell, and they get full bleeds there now ticking onto Tuna as they continue to just bleed everything. Look at Peekaboo, he's got so much pressure here, even using the Shadow Meld in that exchange as well, just to get as much bleeds up as possible, and he's really gapping Axton in terms of damage.
Yeah, Axton got shut down hard in this opener. The move really finding their groove here and just hammering the advantage home. Great fear from Whiskey to stop the Cyclone from Axton. He's getting feared into Nirvana. Tuna on the other side of the map, silenced up as well. This is rough moments for the Power Toads. They need to find their footing here on their map pick. They're down on match point. This might be over in a second, but the damage on Whiskey is looking good. Axton gets to connect a little bit of pressure as well as the Maim Stun. Dazed follows it up. Nice swap to Peekaboo with the Void Torrent. No interrupt, but the Maim Stun towards the tail end there. Tuna stabilizes his team, but Zac only up in 30 seconds. Lay on Hands on cooldown. If the move can get some CDs out of Axton here, I think they're looking peachy.
Yeah, absolutely here. Upsurge is taking a lot of damage though behind the pillar. Nice Entropic Rift though onto Axton. Whiskey trying to load up a lot of damage, and Tuna was sitting through a Cyclone there, so that damage definitely starting to sink in. Now they're trying to fake cast some kicks there and not able to find it. Instead, it's going to be a Massive Spell coming out for Wiz. Massive Spelling all of those dots definitely helps out here. Puts Dazed behind, now stuns onto Tuna into bleeds, but Peekaboo needs to be too careful here. He is taking a lot of damage. Upsurge was sitting through a silence in that exchange, now caught up in a full fear. Tuna at the same time caught up in a full Cyclone. Napster's getting swapped to, but Axton could be in trouble. He's going to Trinket, trade out the Barkskin. Nice Typhoon there coming out from Peekaboo as well, knocking Axton away further from Tuna there for just a moment. Absterge finds himself in a full Repentance. Peekaboo could be in trouble. He's going to trade out his Trinket. Heart of the Wild just subsided for Peekaboo, but he has the Barkskin rotated back up, so he could be popping that here in a second. Axton still taking a lot of pressure. Nice kick there coming out onto Axton's Cyclone by Absterge on that Holy Paladin with that Rebuke, but now Absterge finally caught up in a full Cyclone, and Peekaboo could be in trouble. He's going to trade out the Barkskin.
Yeah, Barkskin traded, Renewal still available, and Absurge brings in the sack as well, so the defensives for Peekaboo are really starting to run somewhat low, but the swap over on Dazed is massive, down to 10%. Tuna has no sack, needs to stabilize him somehow, gets the heals in, but the Dispersion, the Desperate Prayer, and the Vampiric Embrace are out. Axton on the other side of the map, completely out of position, it's got taken down! What a hodge by Absurge, the move jumps on him immediately, and this is all she wrote. The Power Toads are done for the weekend.
The Power Toads are going to be hopping out of this lower bracket. The move are going to be moving on to Championship Sunday. And the move, they just need to win one series. If they win their next series, they are looking good for that qualification. So their destiny is in their own hands, but this is the outcome you wanted if you're a Team Liquid fan. But let's break down the big picture a little bit later. Let's see this beautiful swap. So immediately here, we see the pressure came in onto Tuna. They just swapped onto Axton a little bit earlier and got his Trinket Barkskin. And look at Peekaboo. He's zoning them. He's doing a good job here. Manages to land the Cyclone onto Daze after he forces the Dispersion. And then Tuna goes for the Tears Deliverance. But while he does that, look at Axton. He is completely in no man's land. And Peekaboo is zoning Tuna there with that Cyclone, so it forces Tuna to kind of run around that pillar, and he can't get to Axton there in time to save him, and instead it is going to be the move that takes the game. So I think that they set this up really nicely with that previous setup where they got the Cyclone onto Tuna, they went for Axton, they got his Trinket, they got his Barkskin, and then they had that kind of 1 minute window where they could go after Axton again, and Absterge definitely saw that opportunity. Hey, my Hodge can't get dispelled, I'm going to send it onto the Feral Druid. He's got nothing.
And it's something the move has been doing the entire series through, right? We were talking about it on Asher Main as well. The positioning, especially of Whiskey and Absterge, towards out the back, forcing Axton to go deep and Tuna to follow him up. And that's not always working, especially with all the pressure Peekaboo and Whiskey are putting on Tuna, who was trying to get, basically had to go through them to get to Axton. And the move just really capitalizing massively on the I don't want to call it positional errors, but the opportunities and the advantages they worked out for themselves through playing that way. And overall, yeah, Power Toads, great performance overall this season. They are in the gauntlet. They are most likely going to be, no, they're actually, I think, confirmed 4th place, so they will be the final boss of that gauntlet. But the move, they get to move on and they get to contest Liquid's 3rd space.
Yeah, they certainly do. They're still in it. They're moving on to Championship Sunday, the North American lower finals. So we'll see that series play out a little bit later on in the day on Sunday. So definitely stick around for that one. Power Toads, like you guys have already stated, they are out of it, unfortunately. We can take a look at the bracket and kind of where we've ended up so far today. Silk Tigers versus F tier. That's going to be that last series coming up here. The Move versus Power Toads. We just saw that play out 3-0. And then, of course, we've got that upper bracket series, which we'll have to wait until Sunday to see. Welcome to the Jung versus Mentally Damp, and I am so excited for that one and to see how this new team, how Dopamine's team sort of takes that one and how they handle Welcome to the Jung, because so far they've been a difficult team for a lot of these North American teams. So we are going to head to Silk Tigers versus F tier up next. I am looking forward to that one. And do we want to do predictions, or do we want to save it for when we come back? Not like real predictions, but like give me a little hint, Zico. Kind of what are you thinking? What's in your brain?
I don't know. It's a tough team, you know. Like Silk Tigers, they're a stacked roster. Didn't look too good though on the day. F tier though, not playing the best maybe meta comps, but definitely playing it well. So it's like meta versus individual or versus like teamwork. I would say, you know, meta in favor of Silk Tigers, you know, skill as a team definitely in favor of F tier. So, yeah, make of that what you will.
Hey, all right. Well, if you're watching from home, let us know who you think is going to come out on top with this series. And with that, we are going to head to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be the very last series of the day. It is Silk Tigers versus F Tier coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here in the last series of the day. It is Silk Tigers versus F Tier. The loser of this series, unfortunately knocked out, will not be making it to Championship Sunday. F Tier, they had a pretty convincing series versus the ABJURED earlier today. Silk Tigers, unfortunately, fell down here from Mentally Damp. And now the big question is, Ben, who is going to come out of this alive? Who's going to make it to Sunday?
That is a very good question. I feel like Silk Tigers are looking pretty good. I think they lost a little bit of confidence in their composition, after losing that upper bracket game. But For F tier, I do think they have been looking extremely good with the Elemental Shaman Windwalker Monk, and that's likely the matchup that we do see. But they have been struggling a little bit with it. I mean, they did lose to the move. That's what sent them down to the lower bracket. So I think Silk Tiger is probably going to take that same page, run the Shadow Priest Feral, and I think it's going to be a pretty difficult matchup for F tier.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Let's take a look at the predictions that we had here on the virtual casting desk and see if they line up together. And okay, Ven, you're the only
opportunity.
Explain yourself, then.
Explain.
Okay, I'll explain myself again. I think that they're running the composition that should win this matchup.
Okay,
that's what I'm thinking.
That's totally
and it's my
fair.
opportunity to pull ahead of everyone else. You know, if I go with everyone else, there's no opportunities for me. So this is my opportunity.
You know, no winning without sacrifice. I got you. All right, I see the tactic. Well, hopefully it works out for you, because I hope it doesn't, because I want to get predictions in too, because I am in last place. With that, we're gonna head to game number 1. It's Silk Tigers versus F tier kicking off right now.
All right, let's see what they can do here. They're actually running in with the mage composition as opposed to the Shadow Priest that they've been playing quite a lot. And we've seen this Elemental Shaman Windwalker be able to beat mage composition, so I wonder if they're going to come to regret this. Ceralium already getting static field into a double leg sweep, the classic Sol Dorito combo.
Yeah, good pressure early on, but Ceralium with the Icy Veins getting a lot of pressure out here. This is kind of, we haven't seen too much of Ceralium. Had a bit of a slow season here on Mage, but he has been one of the most successful tournament mages in North America. So interesting to see what he's going to be able to get done in this one. Ring of Fire drops down, getting good control of Doritos. It does seem that Sol will be the main target in this match. Chaz and a Polymorph, they're playing aggressive. They're looking for crowd control, Repentance to follow it up. Polymorph lands after that, and Sol could be in trouble. Astral Shift as well as his Stone Bulwark Totem do trade. So every defensive has been traded out here by Sol, but it allowed Shaz to basically hold on to everything.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Doritos getting quite a bit decent uptime on the mage at the moment. Fist of Fury, nice polymorph, breaking up that damage. Sol is repositioning. Ring of Peace, bouncing Ceralium out of line of sight and into the corner. Unfortunately, the static field got knocked away as well, but they got the double leg sweep nonetheless. And big whirling dragon punch. Doritos getting a ton of pressure, and Ceralium's strat of just kind of hiding in the corner is a bit strange, but he does manage to finally get a polymorph onto the monk, get a little bit of distance before they do ultimately reconnect. A Repentance slip through from Kearney, and that's so important that if they're trending the mage, Kearney can basically polymorph the healer using Repentance instead, and kind of tag team that crowd control. But as far as mana, Kearney has already munched like almost 40% at 1.5 minutes in.
Yeah, I don't even know how that's possible, to be honest with you. He's burned through quite a bit of mana. Ceralium once again getting a little bit low here. Sol gets caught into the Mame Stem. Ceralium getting bursted behind the pillar, but a good altar time keeps him alive. Dorito getting polymorphed up. Shaz has to be there to dispel these polymorphs, and that's the thing. I think in this matchup, F tier, they need to work together as a unit, really keep the pressure up on Ceralium. If Dorito overextends and he gets caught in crowd control, that's when the game kind of slows down. He gets disconnected, unfortunate there for Ceralium. See what happens. It seems like Dorito and Sol are backing off. They absolutely do not need to, but it seems like they will. But what is your assessment of the match so far?
I mean, if it's continuing, I think Kearney's going to lose on mana. Like, if you just look at defense, like, lay on hands this early, not that big of a deal. It's a match you expect to go that maybe you could even see two lay on hands. Given the durability and level of skill between the teams, they're waiting for him. And oddly enough, when he DC'd, it looked like he pressed Cold Snap, and I don't know if that's 100% correct. But if he did, being down a block on top of that disconnect, but it looks like he's back in the match here, just walking into his double leg sweep immediately upon reconnecting, and he's taking immense pressure here behind the pillar. Multiple stuns incoming, another blast of damage, and Kearney trades up Sacrifice, saving him in the nick of time, and now he's actually secured a polymorph, and suddenly back in the match. Sol is low on health. He's caught into the rake stun from Calvish, who has Incarnation rolling. They need to keep Shaz in crowd control. They get denied on it. Now Shaz and Sol are line of sighting another Cyclone. He actually does get the Cyclone on Shaz. A bit surprised here. Sol with no way to stop it, it looks like. The Comet Storm's coming down. Big connection from Ceralium with that Flurry Ice Lance. Ice Wall pulling Sol into their clutches with that Vortex as well. And Calvish is actually going after the Paladin as well on the other side, getting a full stun onto him. And Sol is trying to get back to his Paladin side of the pillar. It feels like maybe they're playing a bit over eager due to the, that disconnect a little bit earlier on. They waited for it, but now they're playing really aggressive. Ceralium forced to invis and reduce some incoming pressure. Sol on the back foot. I think you might need to reconsider making this push here if Shaz isn't careful keeping him up. Big blast of damage on Kearney. What is this pressure coming out from Dorito and Sol?
Yeah, Sol's leveled up on Elemental Shaman in a huge way. The practice really is paying off for their team. Ceralium's low, Calvish is low at the same time, but Calvish has a lot of defensive options. He goes for the Cyclone. He gets interrupted into a full Hammer of Justice. Great backup there by Shaz. And you can see F tier, there is basically zero pressure on the side of Silk Tigers. They can't get any damage rolling. F tier is looking completely bulletproof at this point. But Saul gets caught into a stun. The Icy Veins is the opportunity here for Surrealium. It's coming up in about 30 seconds. Can they take him down? Stone Bulwark Totem is going to be available. Full Cyclone on Shaz. And Saul could easily fall, but he's just going to burrow underground. A major defensive cooldown trades out. Surrealium has to be careful. He's kiting around the map, playing a very defensive game, pulling behind pillars, getting Dragon's Rest on Dorito, polymorphs, bashes. I really like the way Surrealium is playing this one. However, Silk Tigers, they're under a lot of pressure, Sid.
Let's see if they can manage to turn this around. Behind on defense, behind on mana. Might just die right now. They're getting crushed under Dorito's power. He's just topping the meter. It's just crazy the amount of pressure he's putting out right now. He's getting so much uptime. Double leg sweep with the static field totem once again. They cyclone Saul, but Dorito is having free reign. They knock him away with the blast wave, trying to get control of this Windwalker Monk with polymorph. Shaz dispels, and they manage to disrupt the chain of polymorphs. Saul is taking quite a bit of damage in exchange for this, but they recover easily. Now Surrealium's falling behind. He doesn't block. And F tier absolutely knocked the living daylights out of Surrealium here in game one. Now, obviously, the disconnect, super unfortunate. If it did actually take his cold snap in that instance, I think he still technically had one more block in this position. But you kind of, I think you usually lose your UI. You know, like something on your UI when you DC like that usually like disappears. You might miss enemy arena frames. And from personal experience at least, it's kind of like that. So a little bit of a rough with the disconnect. But even without the disconnect, it felt like as long as F tier played solid defense, they would probably win this in dampening.
I'm actually really surprised Silk Tigers led with this. Like,
yeah,
I really wonder why they're playing Mage. Like, F tier has been losing to Shadow Priest, Feral Paladin. This is my big thing with Silk Tigers is I feel like they just don't know what to pick. Like, I don't know why. It always just
Too
feels
many
like
options.
So, yeah, they don't even have that many options, but it always just feels like they're using the wrong tool for the job, and unfortunately, Surrealium's going to get bursted down in those moments. They had a lot of cooldowns to make the trade. You know, obviously the Blessing of Protection, the Ice Block. So I don't think Silk Tigers should have lost there, but I also don't think that this matchup was looking great. And I feel like, I mean, Icy Veins is up. Maybe they could have made something happen here, but mana was not looking good. I feel like the Shadow Priest in general, based off what I saw in the open bracket, just seemed better. So I'd like to see Silk Tigers make a comp swap, but maybe they want to feel this one out once again.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, I can remember back in like the WOD days when I was competing, and I remember playing with Tony and Losa, and we overthought theory crafting, like what we should play in a matchup. But like, they have a Warlock. If we just play a triple D curse comp, we'll automatically win, and it'll just be like so easy for us. So we played like Boomkin, Resto Druid, Enhanced Shaman. That's how bad like the theory crafting of this situation was at the time. And when you have so many options, it ends up sometimes being a bit of a mistake, because we're seeing the teams that commit to something, it pays off for them. Like Echo, they've just hard committed. They can flex into some feral stuff if it's like really absolutely necessary, but they just committed. They're playing it at the highest level. And when you've got like 3 comps, it's tough to play them all at the highest level. Whereas like F tier, they're dedicated to this comp. They're playing this comp at the highest level available to them. So the Silk Tigers, to me, need to bring something that can match that. Maybe they thought like the Feral Mage would be a good balance of like, I feel like their playstyle is still like a Rogue Mage team. They want to play setup, they want to get crowd control, but they also like the tankiness of the Feral. So they thought like maybe the Feral Mage would be a nice little middle ground. But yeah, they're just going to go straight into mains. They're going to play what they've been practicing for all these years. Outlaw Rogue though, instead of the expected Subtlety Rogue here.
Like, I want to have faith in this. Here's my main thing. Is like when I see this, like, okay, if you're a player going to this matchup and you're Silk Tigers, you know what F tier is going to run. There's no doubts in your mind. So you're going to be leading with your best foot. You know what I mean? You're putting your best foot forward. They thought that the Feral Mage Paladin was their best option, and they're immediately abandoning it. They're just abandoning it right away. So this makes me feel like Silk Tigers don't have confidence in the compositions that they're running, because, I mean, why else would they not play the same thing, right? Like, they must not like any. I don't know. It just makes me not have confidence in what they're picking. But they are going to be locking in the RMP, playing triple mains at this point. And this might be exactly what they need. You know, whenever I think of Silk Tigers, whenever I think of Calvish and Kearney, I am thinking, you know, Rogue Mage Priest, Surrealium being on the roster. On paper, this should be a very good Rogue Mage Priest, right? Like, it should be a really, really solid team. So let's see if they can pick up a win here against F tier.
Yeah, I'm just a bit worried that the Outlaw Rogue is going to be too slow. and the Paladin will outmana the Priest into the late game. I think with the Subtlety Rogue, you're a lot more threatening. We've seen Subtlety Rogue capable of taking down even tanky classes like Windwalker Monk. So personally, I would have liked to have seen that from them. It's something that we see Echo also having a lot of success with.
Did you get a chance to see Liquid playing RMP against F tier?
Yeah, they tried Void Weaver Disc. So is Kearney doing that as well? I mean, I feel like not a lot of RMPs have been able to take out F tier. It was like a miracle kill where they one-shot the Monk, I think, on Empyrean Domain. I think there was one game, Cedu's team one-shot the Monk, but it was like, it felt kind of random in the open bracket. So without that kind of threatening presence, I don't know if they'll have the finishing power.
Well, they played it really different than normal. They actually didn't play like standard RMP where you're pushing in and getting crowd control. They just attacked. Like Samayam was just sitting back and just attacking the whole game and putting out like Affliction Warlock levels of damage. So I wonder if that's something similar, and maybe that's why they want to go with the Outlaw. They want him to be a little bit more durable and kind of in the face of F tier, while Kearney and Cerulean basically just sit back and attack.
All right, let's see if they can manage to pull off that strategy. Are they going to be able to out-dampen F tier in the late game? This Ellie Windwalker, they get a sap, they rotate it over to the Paladin. Looks like they're going to start things off on Saul, but Saul's got an Earth Elemental down for the opener. He's already stunned the Rogue, slowing down the aggression, boosting his stamina. Really good preemptive Earth Elemental in the opener against the RMP here. Now he's lobbing out tons of damage with this Ascendance, looking to try and ramp, but he's still actually falling behind, even despite that Earth Elemental, and even despite the sacrifice. He trades out Stone Bulwark Totem, soaking hits. Finally, he's recovered. Hammer of Justice down on the Priest. Pressure incoming onto Cerulean. Is he going to trade? Icewall comes down, but Cerulean's getting destroyed and just totally annihilated, blocking barely at 10% health. And F tier are on an absolute tear this series.
He icewalled himself off from Kearney, so he couldn't get healed with that icewall. This was a little bit unfortunate there for Cerulean, getting bursted down in that moment. Frostfire bolts coming in, but Cerulean will get sheared. Good denial there by Saul as they continue to push the pace, but the pressure just is not there on the side of Silk Tigers. They can't find an opening here, trying to go after Saul, but let's see what they can do. Doritos just in the face of Cerulean, just completely unafraid in the match. Gets a Whirling Dragon Punch knock up onto Cerulean, and he just cannot get away. In the meantime, though, full kidney shot on Shaz into a full blind. Calvish looking to set up his team, getting the pressure rolling on this Outlaw Rogue. They had a full polymorph on Shaz. This is good. Finally, crowd control here for Silk Tigers, and they have some solid pressure on Saul.
Let's see if they can keep their momentum going here. Kearney's rooted behind the pillar for a second. I don't think it's too consequential, though. Big Comet Storm coming in from Cerulean. That's the big burst from the Frostfire Mage. Nice double knockup from Dorito, disrupting some damage. Shaz, though, into a cheap shot. Saul pre-burrows, anticipating damage, but Kearney's in petition for a fear, and there's no tremor. Nice lasso out of the burrow. Saul has stalled this stun for so long now that Shaz is out of crowd control. That was really good usage of his defensive abilities in that moment in time. Now he's loading out the Primordial Wave. Big lava bursts are certainly going to be incoming in a moment. Roots onto the Rogue. He actually cloaks a root. Calvish may come to regret that if they stack like a double leg so you can get some good cleave. Big Celestial Conduit, but the shields from Kearney are bigger. Cerulean is absorbing all of this damage. Ascendance proc. Maybe they can penetrate through the shield. They're looking to try and get as far as they can, but Calvish is pressuring the Paladin, bouncing between the Shaman and the Paladin. Cheap shots are through. Shaz isn't controlled. Cerulean's too far away. Leg sweep connects. It could be the second block. Paralyzed onto Kearney. Is he going to go down? Invisibility to reduce damage in this position, and now he's got Icy Veins. He really needs to ramp. He's pulling the Windwalker through the Ring of Fire. Comet Storm, but he's just dying. Cerulean is not stable. Void Shift comes through, but he displaces back on top of the Shaman. This might end up being a big mistake. They get a smoke bomb, but Saul's just going to jump out of that. Ultimate Penitence connecting during the Dragon's Breath. The heals are already through. Saul is topped off, and it's another major cooldown down for the Silk Tigers.
Yeah, looking a little bit scary here. This is the Icy Veins. This is their big moment. They get the polymorph, but is it going to be an ice block? Cerulean shimmers away once again, just trying to create space here on this large map. It gets clashed back right in line of sight of Saul. Saul goes for the grounding totem there on that Frostfire Bolt, avoiding a lot of damage, getting the Lightning Lasso here onto Calvish. Great defense here by Saul, and that might allow Shaz to hold on to his Trinket and Divine Shield. That was great plays, and I don't know, Cerulean's in trouble. Oh, just in touch of death range. Will it trade out that second ice block? But it's been close call after close call. I'm a little bit worried for Silk Tigers right now.
Yeah, things are. He's got Rapture, but no Trinket. He's probably going to have to press it. Rapture, they get a Blessing of Protection at least. But Calvish is disarmed at the moment, not able to keep up the assault. And now Saul is just lobbing out Lava Burst after Lava Burst after Lava Burst. Rapture shields come in onto Cerulean. Massive shields. It doesn't look like Saul's going to be able to get a purge on this. He blinks in offensively, but gets denied on the sheep with the incapacitate. There's Celestial Conduit. Calvish intercepts it with a cheap shot, peeling both DPS. The entire team stunned up by Calvish into a gouge. Apart from the monks, 3-on-1 against Saul. Crazy setup from Calvish, putting his team in a good position here offensively, forcing the burrow from Saul once again. But they're going to need to survive longer if they want to take advantage of the opportunity that Calvish has just created. Kearney is chasing down Shaz. He grips the mage on top of the paladin, but Dorito is there. Double spinning crane kick. He's cleaving the entire team, and it looks like he's able to clash back in. Static field is down. He tries to pull Calvish away, but it doesn't actually hit. Combat Storm comes through, but there's another leg sweep. There's no trinket. Pain suppression immediately from Kearney to respect that stun lock. Grapple weapon through on Calvish. He cloaks off the grapple weapon. He's going for the kill, but Sacrifice is already up. Can they actually kill Saul through Sacrifice of Shaz? Cerulean could just flounder at any moment. It's massive damage. He blinks into the midfield. Another big shield, but that shield doesn't matter. Touch of Death comes in. F tier, man, are looking unbeatable against the Silk Tigers.
Yeah, my prediction's not looking so good right now. F tier definitely looking very solid. I'm surprised the amount of damage that they were able to have onto Cerulean, and I don't know if I like this strategy. Like, I know Dorito is going to be really durable in this matchup, but I kind of feel like you have to punish him for being so aggressive on Cerulean. Like, the way I see this matchup is if you're Cerulean and you're forced to kind of trade with the Elemental Shaman, it's a losing trade unless you're getting CC. Like, just standing there in the open, exchanging blows, Elemental Shaman on Mage, Mage on Elemental Shaman, I think the Shaman comes out ahead in most cases in this matchup. So if you're not going to be fishing for crowd control on Shaz, I feel like you need to change your strategy. You have to go after Dorito or something in this match, but I don't know if the RMP is really going to work out. Cerulean has his Icy Veins here, but still Saul feeling not very afraid with the Astral Shift, and this massive shield comes in here from Kearney, but it gets purged immediately by Saul. And that is just the end. Cerulean, unfortunately, really doesn't have anything left. And Dorito's able to take him out.
All right. F tier look good. Silk Tigers, I think, to be fair, you were expecting them to play Shadowpriest Feral, and I don't blame you for expecting them to win in that matchup because Welcome to the Jung have been, dominating with it. I feel like a lot of teams, though, they just don't play it as good. And I feel like if you don't play it as good, like F tier will actually be able to take you down. I think they beat a couple of the Shadowpriest Ferals in the open bracket in order to get here. So like unless you're literally top cut on that composition, Calvish is re-rolling it. Maybe they're playing it for the first time as a team. I don't know if you're going to be able to take on Dorito and Saul after 4 weeks of them fine-tuning this fine-tuned, well-oiled machine. Look at Saul, man, top of the meter. First week it looked a little rough, looked a little shaky, getting off the Enhancement Shaman, going on to something new, but boy, is it paying off. They're number 2 seed. They're looking like they could even just maintain that position, although it doesn't really matter because you fight number 3, but still going into the grand finals is like the number 2 team of North America, considering how they started even in previous years, where we're just kind of seen on the cusp of the top 8s with maybe a couple of clutch deep runs and then kind of falling off. Their consistency has improved so much year over year, and it's nice to see all of their efforts finally paying off for them. As the Silk Tigers, like, this is a roster with big names. You're expecting this to be like a new hot team as they reconstructed their roster, and they've got these powerful comps like Shadowpriest Feral and Mage Feral and Rogue Mage. They're leading all of the best compositions currently in the meta, so F tier are in a great position. We're going to 12-run Arena, so yeah, they're going to go subtlety, but they want the big map. I wonder if the big map backfires, though. I guess they just want to kite Monk into a bad position. I just feel like it's so hard to get to Shaz sometimes with the big map.
Definitely, but I don't know. Like, I just think if your options in the game are trying to just out pressure an Elemental Shaman as a Frost Mage, it's not going to work out. So I like the Subtlety Rogue a lot more in this matchup. It feels to me that if they do setups, especially going after Dorito, I think if Dorito is going to overextend so far in the match, you really have to pressure him. Yeah, I think that's exactly the line of play that they need to go with. So what I'd like to see, more setups onto Dorito in this game, especially if he's chasing Cerulean to the other ends of the earth. Don't just focus all your attention on Saul. I think you really got to mix it up more than that. And you need crowd control on Shaz. Like, I just don't see them winning if they're not landing any polymorphs.
They're playing a really passive game, and I feel like Dorito is just having so much fun. Normally in a matchup like this as the Windwalker, you're not having as much fun. There's a mage, so you're constantly thinking, I'm going to just root, proc, snared, kited, and then the rogue might jump on me and stun me and kill me, but I feel like he's getting away with a lot of stuff that he shouldn't be able to. But as subtlety, I think it'll be harder for him to get away with it. I think as outlaw, he doesn't care. He's just like, oh, you're an outlaw rogue, you can attack me if you want, I don't really mind. But as subtlety, he's going to have to give a little bit more respect if Calvish is looking for opportunities to jump on him and pounce on that. So Definitely not counting the Silk Tigers out. I would say that this is kind of their bread and butter. This is the type of play style. I want to see them lean into that. Just be more aggressive. Lean into the offense, the playmaker that we expect Calvish to be.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. That's exactly what I would expect as well. Calvish, Kearney teaming up. Like, they're normally, they're the young roster. The young guys, they play really reckless and aggressive in the match. Full sap here on Shaz. Let's see if they can get it done. Dorito's going to drop an early ring apiece. Gets a paralyzed stun on Calvish. So great crowd control early on. But this is the Icy Veins. There's a lot of damage on Sol and Dorito. Silk Tigers are playing this one much more aggressively, which I love to see.
Really good aggression. Sacrifice and wall out of the way initially. Calvish is trying to go after the Paladin a bit. Really putting pressure here. Sol jumps in aggressively on top of Ceralium. Static field. He can't get life gripped on the leg sweep. I love that teamwork between Sol and Dorito. So they drop down a barrier instead. But perhaps he's going to get knocked out of it. Doesn't look like they have it. Knock up on the Ring of Fire. Trying to delay Ceralium's cast. Another Comet Storm comes through, but easily deflected. Sol takes no damage. Ceralium gets gripped away. And Kearney and Ceralium, they're going to kite circles on the outside and let Calvish play offense, it looks like, at the moment. But Dorito is just giving chase. He is unrelenting. He's not going to let Ceralium breathe. He's getting rooted up. He gets a polymorph. Nice kidney shot to cover the polymorph. Nice wind shear, though, on the shifting power. Shifting power is super important for resetting cooldowns, things like the Comet Storm and the Icy Vein. So the faster you interrupt it, the less cooldown reduction the mage gets. Here comes another round of Comet Storm, Icy Veins, though, onto Sol. He shadowy dueled. He pops the burrow, digging beneath the ground. He's going to pop Calvish in the air into a lasso with no trinket. And there's a counterspell available. Oh, no, Ceralium DC'd again. I was like, why didn't he counterspell the lasso? Oh, man, we're going from disconnect to no block to trying to make the Outlaw Rogue work to another DC. This is rough for the Silk Tigers, and F tier are under no obligation to wait if they wanted to just take this advance forward and place themselves even further up on points and obviously money from the cup. So they're deciding to wait, and I feel like, it's a benefit both ways, I think, to wait. There wasn't like a huge mana lead. It's not like it's totally going to be like the game is over for them if they wait in this position, but if Ceralium has to play with no frames again or something like that, it's going to be really tough.
Old Snap, Gonzo, it's definitely not ideal, but it looks like F tier is going to show a little bit of mercy here and see if Ceralium can get back in the game. But I think the game was going a little bit better on the side of Silk Tigers. I really liked, them not being afraid to put more pressure onto Dorito, just get more aggressive with your offensive cooldowns, allow Calvish to find those crowd control chains. Try to get the blinds and kidneys onto the Shaz. Didn't see too much follow-up, but I think that's exactly what they need to do. But yeah, F tier, they've just been looking so good with this composition. We've talked about it. They're just so durable.
Oh, no, he's out of the game.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it. F tier 3-0.
Ripperino. Well, F tier, we didn't get to see this one play out. It was looking decent for them for Silk Tigers. They got a lot of cooldowns from Sol really early on. Really unfortunate to not see that play out. I was getting excited there to see if Silk Tigers could find a way to possibly reverse sweep the series, but F tier, the good guys here, they tried to wait for it. They're going to take it the series 3-0. They advance to Championship Sunday. They face off against the Move, and I think they're gatekeeping the Move, right? If they can beat the Move don't get in top 3, I believe, according to the standings. Because I think it would have been Power Toads if they won their auto in on 3, and the Move still needed another series. So
yeah, they needed 2.
Yeah, so F tier are now the gatekeepers for the Move on Championship Sunday. There's a lot of stakes on that series for Sunday. Definitely not going to want to miss it.
Yeah, that's going to be the second series of the day in the second half of the day for North America. So we'll have Welcome to the Jung and Mentally Damp, and then the Move versus F tier. So I'm excited for North America, but I'm excited for Championship Sunday in general. I feel like, especially considering it's the last one of the first 4 cups, we've had some highs and some lows. Ven, any favorite moments from this season so far from North America?
This season so far from North America?
Yeah, I threw you a big question. Sorry.
Yeah, that is a big question. I need to think about it a little bit, but I would say the one question I had is how are Prev and Drake going to do? Because they when they last played together in the tournament scene, they were absolutely phenomenal, right? Pairing with Ceralium and Brain, they had basically a dynasty in North America as the most dominant team, and they're not disappointing. Welcome to the Jung is definitely not disappointing. We even got to see Nick tagged in on the Mage, winning them a cup playing the Feral Mage Paladin. So this team is a real threat. Also, just seeing F tier kind of grow as a team. I think grow as players and grow as a team. It's been nice to see them kind of succeed. And yeah, just a lot. Another favorite thing for me in North America is some of these like wild card teams that have come in, like the ABJURED team for the memes. They're not going to make the top 8, but putting on a performance for us here today has been really, really fun for me to watch as well.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. You know, we've got some of these teams sort of coming out of nowhere from either the ladder, and we haven't seen them in AWC, or out of solo shuffle and just sort of making a big impression for sure. So, you know, we may not see them make it into the gauntlet, but I do hope that they kind of stick together and we can see them again for the next War Within season, because couldn't agree more, Ben. It's been a pleasure to see these new teams rise to power for sure. But here's a look at the standings here for North America. As we've said, we've got Welcome to the Jung up there with 420 points in first place. F tier following closely behind with 3. Well, I shouldn't say close, actually. 120 points is definitely a big differential for sure. What is close, though, is this Team Liquid versus The Move, Supatees.
Yeah, The Move right now, they control their own fate. They just got to beat F tier. And I think with Peekaboo, as good as he's doing on Feral now, that I feel like I'm confident that they can take F tier. I think they're close enough to Welcome to the Jung in terms of pressure that this is a matchup that's not going to be easy for F tier. I wonder if F tier will come up with any other curveballs, because when they were in the grand finals against Welcome to the Jung playing that comp, they played literally every comp I think they could feasibly have available. They're like, Laros, try Arm Swearer. Okay, it didn't work. Laros, try Fury. Okay, that didn't work. Somebody try BM Hunter. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try Enhance again. Didn't work. So F tier, it seems like maybe they're just going to dial in on this Ellie. Windwalker, Sol is doing a lot of damage on it. It's going to be an explosive series, a lot on the line there. Liquid, they've been rivals with F tier, but now F tier is your biggest friend. They if they could find some way to even give F tier practice in the Shadow Priest Feral or something. I mean, Liquid doesn't play the comp, so I don't even know if they could do that, but they're hoping that the Move can not win this, and F tier takes it, so that they get that 3rd place position.
A lot going on here in the North American side of things. That was the standings. Here is the bracket. So like we were saying, we've got the Welcome to the Jung versus Mentally Damp series. Of course, Mentally Damp, that's sort of the newcomers Dopamine's team, along with Bleeds, Shig, and MGX. So excited for basically what they're going to do against Welcome to the Jung. I mean, how do you even like approach a series like that, Ven, when you kind of know what you're up against with Welcome to the Jung?
I think Mentally Damp, I just think they need to have confidence in the composition that they're running. I think they had a great series against Silk Tigers. I mean, they already took out the Power Toads. They just need to keep doing the same thing. Play the Feral Mage Paladin. That's been the best comp in Europe, pretty much. Most teams are running that. It seems really good, well-rounded, good offense, good defense. They play it well, and I think they could definitely have a great series here against Welcome to the Jung. And I'm curious to see, because like I said, in North America, it's all about the Shadow Priest. In Europe, it's all about the Mage, but Mentally Damp definitely still representing with Dopamine on that Frost Mage. They look great, and I'm really excited to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, me too. So definitely tune in for that one. And then, of course, we've got the Move versus F tier down there in the lower bracket. And that's the game with all of the stakes. So for sure, be tuning into Championship Sunday, because, of course, we've got the European games happening on the day as well. We'll be starting off in the EU region, so we can take a look back at kind of what we saw on Friday and maybe a look at the standings for the European region. Of course, we've got Echo up there, number 1 spot with 440 points, and then Drive Overload. Oh, I am just gonna not get that name out of my head. Overload following closely behind Supatees.
Yeah, I mean the main point in this region is like Ultima. Okay, how far can they get up in the gauntlet? Yep. Can they beat any more teams, get further ahead, and avoid some rounds, which is super important, because the gauntlet's happening in a different patch. It comes out on Tuesday, and who knows if there's any changes also between that patch, which has a massive amount of changes, and in the future. So if you manage to get ahead a step in the gauntlet and avoid a comp that might be hard for you in the future, that's a likelihood of getting you into the top 4 for the big money and the big stakes in the War Within Season 1 finals. So for me, Championship Sunday is all about like how far can Ultima get up on this, and who is going to beat Echo, because it's got to happen. Streamer Zone came the closest we've seen. They got Waz to 1% on match point and just couldn't finish them. So I'm really excited for that rematch in particular.
Yeah, I am as well. Looking forward to seeing if Echo can finally be taken down, because they certainly have a very dominating season. But like Sid said, Streamer Zone has proved that they can be beaten, or at least pretty close to that. So we can take a look at the bracket for EU and the games that we're going to see over there. like we were saying, Echo Streamer Zone, Echo versus StreamerZone.gg. That's going to be up in that upper bracket semifinals. And then the two teams that we've got down there facing off in the lowers, Drive Overload versus Ultima. So 4 teams left in this region, and it's looking extremely competitive on the EU side of things. So for sure, be tuning in for tomorrow for Championship Sunday here at twitch.tv/Warcraft. Of course, we are also here on YouTube if you'd like to watch over there, and then follow us at WoW Esports on Twitter if you'd like a lot of updates and a lot of more helpful information. They post a lot of good stuff over there, so definitely check that out. But thank you everyone so much for watching. That's going to wrap everything up for us. So make sure y'all are tuning in tomorrow, 7 p.m. CEST or 10 a.m. Pacific. Thank you guys so much for watching. See you tomorrow.